In the beginning, there was only chaos. There was no light or darkness, no earth or sky, only a vast and formless void stretching endlessly in all directions. And then, from this great void, emerged Gaia, the earth. She would become the mother of all that followed, the bedrock upon which existence would be built. But Gaia was not the only one to emerge from the darkness. Tartarus took shape in the deepest depths beneath the earth, a great pit that would one day serve as a prison for the most terrible beings in existence. They were then joined by night and day, who would put an end to the reign of Erebus, darkness, with the eternal cycle of dusk and dawn emerging. From her divine being, Gaia brought forth Uranos, the sky. He rose above her as a vast dome studded with stars, stretching from horizon to horizon, and so the earth and sky became one, locked in an eternal embrace that would shape all creation to come. Together, they filled the world with children. First came the Titans, 12 in number, 6 sons and 6 daughters, beings of immense power who would one day rule the cosmos. Among them was Oceanus, a great river that encircled the world. He would be joined by his brother Hyperion, the sun, who would ride his great chariot across the sky, shining light down upon the earth. But when day became night, his daughter Selene, the moon, would emerge, shining her light into the darkness. Then came the Cyclopes, 3 one-eyed brothers whose skill at the forge would one day produce weapons fit for gods. And finally, the Hecatoncheires, 3 monstrous brothers, each with 100 hands and 50 heads, so terrible that even their own father could not bear to look upon them. Uranus seized these monstrous children and hurled them down into Tartarus, that lightless pit beneath the earth. There they would remain, imprisoned in darkness, their father pretending they had never existed. But Gaia felt every moment of her children's suffering, and when Uranus turned his cruelty towards the Titans, her patience broke. She fashioned a great sickle from grey adamantine, a substance harder than any metal and sharper than any blade, and presented it to her children. "Your father has gone too far," she told them. "Who among you will set things right?" Most of the Titans recoiled, but Cronus, the youngest and most ambitious, stepped forward. That night, when Uranus descended from the heavens to lie with Gaia, as he always did, Cronus was waiting. He swung the blade in a single vicious arc. The stroke was clean and brutal, severing his father's genitals. Uranus let out a great scream and fled back into the heavens, never to descend again. Where his blood fell upon the earth, it gave birth to the giants, beings of terrible size and strength, and to the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance who would pursue the guilty across the world, punishing all those who broke sacred oaths or murdered their own kin. But his severed flesh that had fallen into the sea gave rise to something else entirely. As it sank beneath the waves, foam gathered around it, white and churning, and from that foam rose Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. She was the last child of Uranus, born from an act of brutal violence, yet she would become the goddess who ruled over desire, passion, and the hearts of both mortals and gods alike, destined to inspire both the greatest love stories and the most destructive wars the world would ever know. Cronus had overthrown his father, and the age of the Titans had begun. Part 2. The Titans. Cronus took his sister Rhea as his wife and made himself ruler of the cosmos. For a time the world prospered under Titan rule, but Cronus had not freed the Cyclopes or the Hecatoncheires from Tartarus. They still remained imprisoned in that lightless pit, and Gaia had not forgotten them. Nor could Cronus escape the memory of how he had seized power. He had betrayed and mutilated his own father. If he could do such a thing, what was to stop his children from doing the same to him? The fear grew inside him, gnawing at his thoughts until he could bear the uncertainty no longer. He went to Gaia and demanded to know his fate. The prophecy she delivered was the very thing he dreaded. One of his sons would overthrow him, just as he had overthrown Uranus. Cronus refused to accept it. When Rhea bore their first child, a daughter named Hestia, he took the infant from her arms and swallowed her whole. The child did not die, for gods cannot truly die, but she vanished into the darkness of her father's stomach, trapped in a living prison with no hope of escape. One by one the children came: Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. Each time Rhea gave birth, Cronus took the infant and swallowed it down. Each time Rhea screamed and begged, but her husband would not listen. The prophecy had to be prevented, no matter the cost. When Rhea became pregnant for the 6th time, she could bear it no longer. She went to Gaia, desperate for help, and together they devised a plan. When the child was born, a son, whom she named Zeus, Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Cronus. He snatched it from her hands and swallowed it without looking, convinced he had consumed the last threat to his throne. But Zeus lived. Rhea had hidden him in a cave on the island of Crete, where he was raised in secret by nymphs, and fed on honey and the milk of a divine goat named Amalthea. The infant's cries were masked by the Curetes, warrior priests who clashed their spears against their shields whenever the baby made a sound, drowning out any noise that might reach Cronus's ears. Back in the heavens, Cronus believed himself victorious. 6 children born, 6 children swallowed. The prophecy had been thwarted. But fate, he would soon realize, cannot be cheated so easily. For on Crete, still hidden in darkness, Zeus, the child who would one day destroy him, was already preparing for war. Part 3. The Titanomachy. Years passed. On Crete, Zeus grew from infant to child, from child to youth, and finally to manhood. When he emerged from the caves at last, he was no longer the helpless baby Rhea had smuggled away, but a god in his full power. Yet he did not challenge Cronus directly. Instead, he disguised himself as a cupbearer and approached his father with a cup of honeyed wine laced with a powerful potion. Cronus drank without suspicion, and within moments he was doubled over in agony, his body rejecting everything he had consumed over the years. First came the stone, then Poseidon, then Hades, followed by the rest of the gods, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia. Each emerged fully grown, and each burned with fury and rage after their long imprisonment. At last, the 6 children of Cronus stood united against their father, and the war that followed, the Titanomachy, threatened to tear the world apart. For 10 years, gods and titans clashed across the earth and sky, their battles scorching mountains and boiling seas. But for all their great power, neither side could gain the upper hand, and the war dragged on without end. It was Gaia who finally revealed the key to victory. Deep in Tartarus, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires still languished in chains, imprisoned just as they had been under Uranus. If Zeus freed them, she promised they would fight at his side and turn the tide of the war. And so Zeus descended into that lightless pit and struck off their chains. The Cyclopes, weeping with gratitude, returned to their forges and crafted weapons of immense power. For Zeus, the thunderbolt, a weapon so terrible that nothing could withstand it. For Poseidon, a trident that could shake the earth and command the seas. And for Hades, a helm of darkness that rendered its wearer invisible. Armed with these divine weapons, the balance of power finally shifted. The Hecatoncheires hurled boulders the size of mountains with their 100 hands, an endless barrage no defense could stop. Zeus wielded lightning itself, and slowly the Titans, one by one, began to fall. When the war finally ended, Zeus stood victorious. The defeated Titans were cast down into Tartarus, imprisoned in the same darkness where they had once left their monstrous brothers to suffer. But Atlas, who had led the Titan forces, received a crueler punishment. He was condemned to stand at the western edge of the world, holding the entire weight of the sky upon his shoulders for all eternity. With victory secured, the three sons of Cronus divided the cosmos by casting lots. Zeus drew the sky and became king of the gods. Poseidon drew the sea, and Hades the underworld. Each god would be master of their domain alone, while the earth itself would remain common ground, shared by all. The gods took up residence on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece, and from this day forward they would be known as the Olympians. The age of the Titans was over. The age of the gods had begun. Part 4. Typhon. But Gaia was not satisfied. She had helped Zeus overthrow Cronus, hoping he would free all her children from Tartarus. Instead, Zeus had cast the Titans down into that same lightless pit, replacing one set of prisoners with another. Her patience, tested beyond all measure, finally broke. Deep within herself, in caverns that had never seen light, Gaia conceived one final child. She mated with Tartarus itself, and from that union came Typhon, the most terrible creature the world had ever seen. He was so vast that his head brushed against the stars. 100 serpent heads sprouted from his shoulders, each one hissing and spitting venom. His eyes blazed with fire, and from his back spread wings large enough to blot out the sun itself. Typhon mated with Echidna, a creature half woman and half serpent, and together they produced a host of monsters that would plague the world for generations to come. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who would one day guard the gates of the underworld. The nine-headed Hydra, whose poisoned blood could kill with a single drop. The fire-breathing Chimera, part lion, part goat, part serpent. These children of Typhon would one day test the greatest heroes Greece would ever know. But for now, Typhon himself was coming for Olympus. When the gods saw him approaching, terror seized them. Even the mighty Olympians, who had overthrown the Titans and reshaped the cosmos, fled before this horror. They disguised themselves as animals and scattered across the earth, hoping to escape his fury. Only Zeus stood his ground. The battle that followed was the most violent the cosmos had ever witnessed. Zeus hurled thunderbolt after thunderbolt, while Typhon answered with rivers of flame that scorched the sky and boulders torn from the roots of mountains. The earth trembled, forests burned to ash, even the Titans in Tartarus shuddered at the tremors pounding the earth above them. The struggle dragged Typhon and Zeus across land and sea, neither able to gain the upper hand, until at last they met for their final confrontation on the island of Sicily. There, Zeus struck with all his remaining strength, hurling a thunderbolt that staggered even Typhon. Before the monster could recover, Zeus seized an entire mountain and brought it crashing down upon him. Typhon was not killed. A being of such primordial power cannot truly die, but he was trapped beneath the stone, buried under unimaginable weight and unable to rise. That mountain would come to be known as Mount Etna, and to this day it rumbles and spits fire as Typhon writhes in his prison far below. With the last great threat to his rule defeated, Zeus returned to Olympus. The cosmos had settled into its new order at last. The gods ruled from their mountain throne, the Titans languished in darkness, and the monsters had been scattered or imprisoned. The world was now ready for its next creation. The age of mortals was about to begin. Part 5. Prometheus. Among the few Titans spared after the war was Prometheus, who had fought alongside Zeus against his own kind. While the other gods busied themselves with their new domains, Prometheus looked upon the world and found it incomplete. Beasts roamed the forests and birds filled the skies, but there was no creature capable of thought or creation, nothing that could truly appreciate what the gods had built. He descended to the banks of a river and gathered clay in his hands. Working carefully, he shaped a new creature in the image of the gods. It would stand upright on two legs, possess hands capable of building and crafting, and, most importantly, carry a mind capable of reason and understanding. When he breathed life into his creation, the first humans opened their eyes and looked upon the world with wonder. But Prometheus soon realized his work was not finished. His mortals huddled in caves like animals, shivering in the darkness. They had minds capable of greatness, yet without one crucial element, they would never rise above the beasts that surrounded them. That element was fire, and fire belonged to the gods alone, a sacred force kept on Olympus, never meant for mortal hands. Prometheus did not care what the gods intended. He climbed to Olympus in secret, stole a burning coal from the divine hearth, and hid it inside a hollow reed. Then he carried it down the mountain and gave it to his creations. With fire, everything changed. Mortals left their caves and built proper shelters. They cooked their food and forged tools from metal. They gathered around flames in the evening, sharing warmth and telling stories. For the first time, something resembling civilization began to emerge. When Zeus looked down from Olympus and saw smoke rising from 1,000 human fires, he was furious. Prometheus had stolen from the gods, and worse, these mortals now lived their lives without offering proper worship or sacrifice. They owed everything to divine gifts, yet gave nothing in return. Zeus decreed that whenever mortals slaughtered an animal for meat, They must sacrifice a portion to the gods, but he made a fatal mistake. He allowed Prometheus, as the creator of humanity, to decide which portion would be offered. But Prometheus's loyalty lay with man rather than the gods. He sacrificed a bull and divided it into two portions. On one side he placed the juicy meat hidden beneath the unappealing stomach, while on the other he placed only bare bones, but covered them in a thick layer of delicious fat. He brought both portions before Zeus and invited him to choose. Zeus, not suspecting deception from a Titan who had fought at his side, chose the portion covered in gleaming fat. Only when he unwrapped it did he discover the worthless bones beneath. But the choice had been made, and even Zeus could not reverse what had been witnessed by all the gods. From that day forward, mortals would burn fat and bones as offerings to Olympus, while keeping the nourishing meat for themselves. Zeus was furious, and his rage shook the heavens. He reached down and extinguished every fire burning on earth, plunging humanity back into the cold and darkness. Civilization ground to a halt as people retreated into their caves once more, huddling for warmth and eating raw meat like the beasts they had so recently risen above. But Prometheus could not bear to see his beloved mortals suffer. He climbed to Olympus a second time, stole another burning coal, and once again brought fire back to humanity. When Zeus saw flames flickering across the earth yet again, his fury surpassed anything he had felt before. No Titan would defy him twice and go unpunished. He seized Prometheus and dragged him to the Caucasus Mountains at the edge of the known world. There he chained the Titan to the mountainside with unbreakable bonds of adamantine, driving them deep into the rock so that no power in existence could free him. The punishment Zeus devised was as cruel as it was eternal. Each day as the sun rose over the mountains, a great eagle descended from the sky. It landed on Prometheus's chest and tore out his liver with its beak, devouring the organ while the Titan screamed in agony. Each night, because Prometheus was immortal and could not die, his liver grew back, and when dawn came again, the eagle returned and began its feast anew. This torment would continue for thousands of years. Prometheus had chosen humanity over Olympus, and this was the price of that choice. But the fire he had given to mortals continued to burn, and civilization continued to grow, and Zeus could do nothing to change what had already been set in motion. Part 6. Pandora. But Zeus was not finished. Punishing Prometheus satisfied his vengeance against the Titan, but the mortals themselves remained untouched. They had benefited from the stolen fire, and for that they too must suffer. Zeus needed something subtler than chains and eagles, something that would inflict pain from within their own nature. He summoned Hephaestus, god of the forge, and commanded him to create a new kind of being. Working with the same clay Prometheus had used to shape the first humans, Hephaestus molded a woman, the first of her kind. He brought her to Olympus, where the gods gathered to admire his work. Each deity gave her a gift. Aphrodite granted her beauty that would make mortal hearts ache at the sight of her. Athena dressed her in fine garments and taught her the skills needed to manage a household. Hermes gave her the ability to speak with charm and persuasion, along with a name, Pandora, meaning all gifts, for she had received something from every god on Olympus. But Zeus, always scheming, had given her two gifts. The first was curiosity, an insatiable need to know and discover that which could never be satisfied. The second was a sealed box decorated with painted figures and bound with divine seals. "This contains special gifts," Zeus told her, a false smile on his face. "Blessings meant for mortals. But you must never open it. Swear to me that you will keep it sealed." Pandora, newly made and trusting, swore the oath without understanding what she was promising. Hermes escorted Pandora down to the mortal world and brought her to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Where Prometheus meant forethought, Epimetheus meant afterthought, and he had never possessed his brother's cunning or wisdom. Prometheus had warned him repeatedly never to accept any gifts from the gods, knowing Zeus would eventually seek revenge. But when Epimetheus saw Pandora standing at his door, radiant and smiling, all memory of his brother's warnings vanished from his mind. He took her as his wife that very day. For a time they were happy. They built a life together on a quiet hillside, tending their animals and their crops. In time, Pandora bore a daughter named Hera, and their small household seemed blessed. But the box sat in the corner of their home, beautiful and sealed, and Pandora could not stop thinking about it. At first it was mild curiosity. She would approach it occasionally, running her fingers along its painted surface, wondering what treasures might lie within. But she would remember her oath to Zeus and turn away. As the years passed, however, the box became an obsession. She would wake in the night and find herself standing before it with no memory of leaving her bed. She would stare at it during meals, barely hearing when Epimetheus spoke to her. The need to know what lay inside consumed her thoughts, growing from a whisper to a scream inside her mind. Finally, on a day when she was alone in the house, her hands moved before her mind could stop them. She broke the seals and lifted the lid. For one heartbeat, the box appeared empty. Then something stirred in its depths, and a great dark cloud exploded outward. It engulfed her, filled the room, poured through the windows and doors, and spread out across the world in every direction. These were not gifts. These were all the sufferings that had never touched humanity before, the curses Prometheus had protected his beloved mortals from receiving. Old age crept into human bones. Disease began to ravage bodies that had been whole. Greed, envy, hatred, violence, and despair all found homes in mortal hearts, spreading from person to person like contagion, passing from parent to child through all the generations that would follow. Pandora forced the lid back down, but it was too late. The evils were loose in the world, and they would never return. She stood, trembling, tears streaming down her face, knowing what she had done. Then she heard a sound from inside the box. Something still remained. Slowly, dreading what she might find, she lifted the lid once more. There, at the bottom, was hope. Hope alone had not escaped. It remained inside, just beyond full reach, never to be completely grasped. This was the final cruelty of Zeus's design. With hope still flickering in their hearts, mortals would endure their suffering. They would face disease and death, greed and violence, knowing they could not escape these evils, yet always believing that tomorrow might somehow be better. Zeus had given humanity reasons to suffer and the desire to keep living. despite it all. Part 7. The Great Flood. The release of the evils from Pandora's box marked the end of an era. Before that moment, humanity had lived in what would come to be known as the Age of Gold, a time of innocence when mortals never grew old, never knew suffering, and death came gently, like falling asleep after a long and satisfying day. But old age had escaped from the box, and the golden race withered and died, their age passing into memory. What followed was the Age of Silver, a lesser time. These new mortals lived long lives, but lacked the wisdom of their predecessors. They were quarrelsome and foolish, refusing to worship the gods or honor their parents. Zeus, disgusted by their behavior, ended that age as well. Then came the Age of Bronze, and humanity fell to its lowest point yet. These mortals were hard and violent, knowing nothing but war. Brother turned against brother, city destroyed city. They fashioned everything from bronze, their weapons, their armor, even their homes, and used it all for slaughter. They had no sense of justice, no mercy, no reverence for anything sacred. Zeus looked down from Olympus and was appalled by what he saw. The realm he ruled as king of the gods had become a wasteland of violence and bloodshed. "Humanity has become a disease upon the earth," he declared to the assembled Olympians. "The only solution is to wipe them clean and begin again." He summoned Poseidon and commanded him to raise the seas. His brother descended to the ocean floor and struck it with his trident. A wave rose from the depths, higher than any mountain, rushing toward the land with terrible speed. From the heavens above, Zeus unleashed rains such as the world had never witnessed. Water fell in solid sheets, drowning the sky itself. Rivers burst their banks and became inland seas. Cities vanished beneath the rising tide. The distinction between land and ocean disappeared entirely as the world became nothing but endless water. All of humanity perished in the flood, all except two, Deucalion and Hera. Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, had received a warning from his father. Even chained to his rock in the Caucasus Mountains, with an eagle tearing at his liver each day, Prometheus had retained the gift of foresight that made him valuable. He sent word to his son, "Build a ship. Build it large and strong. Seal it well. Do not ask why. Do not wait. Do it now." Deucalion obeyed without question. He had married Hera, the daughter of Pandora and Epimetheus, and together they worked day and night to build the vessel his father had commanded. When it was finished, they sealed themselves inside as the first drops of rain began to fall. For 9 days and 9 nights, they floated in darkness, listening to the screams of the dying fade into silence, until they were utterly alone on an empty ocean that stretched to every horizon. When the waters finally began to recede, their ship came to rest on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, the only peak high enough to have survived the Great Flood. Deucalion and Hera emerged into a world scoured clean of human life. Not a single house remained standing, not a single voice called out. They truly were the last 2 people alive. They descended the mountain and came upon a temple dedicated to Themis, the Titaness of divine law and prophecy. The temple had been built high enough to escape the floodwaters, and inside the altar still stood. Deucalion and Hera knelt before it and prayed. "We are all that remains," Deucalion said, his voice breaking. "How can humanity continue? We are only two. We cannot repopulate an entire world alone." For a moment there was only silence. Then the voice of Themis echoed through the empty temple, speaking words that didn't seem to make sense. "Cover your heads. Walk from this place. And as you go, throw the bones of your mother behind you." Hera stood abruptly, her face pale. "The bones of our mother? She asks us to commit sacrilege, to desecrate the dead?" But Deucalion, who had inherited his father's gift for understanding riddles, grasped the meaning. "She does not mean our mothers by birth," he said slowly. "She means Gaia, the great mother of all living things. The bones of the earth are stones." And so they left the temple and began to walk down the mountain. As they went, they gathered stones and threw them over their shoulders without looking back, trusting in the goddess's words. Behind Deucalion, where each stone struck the ground, a man rose from the earth, fully formed. Behind Hera, each stone became a woman. Day after day they walked, creating new humans with every step, until at last the world was no longer empty. A new age had begun. Humanity, reborn from stone, would spread across the earth once more. But Zeus was watching from Olympus, and the gods would not remain distant for long. They would walk among mortals, desire them, deceive them, and transform them. They would father heroes and monsters, spark wars that would shake the world, and weave fates that no mortal could escape. Humanity had been granted a second chance. Whether they would prove worthy of that gift, only time would tell. Chapter 2. The Gods. Part 1. Zeus. Humanity had been granted a second chance. Reborn once more from stones thrown down Mount Parnassus, the world was young again, the slate wiped clean, and mortals looked to the heavens with renewed reverence, remembering that there was one God who could grant them mercy or destroy them completely as he saw fit. Zeus looked down from his throne on Mount Olympus and was satisfied with this new generation of mortals. Finally, they showed the Olympians proper respect, sacrificing the bones and fat of animals at every meal, as Prometheus's deception had dictated, and pouring libations of wine at their hearths. As king of the gods, Zeus ruled over Mount Olympus, where the gods dwelt in palaces of white marble and gold. Great bronze gates guarded the entrance, and within, each deity maintained a residence worthy of their power. The mountain itself rose so high that clouds perpetually wreathed its peak, hiding the gods from human eyes. But Zeus could see through those clouds. No mortal action escaped his notice. No prayer went unheard. When storms gathered in the sky, mortals knew Zeus was angry. When thunder rolled across the heavens, they heard his voice. When lightning split the darkness, they saw his judgment made manifest. The thunderbolt was his weapon, forged by the Cyclops in gratitude for their freedom, and when Zeus hurled it in anger, towers crumbled and forests burned. Yet it was not just storms, but all weather that came under his command. Clear skies and gentle rains came when he was pleased, while storms and blizzards descended when his anger burned cold. The Greeks built temples to Zeus in every city, but none more magnificent than the sanctuary at Olympia. There, every 4 years, a sacred truce was declared across all of Greece, and athletes gathered from every corner of the Greek world to compete in games held in Zeus's honor. These Olympic Games were as much a religious festival as an athletic competition. On the third day, no competitions were held at all. Instead, a great procession marched to the massive altar of Zeus, a structure built up over centuries from the ash and bones of previous sacrifices, and there they performed the hecatomb, sacrificing 100 oxen to the king of the gods. The thigh bones wrapped in fat were burned on the altar, the smoke rising to Olympus as Zeus's portion, while the meat was cooked and distributed among thousands of spectators in a communal feast. Inside the great temple itself sat the statue of Zeus, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The god sat upon a throne 40 feet high, his skin of ivory, his robes of gold, so massive that if he had stood, he would have burst through the temple roof. Athletes competed under his watchful gaze, and every spectator who entered the sanctuary could look upon the physical embodiment of the god they honored. But Zeus was not merely a distant force to be feared and appeased. He was the enforcer of xenia, or guest friendship, the sacred laws of hospitality that governed the treatment of guests and strangers, and kept travelers safe across an often dangerous world. As such, Zeus was known to walk among mortals more than most gods, though always in disguise. He tested them, appearing at their doors as a beggar or traveller, judging whether they would offer hospitality to a stranger. Those who welcomed the unknown guest with food and shelter discovered they had entertained Zeus himself and would be rewarded for their kindness. Those, however, who turned strangers away found their homes struck by lightning or their crops withered by drought. Yet, even though Zeus now possessed absolute power over Olympus and the mortal world alike, there was still one thing he lacked. He needed a queen to rule beside him, but finding the right one would prove more complicated than the king of the gods had ever expected. The 7 wives of Zeus. Choosing a wife proved to be complicated for the king of the gods. His appetites were vast, his affections changeable, and his eyes wandered constantly. Before he finally settled on a permanent queen, Zeus would marry no fewer than 7 times, and each marriage would produce children who would shape the world in profound ways. His first wife was Metis, the titaness of wisdom and cunning thought, who had once helped him overthrow Cronus. Zeus, impressed by her intelligence, took her as his bride, and it was not long until Metis became pregnant. But Zeus made the mistake of consulting his grandparents, Gaia and Uranus, about the child. They delivered a prophecy that chilled him. Metis was destined to bear a son who would overthrow Zeus and take his throne, just as Zeus had overthrown Cronus, and just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus. The cycle of violence would continue. Zeus refused to allow this fate. He challenged Metis to a shape-shifting contest, each of them transforming into different forms to demonstrate their power, and Metis transformed herself into a fly. Zeus opened his mouth and swallowed her whole. He thought the problem solved. Months passed, and Zeus almost forgot the incident entirely, busy pursuing his next wife. But then the headaches began. The pain grew worse every day, pounding inside his skull with such intensity that soon he could barely think at all. Finally, he summoned Hephaestus in desperation, commanding the smith god to split his head open with an axe. Hephaestus reluctantly obeyed, bringing his axe down on Zeus's skull with a strike he was sure would be fatal. The blade split the skin and bone, and from the wound leapt a fully grown goddess, already armoured and carrying a spear and shield, possessing a wisdom that rivalled her mother's. This was Athena, daughter of Zeus and Metis, born directly from her father's forehead. Zeus's headache vanished instantly. He had a daughter, not a son, and the prophecy seemed averted. But Metis remained inside him, her wisdom now part of his own thoughts, whispering counsel he could not ignore. In a sense, she ruled with him still, her cleverness merged with his power. For his second wife, Zeus chose his aunt, Themis, the Titaness who embodied divine law and natural order. Their marriage was more a political alliance than a love match, but it produced children of extraordinary importance. Themis bore Zeus the Horai, goddesses of the seasons who ensured the orderly progression of spring to summer to autumn to winter, but more significantly, she bore him 3 daughters who had come to hold power over every living being. These were the Moirai, the Fates, and even Zeus would learn that he could not overrule their decrees. Clotho, the spinner, was the youngest. She sat at her spinning wheel, and when she spun, a new soul came into being. The middle sister was Lachesis, the allotter. She carried a rod with which she measured each thread that Clotho spun, determining not only the length of that life, but the triumphs and tragedies that would mark it. And finally, the eldest was Atropos, called the Unturning, for her decisions could never be reversed. When a mortal's allotted time had ended, she cut their thread. Death followed instantly, and nothing, not even the gods, could prevent it. The Fates operated beyond prayer and sacrifice. Mortals could not bribe them or bargain with them, with not even Zeus able to control them. In this way, Themis's gift to the cosmos was order itself, the certainty that all things, even gods, operated within boundaries that could not be transgressed. Zeus's subsequent marriages were briefer but no less consequential. The Oceanid, Eurynome, bore him the 3 Graces, who embodied beauty, joy, and festivity, and whose presence could lift even the darkest mood on Olympus. His own sister, Demeter, bore him a single daughter, Persephone, whose story would become one of the most consequential in all of mythology. And Mnemosyne, Titaness of memory, bore him 9 daughters in a single birth, the Muses, goddesses who would inspire every form of human creativity, from epic poetry to music, from tragedy to astronomy. Wherever humans created something beautiful or lasting, the Muses were present, breathing inspiration into mortal minds. Zeus's 6th wife was the Titaness Leto, who would bear him the twins Apollo and Artemis. But their story began not with joy, but with jealousy and persecution, for by the time Zeus married Leto, his 7th and final wife was already watching his every move, growing tired of his wandering eyes. That 7th wife, the one who would finally become the permanent queen of Olympus, was Zeus's own sister, Hera. Hera was the goddess of women and marriage, protector of wives and families. She was beautiful, powerful, and proud, but she had no desire to marry her brother. Their mother, Rhea, had made clear her disapproval of such a union, and Hera respected her mother's wishes. More than that, Hera valued her independence, having no interest in becoming subordinate to Zeus or enduring his constant infidelities. Perhaps it was her very indifference that drew him, the fact that she did not fawn over him as others did, that caused Zeus to desire her above all others. He pursued her relentlessly, his advances being rejected day after day, until, finally, Zeus resorted to deception. He knew Hera walked often in the foothills below Olympus, enjoying the mortal world's beauty. He waited until she was alone, far from witnesses, and transformed himself into a small bird, bedraggled and shivering as if caught in a storm. The bird fell from the sky and landed in Hera's lap. She looked down at the pitiful creature, its tiny body trembling, and felt her heart soften. She gathered the bird gently in her hands and wrapped it in her cloak to keep it warm. The moment the cloak enclosed them both, Zeus transformed back to his true form. Hera found herself suddenly in her brother's embrace, his arms around her, his face close to hers. She had been tricked, and now she faced a choice: cry out and bring shame upon herself when others discovered them in this compromising position, or accept what had happened and make the best of it. Hera, always conscious of propriety and reputation, chose the latter. If she was going to be bound to Zeus, she would do so as his wife, not as another of his casual conquests. They married shortly after, and Hera took her place on the throne beside him as Queen of Olympus. It was not a love match, despite Zeus's initial passion. It was a partnership forged from necessity and pride. Hera would rule at Zeus's side, managing Olympus and protecting women and families, but she would never forget how their marriage began. She would never fully trust her husband. The jealousy that would define her character and drive so many myths forward had its roots in that moment of deception, in the knowledge that Zeus had wanted her badly enough to trick her into marriage, but not enough to remain faithful once he had won. Europa. Even with Hera finally seated beside him as queen, Zeus's lustful eye continued to wander. He would father countless children across the world, with goddesses and nymphs and mortal women alike, and his descendants would include nearly every hero and half-divine being that would ever walk the earth. To hide his infidelities from Hera, whose jealousy grew more terrible with each betrayal, Zeus became a master of disguise. He transformed himself into animals, into mortals, into showers of gold and beams of light. Whatever form would gain him success to the woman who caught his eye, he would assume it without hesitation. One such woman was Europa, a Phoenician princess from the city of Tyre. She was known for her beauty and grace, and when Zeus saw her walking along the seashore one spring morning, picking flowers with her attendants, he decided he must have her. Hera, however, had eyes and ears everywhere, with Zeus deciding to take a form that would allow him to get close without raising suspicion. He chose to become a bull, but not any ordinary bull. He transformed himself into the most magnificent specimen Europa had ever seen. The bull was pure white, its coat shining like snow in the sunlight. Its horns were perfectly curved, and its eyes were gentle and intelligent, being able to mesmerize with the smallest glance. It approached the beach where Europa and her companions played, moving gracefully despite its size. Europa noticed the bull immediately, and while her companions hung back nervously, she approached it without fear, drawn in by its beauty. When she reached out and touched its side, the bull stood perfectly still, gentle and calm. Emboldened, Europa laughed and climbed onto its back, calling to her friends to watch. The moment she settled onto the bull's broad back, Zeus launched himself forward at tremendous speed, running straight toward the sea. Europa clutched desperately at the bull's horns, too shocked to jump off, and before she knew what was happening, they were in the water, the bull carrying her away from everything she had ever known. The coastline of Phoenicia quickly vanished behind them until water stretched endlessly in all directions. Europa could do nothing but cling to the bull's horns, terrified and weeping, certain she was going to drown or be devoured. Finally, when they were far from any land that Europa recognized, Zeus spoke. "Do not be afraid," he said. "I am no mere beast. I am Zeus, king of the gods, and I have chosen you above all mortal women. I am taking you to Crete, the island where I was hidden as a child, where you will be safe and honored. You will bear me sons who will become kings and founders of great nations." Europa's terror did not entirely subside, but it mixed now with awe and confusion. She had been taken by force, certainly, but he was the king of Olympus, and mortals did not refuse the gods. She stopped struggling and simply held on as the bull swam onward. They reached Crete as the sun was setting, the sky painted gold and red. Zeus carried Europa to a quiet grove, transformed back to his true form, and there they stayed. Europa would indeed bear him sons, and they would become some of the most renowned figures in Greek legend. Minos would become king of Crete, famous for his wisdom, ruling over a palace that would one day house the Minotaur. Rhadamanthus would be appointed one of the judges of the dead, and Sarpedon would found cities and establish kingdoms of his own. To commemorate what he insisted on thinking of as love, though Europa might have called it something else, Zeus named the continent on which they now stood Europe in her honor, carrying her name across the ages. He then placed the image of the white bull in the stars, creating the constellation Taurus, so that every generation would remember the day that the king of the gods crossed the sea disguised as a beast. Part 2. Hera. Hera, wife of Zeus and queen of the gods, was the protector of marriage and women. Mortal wives prayed to her for harmony in their households, for healthy children and faithful husbands. She presided over weddings and blessed unions that honored the sacred bonds she represented. In Greek society, she was deeply respected, with her temples numerous and worship widespread. But Hera was also one of the most vengeful gods on Mount Olympus, and this made her a catastrophically poor match for her husband. Zeus's numerous affairs drew her anger like lightning to a mountaintop, and that anger, once kindled, burned with a fury that could destroy cities. She could not strike directly at Zeus, for he was too powerful, and open rebellion against the king of the gods was unthinkable. So instead, Hera directed her rage at his lovers and their children, pursuing them with a determination that made even the other gods uncomfortable. Io. One of Zeus's most insulting acts of infidelity, at least from Hera's perspective, involved Io, a princess of Argos who served as one of Hera's own priestesses. The girl was loyal, devoted to her service, and entirely innocent. None of this mattered to Zeus when desire struck him, with him beginning a series of nighttime visits to Hera's temple, foolishly believing she would not notice. He was wrong. The queen of the gods descended from Olympus to investigate, and Zeus, seeing her approach, began to panic. He transformed Io into a beautiful white cow, hoping this crude disguise would fool his wife. When she arrived, she found him standing there beside the cow, chewing on a reed and attempting to look casual, as if he often spent time in meadows, admiring cattle. Hera was not fooled for a moment, but she was clever enough not to confront Zeus directly without proof. Instead, she smiled and complimented him on the magnificent white cow. "Dear husband," she said sweetly, "what a beautiful cow you have there." "Oh, this cow," Zeus patted the beast nervously, "this cow is nothing special at all. It is definitely no cow of mine." "Is that so?" Hera's smile widened. "Then you would have no problem if I took it, would you?" Zeus felt his stomach drop. He was trapped, for to refuse would only confirm Hera's suspicions. He had no choice but to present his wife with Io, still trapped in bovine form, and watch as Hera led her away. Hera knew her husband would attempt to rescue his lover, but had no intention of making it easy for either of them. She placed Io under the guard of Argus Panoptes, a giant with 100 eyes scattered across his body. The perfect guardian, Argus never fully slept, for even when resting, half his eyes remained open. He tied Io to an olive tree by day and locked her in a stable by night, never allowing her a moment's freedom, constantly watching to ensure Zeus could not approach. Zeus watched from Olympus, overwhelmed by guilt and helplessness. To intervene directly would be to invite Hera's wrath, but he could not simply abandon Io to eternal imprisonment. Finally, he summoned Hermes, the messenger god, and commanded him to free the unfortunate princess. Hermes was clever, and he understood that Argus could not be defeated through force, his 100 eyes allowing him to see and react to any strike before it landed. So instead, Hermes disguised himself as a simple shepherd and approached Argus as a friend, sitting down beside him to share stories and pass the time. He carried his pipes, and as the day wore on, he began to play. The music was soft and sweet, gentle as a lullaby, and gradually Argus began to relax. One by one, his eyes began to close. First a dozen, then 24, then 50, then 90. Hermes continued playing, his music never wavering, watching carefully as the last few eyes drooped shut. When the 100th eye finally closed, Hermes acted instantly. He drew his sword and struck off Argus's head in a single blow. The giant died without waking, and Io was free. Hera discovered the murder almost immediately. She mourned Argus's loyalty, and to honor his service, she took his 100 eyes and set them in the tail of a peacock, her favorite bird. To this day, peacocks display those distinctive eye spots on their magnificent tails, each one a remnant of Hera's loyal servant. But Io's freedom did not end her torment. Hera, enraged by Hermes' interference, sent a gadfly to pursue the girl. The insect was small but relentless. It followed Io everywhere, stinging her constantly, driving her to run endlessly, never stopping, never finding rest. Still trapped in bovine form, Io fled across the known world, her desperate flight giving names to the places she passed. She ran along the coast of a sea that would later be named the Ionian Sea in her memory. She crossed a strait between Europe and Asia that would forever after be called the Bosphorus, meaning ford of the cow. She wandered for years, suffering constantly, until finally she reached Egypt, so far from Greece that even Hera's power could not easily reach her. Zeus descended at last and restored Io to her human form. He could not undo the years of suffering, but he could at least end the punishment. Io bore Zeus a son, Epiphus, who would become king of Egypt. Through him she became the ancestor of many of Greece's greatest heroes, including Perseus and Heracles. The priestess, who had been transformed into a cow, became the founding mother of heroism itself, though the price she paid for that honor was terrible, beyond measure. Part 3. Apollo and Artemis. Leto, Zeus's sixth wife, had been a Titaness, and she had given Zeus twin children who had become two of the most powerful Olympians. But being the mother of gods did not protect her from Hera's jealous rage. When the queen of the gods discovered that Leto had spent a night with Zeus and now carried his children in her womb, her fury was absolute. She sent the great serpent Python, a monstrous creature that had terrorized the earth since ancient times, to hunt Leto down and prevent her from giving birth. The serpent pursued her relentlessly, driving her from place to place and never allowing even a moment of rest. Leto fled across the entirety of Greece in her desperation, her pregnancy growing more difficult with each passing day, searching frantically for somewhere safe to deliver her children. But Hera's reach was long. She decreed that no land could offer Leto shelter. No city could take her in. Any place that dared to provide refuge for Zeus's pregnant lover would face the queen of the gods' wrath, a risk none were willing to take. Leto travelled from Athens to Crete, from Lemnos to Samos, begging for sanctuary, but every door closed before her. Finally, on the brink of despair, she came to Delos, a barren, rocky island adrift in the Aegean Sea. Delos was so poor and insignificant that it barely registered in Hera's attention, but even this tiny island hesitated to defy the queen of the gods. But Leto had nowhere else to go, and so she made the island's people a promise. If Delos would shelter her and allow her to give birth, her son Apollo would honor the island forever. He would make Delos his sacred place, build temples there and bring pilgrims from across the Greek world. The barren rock would become a center of worship known throughout Greece. Delos, with little to lose and everything to gain, agreed. Leto finally had her sanctuary. But Hera was not finished with her persecution. Even as Leto's labor began, Hera enacted her cruelest plot yet. She trapped Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, and her own daughter on Mount Olympus, preventing any births from taking place throughout the world. And so Leto's labor continued, agonizing and endless, but still the children would not come. For 9 days and 9 nights, Leto suffered on Delos. The pain was unrelenting, her body racked with contractions that led nowhere, the twins trapped within her, unable to enter the world. She cried out for help, but there was no help to give. Hera had ensured that this torture would continue until Leto died or went mad, whichever came first. Finally, the other goddesses could no longer bear to witness such suffering. They gathered together and offered Hera a bribe, a necklace of gold and amber, beautiful enough to tempt even the queen of the gods. In exchange, they begged her to release Eileithyia. Hera, satisfied that she had made her point, finally relented. Alethea descended from Olympus and arrived on Delos. The moment she stepped onto the island, Leto's labour resumed properly. First came Artemis, a daughter, emerging into the world as dawn broke over the Aegean. Then, with the newborn child's help, for even as an infant Artemis possessed the power to assist in childbirth, Apollo was born as the sun reached its zenith. The twins had arrived, and they would grow to become two of the most powerful and complex gods on Olympus. Apollo would embody light, music, prophecy, and healing. Artemis would rule over the hunt, the moon, wild places, and virginity. Both would be deadly archers, and both would remember forever how their mother had suffered because of Hera's jealousy. Niobe. The birth of the divine twins was cause for celebration across the Greek world. Cities held festivals in their honour, with sacrifices made at newly constructed altars. The city of Thebes hosted the grandest celebrations of all, its streets filled with music and dancing for days on end. However, the city's queen, a woman by the name of Niobe, refused to participate. Her beauty was matched only by her arrogance, and when her subjects approached her, urging their queen to make offerings to Leto, she laughed at them. "Why should I honour Leto?" she called back. "She has only 2 children. I have 14, 7 sons and 7 daughters, each one more beautiful than the last. If anyone deserves worship, it is I, not some titaness who birthed just 2 children." The crowd fell silent, horrified by her words. To compare oneself to the gods was the height of hubris, and to claim superiority over them was to practically invite retribution. Sure enough, word quickly reached Leto on Delos. The goddess who had suffered so terribly to bring her children into the world was in no mood for mercy. She summoned her children, already grown to their full divine power, and sent them to Thebes. The twins descended upon the city like a storm. Apollo found Niobe's 7 sons practicing athletics in the gymnasium. He drew his golden bow and loosed arrow after arrow, striking down each and every one of them. Niobe heard the commotion and ran from the palace. She found her sons dead or dying, with her earlier arrogance shattering into grief and horror. But her daughters were still alive, 7 girls huddled together in the palace. "Please," she begged, looking up at the sky where the twins loomed ominously. "Please, I spoke with foolish pride. I see my error. I will honour Leto above all others. I will make offerings at her altar every day for the rest of my life. Only spare my daughters. Let me have something left." But the lesson had not been fully taught. Artemis raised her silver bow and sent her own arrows flying. The 7 daughters fell, one after another, struck down in the palace halls, until all 14 of Niobe's children lay dead. Niobe knelt among the bodies of her children, her pride utterly destroyed, her arrogance burned away, leaving only despair. She could not speak, she could not move, she simply knelt there, tears streaming down her face. For days she remained frozen in grief, neither eating nor drinking, unable to accept what had happened. Finally she left Thebes, her mind broken, wandering without direction until she found herself back in her homeland of Sipylus in western Anatolia. There, still weeping, still unable to process the enormity of her loss, she collapsed on a mountainside. Zeus took pity on her and granted her the only mercy she could still receive, an end to consciousness. He transformed her into stone where she lay, her body becoming part of the mountain itself. There Niobe remains to this day, a rocky outcrop on a mountainside, her face still visible in the stone's contours. The locals call it the Weeping Rock, for when rain falls and seeps through the porous rock, Niobe can still be seen crying to this day, grieving eternally for her lost children. Apollo. Apollo, the younger of the twins by moments, became one of the most complex figures among the Olympians. He was the god of light, though not the sun itself. That role still belonged to Helios. But Apollo embodied illumination in a broader sense: clarity, reason, and truth, the light that dispels confusion and ignorance. He was the god of music, carrying his golden lyre and leading the muses in their songs. Under Apollo's patronage, poetry and song flourished among mortals, and the greatest bards of Greece would invoke his name before performing. Most importantly, Apollo was the god of prophecy. The ability to see the future, to know what had not yet occurred, belonged to him more than to any other deity. And it was in pursuit of establishing his oracle that Apollo committed his first great act of vengeance. Delphi. Python, the great serpent that had pursued his mother at Hera's command, had made its home on Mount Parnassus in central Greece, the same mountain where Deucalion and Pyrrha had survived the great flood. The creature was ancient and enormous, its coils spanning entire hillsides, its presence poisoning the land around it. When Apollo came of age, he took his golden bow, descended from Olympus, and hunted the serpent across the mountain slopes. The battle was fierce. Python was old and powerful, a creature from the era before the Olympians rose to power. But Apollo was patient, loosing countless arrows, each one finding its mark, until finally the great serpent collapsed, its massive body stretching across the mountainside. Where Python died, Apollo built a temple. Yet the location was significant beyond mere symbolism. Deep beneath the temple, geological faults released vapors from the earth, ethylene gas, though the Greeks did not know to call it that, which rose through cracks in the rock. Apollo established his oracle there, appointing a priestess called the Pythia, named in honor of the serpent he had slain. The Pythia would sit upon a tripod placed over the chasm from which the vapors rose. She would inhale the fumes, and they would send her into a trance state, her mind altered, her consciousness opened to receive Apollo's prophecies. In this frenzied condition, she would speak, often in garbled, cryptic phrases that priests would then interpret and deliver to the supplicants who had come seeking divine knowledge. The Oracle of Delphi became one of the most influential institutions in the Greek world. Kings consulted it before declaring war. Colonists sought its blessing before founding new cities. Even common farmers came with their questions about crops and marriages and the futures of their children. Know thyself, and nothing in excess were inscribed on the temple walls, guiding principles for all who sought Apollo's wisdom. The oracle's pronouncements were famously ambiguous. When Croesus, the wealthy king of Lydia, asked if he should attack Persia, the oracle replied that if he crossed a certain river, he would destroy a great empire. Encouraged, Croesus attacked, only to destroy his own empire, for the Persians crushed his forces and conquered his kingdom. The oracle had spoken truth, but not the truth Croesus expected. Apollo's knowledge of the future was absolute, but he chose to reveal it in ways that tested mortal wisdom and judgment. Daphne. Fresh from his victory over Python, Apollo was filled with pride. He had slain an ancient monster, established his oracle, and claimed his place among the greatest of the Olympians. His skill with the bow was unmatched, or so he believed. When he encountered Eros, the youthful god of love, carrying his own small bow and quiver of arrows, Apollo could not resist mocking him. "What business does a child have with a warrior's weapons?" he laughed. "Your arrows are toys compared to mine. I have slain Python with countless shots. What great deed have you accomplished with your little bow?" Eros was furious, although he did not respond with words. If Apollo wanted to learn the power of his arrows, then he would receive a demonstration he would never forget. The young god followed Apollo to the river Peneus in Thessaly, where the river god's daughter Daphne often walked. She was beautiful, but she had dedicated herself to Artemis, choosing virginity and the hunt over marriage and domestic life. Eros drew 2 arrows from his quiver. The first had a golden tip, and when he fired it at Apollo, love infected the god like a fever. Suddenly, Apollo's mockery evaporated, replaced by overwhelming desire focused entirely on the nymph walking along the riverbank. The second arrow had a tip of lead, and when Eros fired it at Daphne, it filled her with revulsion, specifically toward Apollo, ensuring that the sight of him would inspire nothing but disgust and fear. When Apollo approached her, his usual confidence had been stripped away, replaced by a desperation that was plain to see. "Please," he called out, "wait! I mean you no harm. I'm Apollo, a god of Olympus. Please, let me speak with you. Let me show you the depth of my love." Daphne saw a god approaching with desire in his eyes, and terror seized her. She ran. Apollo, consumed by Eros's spell and convinced that if he could only speak with her properly she would understand his love, gave chase. Running with the speed of a god, Apollo quickly gained on the frightened nymph, drawing closer with every step. "Father!" she cried out, calling to Peneus, "please help me, save me from this." The river god heard his daughter's plea. He could not strike Apollo directly. One god could not harm another without severe consequences, but he could transform his daughter to remove her from Apollo's reach entirely. Daphne felt a great heaviness spreading through her limbs as she ran. Her legs became sluggish and difficult to move. She slowed to a halt, and Apollo nearly reached her, his hand outstretched, but before he could touch her, her skin hardened into bark, her arms stretched upward and sprouted leaves, her hair became foliage rustling in the breeze, while her feet drove down into the earth as roots. Apollo stopped, his hand hovering near what had been Daphne's shoulder, but was now a branch. Where a beautiful nymph had stood moments before, there was now a laurel tree, the first of its kind. The god stood before the tree, grief and shame washing over him. He had caused this. His pursuit had driven her to such desperation that she had chosen transformation over his attention. Yet Eros's arrow still burned in his heart, making him love what he had destroyed, a fate that would humble even the mighty god of prophecy. Apollo used his divine power to grant the laurel tree one gift: eternal youth. Its leaves would remain green year-round, never withering or dying, and he decreed that laurel wreaths would crown victors at his sacred games, that his temples would be decorated with laurel branches, and that the tree would be honored above all others. He would carry a laurel wreath wherever he went, keeping Daphne close to his heart, a reminder of love pursued so recklessly that it destroyed what it sought to claim. Hyacinthus. But Apollo's romantic tragedies did not end with Daphne. Some years later the god encountered Hyacinthus, a Spartan prince renowned throughout Greece for his extraordinary beauty. Yet Apollo was not the only divine being captivated by the young prince. Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, had also been courting Hyacinthus for some time. But when Apollo arrived with all his golden radiance and divine charm, Hyacinthus was captivated. The prince chose the god of light over the god of wind, and Zephyrus was forced to watch as the object of his affection turned his attention elsewhere. Apollo fell deeply in love, and this time his affection was returned. They spent long days together, hunting in the mountains, practicing athletics, and making music. For once, Apollo's love brought joy rather than fear, with the god the happiest he had been in all his immortal life. But Zephyrus watched them with growing bitterness. He had loved Hyacinthus first. He had been patient and respectful, everything Apollo had failed to be with Daphne, and still he had lost to the golden god, who seemed to win everything without even trying. One afternoon, as Apollo and Hyacinthus were throwing the discus, laughing together in the countryside, the west wind decided to strike. If he could not have Hyacinthus, then Apollo would not either. As Apollo hurled the heavy disc, Zephyrus blew hard, catching it mid-flight and redirecting it toward the youth he had once loved. The heavy bronze disc struck Hyacinthus in the head with a sickening thud. Apollo rushed to the fallen prince, desperate, calling upon every healing power he possessed. He tried to close the wound, to stop the bleeding, even calling upon his father Zeus for help. But the injury was too severe. Hyacinthus died in Apollo's arms, with the god powerless to help him. From the blood that spilled on the ground, Apollo made a flower grow, the hyacinth. In this way, the prince's name would live on, bringing beauty to the world in the flowers that bloomed each spring. Asclepius. Apollo fathered numerous children across the centuries, but among them all one would stand out for both his gifts and his misfortune. Asclepius was born to the mortal woman Cronus, but before the child's birth, Apollo discovered that Cronus had been unfaithful to him. In his rage he had killed her, but at the last moment, as her body burned on the funeral pyre, he cut the unborn child from her womb and saved him. Apollo gave Asclepius to the centaur Chiron, a wise teacher who would raise many of Greece's greatest heroes. Under Chiron's tutelage, Asclepius learned the healing arts, soon proving to have a skill at medicine unmatched by any other. He could cure any disease, mend any wound, and treat any ailment. His reputation spread across Greece, and people came from every corner of the world seeking his help. But Asclepius made the mistake of succeeding too well. He was so skilled that soon he could even resurrect the dead, restoring life to those who had already crossed into Hades' realm. This could not be tolerated. Death was meant to be final, the one certainty that governed mortal existence. If the dead could be brought back at will, the entire cosmic order would collapse. Hades complained to Zeus that the underworld was being deprived of souls, and Zeus, recognizing the danger, struck down Asclepius with a thunderbolt. Apollo was devastated. His son had committed no crime except being too skilled in the art of healing, a profession that benefited all. In his grief, Apollo killed the Cyclops, the craftsman who had forged Zeus's thunderbolt, reasoning that without them, Zeus could not strike down anyone else Apollo cared about. This act of revenge could not go unpunished. Zeus nearly cast Apollo down to Tartarus alongside the Titans, but Leto interceded, begging for mercy for her son. After much deliberation, Zeus finally relented, but would still impose a punishment. Apollo would serve as a mortal shepherd for a year, tending the flocks of King Admetus of Pheræ. He would be stripped of his divine powers, experiencing firsthand the fragility and hardship of mortal life. After Apollo completed his servitude and returned to Olympus, he found that Zeus's heart had softened under Leto's many pleas. The king of the gods resurrected Asclepius and granted him immortality, transforming him into the god of healing and medicine. But the new god was forbidden from raising the dead. He could heal the living, but once someone had crossed into Hades' realm, they must remain there. Asclepius went on to father many children who continued his legacy. His daughter Hygiene became the goddess of cleanliness and preventative health, and from her name we derive our word hygiene. His temples, called Asclepia, became healing centers throughout the ancient world, where the sick would come to sleep, hoping the god would visit them in their dreams and reveal the cure for their ailments. Artemis. Artemis, the elder twin, was in many ways her brother's opposite. Where Apollo represented civilization, music, and prophecy, the ordered intellectual aspects of divinity, Artemis embodied wildness, instinct, and independence. She was the goddess of the hunt, running through the forests with her pack of hunting dogs, her silver bow always at hand, utterly without mercy toward those who displeased her. She was also the goddess of the moon, complementing her brother's association with light. She shared dominion over the moon with Selene, the Titaness who drove the lunar chariot across the heavens each night. Selene was the moon's physical embodiment, but Artemis commanded its spiritual essence, the power that drew the tides, the nocturnal hunts, and the women who gave birth beneath its silver glow. From childhood, Artemis had made her wishes clear to Zeus. She asked for eternal virginity, the permission to never marry, and the freedom to roam wild places. Zeus granted all three requests, and Artemis became one of three virgin goddesses on Olympus, alongside Athena and Hestia. But where Hestia's virginity was peaceful and Athena's pragmatic, Artemis's was fierce. She protected her chastity with violence, and anyone who violated it or even witnessed it accidentally faced terrible punishment. Actaeon. The hunter Actaeon, grandson of the famous hero Cadmus, was both skilled and successful, possessing 50 hunting dogs that obeyed his every command. He was pious enough to honor Artemis and make offerings before his hunts, but piety alone does not protect mortals from tragic accidents. One hot afternoon, after a successful morning hunt, Actaeon's dogs chased a deer deep into the forest. Actaeon followed, pushing through underbrush and around trees until he emerged into a hidden grotto where a clear pool sparkled in the sunlight, and there, bathing in the pool, surrounded by her nymphs, was Artemis. She was naked, vulnerable in a way goddesses should never be seen. The nymphs shrieked and tried to shield her with their bodies, but Actaeon had already seen. For a frozen moment, hunter and goddess stared at each other, both shocked, neither moving. Actaeon had not sought this. He had not come looking for the goddess. He had simply followed his dogs and stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time. But intent did not matter. He had seen Artemis naked, witnessed what no mortal man was permitted to see, and there could be only one response. Artemis threw water at him, and where the droplets struck his skin, transformation began. His nose stretched into a snout, his ears grew long and moved to the top of his head, antlers erupted from his skull, and his hands became hooves. His body shrank and reshaped until where a man had stood, a deer now stood in his place. Actaeon tried to cry out, to apologize and try to explain, but all that emerged was a deer's frightened bleating. And then he heard them, his own dogs, 50 beasts he had trained himself, responding to the sound of prey. They came crashing through the underbrush, baying with excitement, having caught the scent of a deer. Actaeon ran. His new deer body was fast, but his dogs were trained hunters, and they knew these woods as well as he did. They pursued him with the same dedication he had taught them, the same refusal to quit that had made them successful. They caught him at the edge of a clearing. The lead dog leapt and brought him down. The others followed instantly, and 50 sets of jaws tore into him. Actaeon died as he had killed so many animals before, brought down by the pack, suffering the same terror and pain he had inflicted on countless prey. Artemis watched from the tree line, unmoved by Actaeon's suffering. He had seen what he should not have seen. The punishment was just. She returned to her pool to finish bathing, leaving the hunter's torn body as a warning to anyone else who might violate her privacy. Orion. There was only one man who ever caught Artemis's attention, testing her vows of celibacy as none would before or after. Orion was a giant, a great hunter who stood taller than any mortal man, with his skill with a bow and spear rivaling even Artemis's own. Artemis encountered him while hunting and was immediately taken by his abilities. Here was a hunter who understood the wild as she did, who moved through the forest with the same natural grace, who could track prey by the smallest signs. They began hunting together, ranging across Greece, and for the first time in her immortal life, Artemis found herself drawn to a companion who could match her in the pursuits she valued most. Their hunts stretched longer, their conversations deepened, and Orion's confidence grew with each successful kill. One day, overcome by his own success, Orion made a boast that would prove fatal. "I am the greatest hunter alive," he declared to anyone who would listen. "I could hunt every creature on earth, kill every beast that walks or flies or swims. I could empty the entire world of animals if I so choose." The words reached Gaia, the earth herself, mother of all living things. When she heard a mortal was threatening to slaughter her children, her anger could not be contained. From beneath the earth, she summoned a massive scorpion, its carapace black as night, its stinger dripping with a venom that could kill even the gods. The scorpion found Orion on a beach in Crete. He drew his weapons and fought bravely, his spear striking the creature's shell again and again, but the armor was too thick. The scorpion's pincers caught him, and its stinger plunged into his back. Artemis arrived too late. She found Orion dying on the sand, the venom already spreading through his veins. She knelt beside him, but there was nothing she could do. The poison was beyond even divine healing. When Orion died, Artemis took his body and placed it among the stars as a constellation, forever hunting across the heavens. And she placed the scorpion there too, as Scorpius, eternally pursuing the hunter across the sky. On summer nights, you can watch Orion rise in the east and set in the west, and as he disappears below the horizon, Scorpius rises behind him, forever chasing, the pattern of that fatal hunt repeated endlessly in the stars above. Part 4. Athena. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, had entered the world in the most unusual way imaginable. Born fully grown from Zeus's head after he swallowed her mother, Metis, she had emerged already armoured, already wise, and prepared to take her place among the Olympians. She became one of the 3 virgin goddesses of Olympus, alongside Artemis and Hestia, dedicating herself not to marriage, but to the pursuits of the mind and the art of warfare. But her approach to war was nothing like her half-brother, Ares, who revelled in bloodshed and chaos. Athena valued strategy over slaughter, discipline over rage. She was the goddess generals prayed to before battle, the deity who favoured cunning over brute force. Beyond warfare, Athena's gifts to humanity were numerous and lasting. She was credited with inventing mathematics, teaching mortals how to work with numbers and measure the world around them. She created the first loom and became patron of weavers and craftsmen. Potters shaped their clay under her watchful eye, while shipbuilders constructed their vessels according to principles she had revealed. Civilization itself, in many ways, owed its advancement to Athena's guidance. But for all her wisdom and all her gifts to humanity, Athena was also a proud goddess, being quick to anger when her honour was challenged. Those who competed with her or insulted her achievements learned that wisdom and cruelty could exist in the same divine heart, and that the goddess who helped heroes could also destroy mortals who overstepped their bounds. The contest for Athens. After her birth, Athena looked down at the mortal world, searching for a city she could claim as her own. She quickly noticed a city in eastern Greece that had no patron deity to protect it and receive its worship. The city was prosperous, well-positioned, with a high rocky outcrop that would make a perfect acropolis, a sacred space for temples and sanctuaries. This city, she decided, would be hers. But Poseidon had noticed the same thing. The god of the seas saw the city's excellent harbour and its potential as a naval power. He, too, wanted to claim it as his own, to be honoured there as the primary deity. The dispute between uncle and niece grew heated, and, to prevent open conflict, Zeus decreed that there would be a competition. Each god would present a gift to the city, and its citizens would vote to determine their patron. The citizens gathered at the base of the rocky outcrop, looking up at where the 2 gods stood, with the rest of the Olympians watching from above. Poseidon went first. He raised his trident high and struck the rock with a tremendous force. The earth shook, a crack appeared in the stone, and from that crack burst a spring, water surging upward in a fountain that caught the sunlight and created rainbows in its spray. The citizens gasped, impressed by the display of power. Water was life, after all, and a spring in the city would be valuable beyond measure. But as some of the citizens approached to taste the water, their expressions changed. The water was salty, drawn up from the sea by Poseidon's power. It could not be drunk or used to water crops. It was impressive to look at, certainly, but ultimately useless for the city's actual needs. Then Athena stepped forward. She did not raise her spear or make any dramatic gestures. She simply knelt and placed her palm flat against the earth. Where her hand pressed the soil, something began to grow. A shoot emerged, then a trunk, then branches spreading wide, leaves unfurled, silver-green and rustling in the breeze, and within moments the first olive tree stood where nothing had been before, its branches heavy with fruit. The citizens approached slowly, uncertain what they were seeing. Athena picked the fruit from the branches and showed them how to press the olives to extract oil. This oil, she explained, could be used for cooking, for fueling lamps, for medicine, and for perfume. Not only this, but the wood of the tree was hard and useful for building, while the leaves could feed livestock. And unlike Poseidon's spring, which would produce the same salty water year after year without change, the olive tree would produce fruit annually, a renewable gift that would continue giving long after the initial planting. The choice was obvious. The citizens voted unanimously for Athena's gift. The city took her name and became Athens, destined to become the intellectual and cultural centre of Greece, home to philosophers and playwrights, democracy and law. The olive tree she planted remained on the Acropolis, sacred and protected, and soon olive trees spread across the entire Greek world, becoming essential to all aspects of life. Arachne. Athena's skill at weaving was legendary. She had invented the loom, with tapestries created under her guidance considered the finest in existence. When mortals wanted to honour her, they often did so by weaving intricate cloths depicting her victories and virtues, offering these works at her temples as the highest form of flattery. In Lydia, there lived a young woman named Arachne, whose talent at the loom was extraordinary. She could weave images so lifelike that birds would fly down to peck at the woven flowers, thinking them real. Her tapestries were sought after across the Greek world, and people travelled great distances to watch her work or commission pieces. But talent brought pride, and pride brought foolishness. When people praised Arachne's weaving, she began to believe she had surpassed even divine skill. "I am the greatest weaver in existence," she boasted. "My work exceeds even that of Athena herself. If the goddess doubts me, let her come and prove her superiority." When word of these boasts reached Olympus, Athena descended to Lydia without hesitation. She did not come in her true form. Instead, she disguised herself as an old woman, hunched and grey-haired, leaning on a walking stick. She found Arachne in her workshop, surrounded by admirers, and spoke in an aged voice. "Young woman, I have heard of your great skill, but I have also heard your boasts. Take advice from one who has lived for a long time. Pride comes before a fall. Apologize to Athena, beg her forgiveness, and perhaps she will show you mercy." Arachne laughed at the old woman. "Who are you to lecture me? I speak only the truth. My skill is unmatched. If Athena disagrees, let her face me in competition instead of sending old crones to scold me." The disguise fell away. The old woman straightened, growing taller, her grey hair turning dark, her aged face becoming young and terrible in its beauty. Athena stood revealed, her grey eyes cold with anger. "You wish to compete with me?" the goddess said. "Very well. We will each create a tapestry. Let the work speak for itself." 2 looms were set up side by side. Both weavers took their places. For hours they worked in silence, their fingers flying across the threads, patterns emerging with breathtaking speed and complexity. Athena wove a tapestry depicting the contest for Athens, showing her victory over Poseidon, her olive tree growing strong and fruitful. In the 4 corners she added warning scenes, mortals who had challenged gods and suffered for their hubris, each one transformed or destroyed as punishment for their arrogance. The message was clear. Arachne, either blind to the warning or too proud to heed it, chose a different subject. She wove scenes of the gods' misdeeds and failures. Zeus transforming animals to seduce mortal women, Poseidon's assaults on unwilling nymphs, Apollo's romantic failures. Every divine scandal and shame she could think of, she depicted in exquisite detail. Her tapestry was technically flawless, each figure perfectly rendered, every divine disgrace composed with artistic brilliance. When both tapestries were complete, they hung side by side for judgment. When Athena stepped back to examine Arachne's work, what she saw made her blood run cold. To display the gods' misdeeds and failures so openly was unthinkable, an insult from which there was no forgiveness. But what truly angered Athena, what made her rage reach levels it never had before, was that Arachne's work was undeniably better than her own. The composition was flawless, the needlework immaculate, with Athena's piece almost bland in comparison. "You wanted to prove your skill," Athena said, her voice dangerously quiet. "You have succeeded. Your work is—" She paused, struggling to get the words out. "Superior to mine." For a moment Arachne smiled, thinking she had won. "But you have forgotten," Athena continued, "that skill without wisdom is worthless, and you have just demonstrated spectacular foolishness." Her hand rose, divine power crackling around her fingers. "You should have let me win." Athena's fury exploded. She tore Arachne's tapestry from the loom, ripping it to shreds, destroying the masterpiece in seconds. Arachne cried out, reaching for her work, and Athena seized the weaving shuttle and struck her across the head with it. Once, twice, 3 times, Arachne fell to the floor, stunned and bleeding. But death would be too merciful. As Arachne lay there, her body began to change. It shrank, her limbs multiplying, her torso becoming round and compact. Where a young woman had sprawled moments before, the first spider now huddled in fear. "You wished to weave for eternity," Athena said to the spider. "So you shall. You and all your descendants will weave beautiful creations, but they will be destroyed as quickly as you make them, blown away by wind or swept aside by brooms. Your name will live on, though. Every spider and web spinner will be called Arachnid, so that mortals never forget what happens to those who challenge the gods." The spider that had been Arachne scuttled into a corner, already beginning to spin, unable to stop herself. And from that day forward, spiders have woven their webs with the same skill Arachne possessed in life, creating patterns of geometric perfection, only to watch them destroyed again and again for the rest of time. Part 5. Poseidon. Poseidon, brother of Zeus, ruled the seas from his magnificent palace beneath the waves. The palace was built of coral and pearls, its halls filled with the treasures of 1,000 sunken ships. From this underwater kingdom, Poseidon commanded all the waters of the earth, the endless oceans, the roaring rivers, and the quiet lakes hidden in mountain valleys. He was known as the Earth Shaker, for with a single strike of his trident against the ocean floor, he could create earthquakes that toppled cities and reshaped coastlines. When he travelled across his domain, he rode in a golden chariot, pulled by hippocampi, creatures with the front halves of horses and the back halves of fish, their hooves striking the waves and leaving trails of foam in their wake. As he passed, the waters would calm or rage according to his mood, and sailors learned to read the sea carefully, knowing that Poseidon's temper was as changeable as the tides themselves. He had taken Aphrodite, a sea nymph and daughter of the Titan Oceanus, as his queen. She ruled the seas beside him, her power over the oceans calm, nearly as great as his power over its storms. But like his brother Zeus, Poseidon's eye wandered constantly to other women, nymphs, goddesses, and mortals alike. And Aphrodite learned to live with a husband whose desires were as vast and restless as the sea itself. Poseidon's temper was legendary, with him being as volatile as the sea he ruled. He held grudges with the intensity of a whirlpool, never forgetting a slight, never forgiving an insult. Those who offended him could expect punishment not just for themselves, but for their children and their children's children. The Curse of Minos. One of Poseidon's most terrible punishments would take place on Crete, the largest Greek island located south of the mainland. Minos, king of Crete, had prayed to Poseidon for a sign that would prove his right to the throne over his brothers. Poseidon answered by sending a magnificent white bull from the sea, an animal so perfect that everyone who saw it recognized it as a gift from the gods. The agreement was simple. Minos would sacrifice the bull back to Poseidon as an offering of gratitude and respect. Minos took the throne as Poseidon had intended, but when the time came to sacrifice the white bull, the king could not bring himself to do it. The animal was too valuable, too impressive to kill. Surely, Minos reasoned, Poseidon would not miss one bull. The god must have more important concerns than tracking every sacrifice. He kept the white bull for himself and sacrificed a lesser animal from his own herds, hoping the god would not notice or would not care. But Poseidon noticed, and he cared. The god's revenge was both creative and horrifying. He could have struck Minos down with an earthquake or drowned his fleet. Instead, he chose a punishment that would bring lasting shame to the king's household. He made Minos's wife, Queen Pasiphae, fall desperately in love with the white bull. The curse was absolute. Pasiphae's desire was overwhelming, her urges impossible to resist. In her madness, she sought out Daedalus, a renowned inventor and craftsman, and begged him to help her. Daedalus, unable to refuse a queen's command, no matter how disturbing, built a hollow wooden cow covered in real hide. Pasiphae climbed inside, and the white bull, deceived by the construction, mated with what he believed was a real cow. From this union came the Minotaur, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. The child was monstrous and violent, with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Minos, horrified by what his wife had borne and what it revealed about his broken oath, ordered Daedalus to build a labyrinth beneath the palace, a maze so complex that nothing could ever escape from it. There he imprisoned the Minotaur, feeding it criminals and captives, hiding his shame in the darkness below his throne. Poseidon's message was clear. Break your oaths to the gods, and the consequences will haunt your bloodline for generations. The creature would remain in its labyrinth for decades, until a young Athenian hero named Theseus came to slay it. Part 6. Aphrodite. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, had the strangest birth of all the Olympians. When Cronus castrated his father Uranus and cast the severed genitals into the sea, Aphrodite rose from where the flesh landed, born not of a mother's womb, but from violence and ocean spray. This made her older than Zeus and all the Olympians who had come to rule from Mount Olympus. She commanded love in all its forms, from the most passionate desires to the tenderest of affections. When she wished it, the most devoted spouse would stray. When she blessed a union, even the unlikeliest lovers would find happiness together. Both mortals and gods fell under her influence, for love answered to Aphrodite alone, and she wielded that power with a mixture of generosity and mischief that made her both beloved and feared. She was often accompanied by her son Eros, the young god of desire, who carried a bow and arrows that could pierce any heart. Where Aphrodite represented love's broader power, beauty, attraction, and the bonds between people, Eros embodied its most immediate and uncontrollable aspect, sudden, overwhelming desire. His golden-tipped arrows caused helpless infatuation, while his lead-tipped arrows created revulsion. Together, mother and son moved through the world like artists with a canvas, painting love and heartbreak across the lives of mortals and immortals alike, sometimes for noble purposes, sometimes simply because it amused them. Narcissus. Among mortals, few attracted as much attention as Narcissus, a young man whose beauty was so extraordinary that people would stop in the street simply to watch him pass. Eros, at Aphrodite's direction, shot his golden arrows into the hearts of countless admirers, men and women both, who found themselves helplessly drawn to him. But while Narcissus had been blessed with great beauty, he had been burdened with even greater vanity. He knew his own worth and found everyone else lacking by comparison. When admirers confessed their love, he mocked them. When they offered gifts, he turned them away with cruel words. He took pleasure in rejection, in watching others suffer for wanting what he would never give. Love, to Narcissus, was something other people felt, a weakness that he was fortunate enough to lack. One day he encountered the nymph Echo in the forest. She had been following him for weeks, working up the courage to speak to him, rehearsing what she might say. But Echo suffered under a terrible curse, one that made conversation impossible. The curse had come from Hera. Zeus, as always, had been pursuing nymphs in the forest, and Echo had deliberately delayed Hera with endless chatter, distracting the queen of the gods with stories and gossip, while Zeus's lovers escaped. When Hera finally realized the deception, she punished the talkative nymph with a terrible curse. Echo could no longer speak her own words. She could only repeat the last words spoken to her, being forever unable to initiate conversation. When Echo finally approached Narcissus, stepping out from behind a tree where she had been watching him, he noticed her immediately. "Who is over there?" he called out. "There," Echo repeated, her voice soft and sad. "Come here," Narcissus commanded. "Here," she replied, stepping closer, hope rising in her chest. "Why do you follow me?" he demanded. "Follow me," she echoed, reaching out toward him. Narcissus understood then what was happening, and he laughed, the sound cold and mocking. "I would rather die than let you touch me," he said, and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the forest. "Touch me," Echo whispered to his retreating back, the words breaking her heart. She fled into the mountains, devastated by the cruelty of loving someone who mocked her so mercilessly. She stopped eating or sleeping, no longer caring whether she lived or died. Slowly her body wasted away until nothing physical remained. But her voice survived and can still be heard today. Every echo in every mountain valley, every reflected sound in a great hall or cave is Echo herself, eternally repeating the words of others, forever trapped in the moment of her heartbreak. Her suffering, however, would not go unpunished. Nemesis, goddess of retribution, had been watching. She saw how Narcissus treated those who loved him, how he turned devotion into a joke. Such arrogance demanded punishment, and Nemesis decided the punishment should fit the crime perfectly. The next time Narcissus walked through the forest, Nemesis guided his steps to a clear pool hidden among the trees, its water so still it reflected like polished metal. Thirsty from his walk, Narcissus knelt at the water's edge to drink. And there, in the reflection, he saw the most beautiful face he had ever encountered. The young man looking back at him was perfect. Every feature was flawless. The eyes were deep and soulful. The face was noble and kind. For the first time in his life, Narcissus felt what all his admirers had felt: overwhelming desire, the desperate need to touch and be touched by someone beautiful. He reached toward the water, and the beautiful face reached back. Their fingers met on the surface, and the image shattered into ripples. Narcissus pulled back, confused, and waited for the water to still. The face returned, smiling at him, and he reached again. Again the image broke. Again he waited. "Please," he whispered to the reflection, "do not run from me. Everyone else has, but not you. You are different. You are perfect." The reflection smiled back, but said nothing. Narcissus could not leave. He tried once, stood up and took a few steps away, but the thought of never seeing that beautiful face again was unbearable. He returned to the pool and knelt there, gazing at the only person he would ever love. Days passed. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He simply stared into the water, begging the beautiful man to step out of the pool and into his arms. Slowly, it began to dawn on him what he was looking at, and why that love could never be fulfilled. "It is me," he said to the reflection. "You are me. I have fallen in love with myself." The reflection looked back at him, sadness falling over its features. "I will never have you," Narcissus said, "and I cannot live without you." He drew a dagger from his belt, took one last look at the beautiful face in the water, and plunged the blade into his heart. He fell forward, the blood spilling onto the earth around the pool, and in moments he was dead. Where his blood touched the soil, a flower grew, white petals with a golden centre, forever bending toward its own reflection in the water. The first Narcissus bloomed there by the pool, and from his name came another word, narcissist, describing those who love only themselves, seeing others as mere mirrors to reflect their own beauty. Adonis. While some mortals destroyed themselves with love, others found themselves destroyed by it against their will, and sometimes even gods discovered that love brought pain they could not control. Aphrodite, who had been the cause of countless love stories across the generations, would find herself caught in one when she fell in love with a mortal man named Adonis. He was a young and gifted hunter, and he caught the goddess's eye like few had before. Aphrodite began to spend more and more time away from Olympus, wandering the mortal world in his company, hunting with him during the day and lying with him at night. For the first time in her existence, Aphrodite felt what she usually inflicted on others, complete devotion. She was unable to think of anything else, neglecting her duties for a few more hours in her lover's presence. The other gods began to notice, although none more than Ares, god of war and Aphrodite's frequent lover. Ares had seen Aphrodite take lovers before. It was something almost inevitable for the goddess of love, but there was something about her relationship with Adonis that made him uneasy. For her to look at another man with such tenderness and affection, and a mortal at that, made his skin crawl. The war god's jealousy burned hot and violent, and he decided that if Aphrodite wanted a mortal lover, she should learn what it meant to love something that could be so easily destroyed. Ares transformed himself into a massive boar and began tracking Adonis through the forest. The young hunter never stood a chance. The boar charged from the underbrush while Adonis was checking his traps, and its tusks tore through his thigh, severing the great artery there. Adonis fell, blood spreading across the forest floor, and the boar disappeared back into the trees. Aphrodite felt the moment it happened. She was on Olympus, speaking with another goddess, and suddenly felt a tightness in her chest that she could not explain. She abandoned the conversation mid-sentence and flew to the forest where she had left Adonis that morning. She found him lying beneath an oak tree, his skin already pale, his breathing shallow. He looked up at her and tried to smile, but his strength would not allow it. Aphrodite knelt beside him, her hands fluttering uselessly over his wounds, trying to heal what could not be healed. She held him as his breathing stopped, and Adonis slipped away into the darkness that claimed all mortal things. The grief Aphrodite felt was profound. She had watched mortals weep over lost loved ones countless times, and finally she understood that pain herself. Looking down at the blood-soaked ground, she touched the earth where his blood had fallen, and a new type of flower began to grow, anemones, red as the blood he had spilled, delicate and beautiful, and lasting only a short time before their petals fell. Every spring they would bloom again, a reminder that beauty was precious, precisely because it could not last forever. Pygmalion's statue. But while some found love and lost it, others spent their lives searching and found it in the most unexpected places. Pygmalion was a sculptor from the island of Cyprus, renowned for his skill in carving marble and ivory into lifelike forms. But for all his talent, Pygmalion was profoundly lonely. He had loved before, and it had always ended badly. He had been hurt enough times that he had given up entirely, resigning himself to a life of solitude, pouring all his passion and energy into his art instead. One day, he began work on a new statue, a woman carved from the purest white marble. He worked without a clear vision of what she should be, simply letting his hands shape the stone according to some instinct deep inside him. Hours became days, days became weeks, and slowly the figure emerged. He carved her face with meticulous care, shaping her slender features, the gentle curve of her cheek, the slight smile on her lips. He worked on her hair for days, each lock carved separately, flowing down her shoulders in waves that looked like they might move in a breeze. Her body was perfect in its proportions, neither too idealized nor too plain, real, in a way his other statues had never been. When he finally stepped back to examine the completed work, Pygmalion felt his heart stop. The woman before him was more beautiful than anyone he had ever seen. But more than that, she looked kind, she looked intelligent, she looked like someone he would want to know, someone with whom he wanted to strike up a conversation and speak with. He began spending all his time in the workshop, sitting beside the statue for hours, holding its cold marble hand and talking to it as if it could hear him. The loneliness he had tried to bury in his work came roaring back, worse than ever, because now he had seen exactly what he wanted and knew he could never find it. He had created the perfect woman, and she was made of stone. Night after night, Pygmalion knelt before the statue and prayed to Aphrodite. "Goddess," he begged, "if you have any mercy, give me a woman like this one. Let me find someone with her kindness and her grace. I am not asking for the impossible. I'm only asking for someone as perfect as what I have imagined." Aphrodite heard his prayers, and they touched something in her that had been raw since Adonis's death. Here was a man who had been hurt by love, but still believed in it enough to pray for it. Here was someone who had created beauty, not to show off his skill, but because he genuinely longed for connection. It was a devotion worth rewarding. One evening, as Pygmalion knelt beside his creation, the statue began to change. The marble grew warm and soft to the touch. Colour spread across its surface, while the stone hair softened into actual strands. When Pygmalion finally looked up and saw the statue's chest rising and falling with breath, he stumbled backward, certain that loneliness had finally driven him mad. But the woman, no longer stone, but flesh and blood, smiled at him, a real smile that moved real lips. "Hello," she said, her voice soft and warm. "My name is Galatea." She stepped down from the pedestal, her hand reaching for his. Pygmalion took it, felt the warmth of her skin, and began to weep. Aphrodite had not simply granted him a woman like his statue, she had brought the statue itself to life, giving him the perfect companion he had created during his lowest moment of loneliness and despair. They would marry, living long and happy lives together, and producing children who would go on to found kingdoms. But in that first moment, when Galatea was newly alive and Pygmalion was holding someone real instead of stone, Aphrodite watched from Olympus and smiled. Sometimes, she thought, love deserved a happy ending. Eros and Psyche. But Aphrodite's capacity for love was matched by her capacity for jealousy. She demanded worship and attention, and when mortals forgot to honour her properly, her revenge could be as cruel as any Olympian's. There once lived a mortal woman named Psyche, whose beauty was so extraordinary that people began to worship her instead of Aphrodite. They would travel from distant lands just to glimpse her face, bringing offerings as if she were divine. Temples to Aphrodite stood empty, whilst crowds gathered around Psyche's home, calling her the new goddess of beauty. Furious, Aphrodite summoned Eros and demanded that he make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature he could find. But when Eros flew down and saw Psyche sleeping, he too was struck by her beauty. He had made countless mortals fall in love, but had never felt the emotion himself. That changed the moment he saw her. Unable to defy his mother openly, but unwilling to harm Psyche, Eros devised a plan that would allow them to be together without Aphrodite's knowledge. Through dreams and oracles, he arranged for Psyche to be taken to a mountain peak and left there as a bride for a mysterious husband. When she arrived, the west wind carried her gently down to a hidden valley where a magnificent palace waited, filled with invisible servants who attended to her every need. Each night, her husband came to her in complete darkness. His voice was kind, his touch gentle, and Psyche grew to love him deeply. But he made her promise one thing: she must never try to see his face. For a time they were happy, but Psyche's sisters, jealous of her good fortune, planted seeds of doubt. "What if he is a monster?" they whispered. "What if he hides his face because he is too terrible to look upon?" Their words ate at her until curiosity and fear overwhelmed her promise. One night, after her husband had fallen asleep beside her, Psyche lit an oil lamp and held it over him. Instead of a monster, she saw the most beautiful being she had ever beheld, Eros himself, the god of love, with golden wings folded against his back. However, in her excitement, Psyche lost her grip on the lamp, with the hot oil falling down onto Eros's shoulder, causing the god to wake up in fright. "You have broken your promise," he said, his voice filled with sorrow. "Love cannot survive without trust." His wings unfurled, and he flew from the palace, disappearing into the night sky. Psyche was left alone in the valley, the palace and its servants vanishing as if they had never existed. Desperate to win back her husband, she began searching for him, travelling from temple to temple, begging the gods for help. But none would assist her, for all feared Aphrodite's wrath. Finally, with nowhere else to turn, she presented herself at Aphrodite's temple, begging the goddess for a chance to see Eros once again. "You dare come before me?" the goddess laughed, delighted to see a rival reduced to begging. "Very well. If you wish to prove yourself worthy of a god, you will complete whatever tasks I set for you." The goddess devised a series of impossible labours. Psyche was forced to sort an enormous pile of mixed grains before dawn, to gather golden wool from a group of violent rams, and to collect water from an unreachable spring. Each time, through cleverness and unexpected help, ants sorting the grains, reeds telling her how to gather the wool safely, and an eagle fetching the water, she succeeded. Aphrodite's anger only grew with each success. Finally, she devised a task she was certain would kill the mortal girl. She held out a small golden box. "Take this to the underworld. Present yourself before Persephone, queen of the dead, and ask her to place a small portion of her beauty inside this box. Then return the box to me unopened." Psyche took the box, despair threatening to overwhelm her, certain that this task would be her end. But then she thought of Eros, of the love they had once had, and forced herself to go forward. Travelling to the underworld, Psyche came to the river Styx, paying Charon, the eternal ferryman, to take her across its black waters. Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of death, would be her next obstacle, but she had come prepared. Taking out a piece of barley cake hidden in her robes, she threw it before the monstrous guardian, slipping by as all three heads fought over the morsel. Finally arriving in the throne room of Hades' palace, she found Persephone waiting for her. The Queen of the Dead understood immediately what Aphrodite was doing, this cruel test designed to kill a mortal girl whose only crime was her beauty. Persephone took the box and disappeared into an inner chamber. When she returned, the box was sealed. "Give this to Aphrodite," she said, "and girl, be wise. Curiosity is a dangerous thing in matters involving the gods." Psyche bowed deeply and began her return journey, moving past Cerberus, across the Styx, and up through the darkness and into the sunlight. But as she walked away from the realm of death, a thought began to form. A fragment of Persephone's beauty was contained in this box. What if Psyche used just a tiny portion herself? Surely, if she appeared more beautiful, Eros would be more likely to forgive her. Just a small amount. No one would notice. She opened the box. Whatever was inside was never meant for mortal eyes. A great cloud rose from the box and enveloped her, and the sleep of the dead took hold. She collapsed onto the path, neither fully alive nor fully dead, trapped in the deathly slumber that had been placed inside. She might have lain there forever, slowly becoming part of the earth, if Eros had not been watching. His love for her had never truly faded, and seeing all she had endured to prove herself worthy of him, his heart finally softened. He descended on golden wings and gathered the sleep back into the box. "Oh, Psyche," he whispered, "you have suffered so much for loving me." He touched her face gently. "Wake up, my love." Her eyes opened. Eros helped her stand and told her to deliver the box and complete her task. When she did, Aphrodite could find no reason to keep them apart any longer. Eros brought Psyche before Zeus and the assembled gods, and they were married properly. Zeus gave Psyche ambrosia to drink, making her immortal so she could remain with Eros forever. And so it was that Psyche, whose name means soul, would become a goddess. In her union with Eros, love and soul would now be forever linked, with their child Hedone, the goddess of pleasure, bringing joy to mortals across the earth. Part 7. Hephaestus. Hephaestus, god of smithing and fire, had the most painful beginning of any Olympian. He was born from Hera alone, conceived by her as revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his own head. But where Athena had emerged perfect and fully formed, Hephaestus came into the world twisted and lame, his legs malformed. Hera took one look at her son and saw only failure. She wanted to prove she could create life as Zeus had, but instead she had produced a crippled child, an embarrassment before the other gods. In her shame, she seized the infant and hurled him from the heights of Olympus before any of the other gods could see, casting him down toward the sea far below. But Hephaestus survived the fall. He plunged into the ocean and sank deep beneath the surface, where he was found by the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynomy. They took pity on the broken, crying infant and brought him to an underwater grotto, a hidden cave lit by volcanic vents, where the water was warm and the stone glowed red with heat. There, in that secret sanctuary beneath the waves, Hephaestus grew up. The nymphs cared for him, and as he matured, he discovered that he had a gift that transcended his physical limitations. He could work metal like no one else. He understood fire and forge in ways that seemed almost instinctive. He began crafting jewelry for his foster mothers, with his skill growing with each passing year, until he became a master craftsman, the greatest the world had ever known. But he never forgot what his real mother had done. The memory of Hera's rejection was a burden he always carried, and when he had finally perfected his art, Hephaestus decided it was time to return to Olympus and claim what should have been his from birth. He crafted a gift for Hera to mark his return, a magnificent golden throne, the craftsmanship more beautiful than anything already on Olympus. He sent it to her ahead of his arrival, and Hera, delighted by such an exquisite gift, and perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt about the son she had cast away, sat upon it immediately. The moment she settled onto the throne, invisible chains sprang from the arms and locked around her wrists. Shackles wrapped around her ankles. She was trapped, held prisoner by her own son's masterwork. The gods tried everything to free her. They pulled at the chains and struck them with weapons, but nothing worked. Only the throne's creator could release her. Zeus, desperate to free his wife, finally decided to send messengers to Hephaestus. The rejected son had conditions. He wanted his own place on Olympus, recognition as one of the gods, and above all he wanted a bride. Not just any bride, but Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess in existence. Zeus agreed without question. Hera was freed from the throne, and Aphrodite found herself married to a husband she had never chosen, bound to a god she felt nothing for. It was perhaps the cruelest irony on Olympus, the goddess of love trapped in a loveless marriage, given away like property to secure another's freedom. Hephaestus took his place among the 12 Olympians and established his workshop beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. There, in a vast forge chamber heated by the volcano's fire, he created wonders that would shape the fate of gods and heroes alike. He crafted Athena's aegis, Hermes' winged helmet and sandals, and the golden chariot that Helios drove across the sky each day. The Romans would know him as Vulcan, god of fire and forge. They said his workshop lay beneath Mount Etna, and when the volcano erupted with smoke and molten rock, it was simply Vulcan at work. The mountain's fury, nothing more than the byproduct of his divine forge. Part 8. Ares. Ares, god of war, was perhaps the most hated deity on Olympus. Where Athena represented strategic warfare and disciplined combat, Ares embodied mindless violence, the bloodlust that turned battlefields into slaughterhouses. He delighted in the clash of armies, taking pleasure in the screams of the dying and the destruction of cities. Even the other gods despised him. Zeus, his own father, openly declared his hatred for his son. The other Olympians mocked Ares constantly and enjoyed playing tricks on him. He was strong, certainly, but he was also rash and easy to manipulate. In the stories of heroes, Ares appears again and again, and almost always he loses, humiliated by mortals and gods alike, who outsmart him or simply prove braver than the god of courage himself. But there was one place where Ares found welcome, in Aphrodite's bed. The goddess of love despised her husband, Hephaestus. She had been given to him against her will, forced into marriage with a god she found physically repulsive. Ares, for all his flaws, was everything Hephaestus was not, handsome and powerful, being almost physically perfect. When Hephaestus was away at his forge, Aphrodite would send for Ares, with the two spending hours together, in pleasures that neither bothered to hide particularly well. Eventually, word reached Hephaestus, with the god feeling the old familiar burn of humiliation and rejection, emotions he had vowed to never let himself be subject to again. He returned to his forge and worked for days without rest. He crafted a net of bronze so fine it was invisible, each link so small and perfectly made that no one could see it, yet strong enough to hold even gods. He carried this net to his bedchamber and suspended it above the bed, concealed among the ceiling beams, with it ready to drop at his command. Then he announced loudly that he was leaving for several days to visit his workshop on Lemnos, making sure that everyone on Olympus heard the news. As expected, Aphrodite sent for Ares the moment Hephaestus was gone. The war god came eagerly, and the two fell into bed together, wrapped in each other's arms. It was then that Hephaestus, who had never actually left, triggered the mechanism. The invisible net fell, wrapping around the lovers, pinning them to the bed in a tangle of bronze mesh that tightened the more they struggled. "Help!" Ares roared, his face red with embarrassment. "Someone help us!" But Hephaestus had already sent word throughout Olympus. The gods arrived one by one to witness the spectacle. Ares and Aphrodite, the god of war and the goddess of beauty, trapped naked in each other's arms, unable to hide what they had been doing. Laughter ran through the halls of Olympus. The gods who had mocked Ares for years found this the greatest joke of all. Mighty Ares, god of warfare, caught in a net like a fish, unable to break free despite all his strength. And Aphrodite, usually so graceful, exposed in the most undignified position imaginable. "Well," Apollo said, grinning, "at least now we know why Aphrodite puts up with him. At least he is good at one type of combat," Athena said with a smirk. "I would trade places with Ares in a heartbeat," Hermes added. "Hephaestus, can you let me in?" A fresh wave of laughter rolled across the heavens. The humiliation went on and on. Hephaestus stood to the side, his face unreadable, letting them laugh, letting them see. Finally, Poseidon stepped forward. He had pursued Aphrodite himself once, before Zeus gave her away, and he understood what it meant to want what you could not have. "Enough," Poseidon said. "Release them. You have made your point." Hephaestus had no desire to challenge Poseidon, and besides, the humiliation was complete. The net loosened and retracted, with Ares and Aphrodite fleeing from the room immediately, the gods laughing as they ran. The affair continued afterward, though more carefully. In time, Hephaestus and Aphrodite reached an understanding. She respected his skill and treated him with courtesy in public. He accepted that forcing someone into marriage did not create love, and stopped trying to possess what could not be owned. They were not happy, precisely, but they were no longer bitter. The marriage had become what many divine marriages were, a partnership of convenience between two powerful beings who had learned to coexist, if not to love. Eos and Tithonus. Aphrodite was not the only lover of Ares. The war god had also carried on an affair with Eos, the titaness of the dawn, she who rose through the sky each morning to clear the path for her brother Helios, allowing the sun to make its daily journey across the earth. When Aphrodite discovered this betrayal, for even gods who cheat grow jealous when cheated upon, she cursed Eos with uncontrollable desire for young mortal men. From that day forward, Eos could not look upon a handsome youth without being consumed by lust, stealing beautiful men from their homes and bringing them to her palace in the sky, keeping them until they aged or died, then seeking new ones to replace them. One morning, her gaze fell upon the city of Troy, where she saw a young prince named Tithonus. She descended immediately, and Tithonus, flattered beyond measure that a goddess had noticed him, fell in love with her, as mortals often did with gods. What began as curse-driven lust slowly transformed into genuine affection, and Eos grew to love him truly. But as Eos grew to love him, she became tormented by a terrible awareness. Tithonus was mortal. He would age, and he would die. War might claim him, or disease, or any of the 1,000 ways mortal lives ended abruptly. The thought became unbearable. So she went to Zeus and begged for a favour. "Make him immortal," she pleaded. "Let him live forever, so I need never lose him." Zeus, in a generous mood, granted the request without question. Tithonus became immortal, his life extended infinitely into the future. But Eos had made a fatal error. She had asked for immortality and forgotten to ask for eternal youth. At first, the change was invisible. Tithonus remained young and handsome, and the years passed happily. But eventually, grey began to appear in his hair, and lines formed around his eyes. He was aging, just as all mortals did, but unlike other mortals, he would never be granted the mercy of death at the end of it all. Decades passed, and Tithonus became bent and frail, his limbs failing, his sight and hearing fading. Every moment was pain or confusion, and immortality meant his suffering would never end. Eos wept at what her request had created. She loved him still, but he had become something pitiable rather than beautiful. She took his fragile body and placed it in a grand chamber in her palace, somewhere safe from the outside world. Years passed, then decades, then centuries. Tithonus withered until he was little more than bones, still alive and aging, unable to die or truly live. His voice, once strong and clear, became a faint, endless chirping, the only sound he could still make. Finally, Eos could endure his suffering no longer. She transformed him into the first cicada, an insect known for its long lifespan and for the noise it makes during the early hours of the morning. To this day, cicadas sing at dawn when Eos rises into the sky. Their sound is a reminder of a prince who loved a goddess and received immortality as a gift, only to discover that living forever is not the blessing that it seems. Part 9. Hermes. Hermes, son of Zeus and the nymph Maia, was born in a cave on Mount Cyllene in Arcadia. He was the messenger god and the patron of travellers, thieves, and merchants, anyone who crossed boundaries or moved between worlds. Hermes travelled with a golden caduceus as a mark of his authority, a staff entwined with serpents and topped with wings. His winged helmet and sandals allowed him to fly between realms, carrying messages from Olympus to the far corners of the earth, and even down to the underworld itself. There he worked alongside Hades, acting as psychopomp, a guide for the souls of the dead, shepherding them as they made their way to the afterlife. But Hermes was most known as being a trickster among the Olympians, delighting in teasing his fellow divinities and playing pranks, with these tricks starting on the day he was born. Hermes was born at dawn. By afternoon he had already escaped his cradle and was wandering the mountainside, and it was here that he noticed a herd of magnificent cattle grazing in a valley. Yet these were no ordinary cows. They were the prized herd of Apollo, god of music and prophecy. Hermes, despite still being an infant, decided he wanted them for himself. He drove the entire herd away from the valley, but he was careful to quite literally cover his tracks. He made the entire herd walk backwards, so their tracks blended into the many tracks approaching the valley rather than those leading away from it. He then hid them in a cave, sacrificed 2 to the gods, and returned to his cradle, looking as innocent as any newborn. When Apollo discovered his cattle missing the next morning, he was furious. He followed the confusing tracks, his prophetic powers helping to guide the way, until he eventually traced the theft to the cave on Mount Cyllene. There he found the infant lying in his cradle, appearing to sleep peacefully. "Where are my cattle?" Apollo demanded. "Cattle?" Hermes said, blinking up at him with innocent eyes. "I am but a baby, born yesterday. How could I steal anything?" Apollo was not fooled, and so dragged the infant before Zeus to settle the matter. But Hermes maintained his innocence with such charm that even Zeus had to hide a smile. Finally, Hermes admitted to the theft, but offered Apollo something in exchange. During his adventure, Hermes had found a tortoise, and with typical inventiveness had fashioned its shell into a new instrument, the lyre. He had strung it with a sheep's gut, and discovered it could produce the most beautiful music when plucked. He offered this creation to Apollo as compensation for the cattle. Apollo, god of music, took the lyre, and was immediately enchanted by its sound. He forgave Hermes for the theft on the spot, declared the infant a prodigy, and the two became the closest of friends. Zeus, impressed by his son's cunning, appointed Hermes as his official messenger, with the child taking his place among the Olympians, having earned his position through trickery on his very first day of existence. Pan. Among Hermes's many children, one would become beloved on Olympus, despite, or perhaps because of, his monstrous appearance. Pan, born to the nymph Dryope, had a human torso, but the legs, hooves, and horns of a goat. His mother fled in terror at the sight of him, but Hermes felt only affection for the strange child, and the gods of Olympus were charmed by his mischief and joyful laughter. Dionysus, god of wine and revelry, fell in love with the child immediately. He declared that the boy should be called Pan, meaning all, for he was beloved by all the gods of Olympus. Pan grew up to become the god of nature and shepherds, watching over flocks and wild creatures, and playing his music in lonely places where few mortals ventured. But, like his father, Pan was known for pursuing nymphs across the land. One such nymph, Syrinx, caught his attention as she danced among the reeds near a riverbank. Pan approached her, declaring his love, but Syrinx wanted nothing to do with the goat-legged god. Terrified by his advances, she ran. Pan pursued her through the marshes, calling out to her, promising he meant no harm, but Syrinx only ran faster. When she reached the edge of a river with nowhere else to flee, she called out to the river nymphs for help. They answered her prayer by transforming her into a bed of water reeds, tall and indistinguishable from all the others growing along the shore. Pan reached the river bank moments later, searching desperately through the reeds, tearing at them in his attempts to find her, but she was gone, lost among thousands of identical stalks. As he stood there in frustration, a breeze blew through the reeds, and they produced a sound unlike anything Pan had ever heard, a beautiful, haunting melody that seemed to carry Syrinx's voice. Inspired, Pan gathered several reeds of different lengths and bound them together with wax, creating an instrument. When he blew across the tops of the reeds, he could produce music, each reed creating a different note. He sat by the river and played a tune in memory of his lost love, and the sound was so beautiful that even the nymphs who had transformed Syrinx wept to hear it. The instrument became known as the Pan pipes, and Pan carried it with him wherever he went, his music echoing through valleys and over hillsides, and from his name came another word, panic, the sudden unreasoning fear that strikes travellers in isolated places, the sense that something wild and unpredictable is watching from the shadows. Part 10. Dionysus. Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, had one of the strangest births of any Olympian, and it began with Hera's jealousy and a mortal woman's tragic mistake. Semele, a princess of Thebes, was beautiful and noble, traits that caught Zeus's attention during one of his visits to the mortal world. He came to her in human form, and they began an affair that resulted in Semele becoming pregnant with his child. But Hera discovered the affair. As always, she could not punish Zeus himself, but she could destroy this mortal woman who had dared to share his bed. She disguised herself as an old nurse and befriended Semele, visiting often, offering advice about the pregnancy and gaining the young woman's trust. Finally, one day she planted a seed of doubt. "Your lover claims to be Zeus," the old woman said thoughtfully, "but how can you be certain? Any man might claim to be a god to seduce a princess. Have you ever actually seen proof of his divinity?" Semele, who had never questioned Zeus's identity, suddenly found herself uncertain. "You should ask him to prove it," Hera suggested. "Ask him to appear before you in his true form, as he appears to Hera on Olympus. If he truly loves you, he will show you his real self." The idea took root. When Zeus next visited, Semele asked him to grant her a wish, anything of her choosing. Zeus, keen to please his mortal lover, would agree, swearing by the river Styx, the most sacred and binding oath any god could make. "Show me your true form," Semele said. "Appear to me as you appear to Hera, in your full divine glory." Zeus's face fell. "Please," he begged, "ask for anything else. That gift will kill you. No mortal can look upon a god's true form and survive." But Semele insisted, and Zeus had sworn by the Styx he could not break that oath, not for any reason. He transformed before her eyes. Lightning crackled around his body and thunder shook the palace. His divine radiance blazed like the sun brought to earth. Semele had time for one scream before the heat consumed her, burning her body to ash in an instant. Zeus stood in the ruins of the chamber, shaking his head as the smoke rose around him. But as he went to leave, he noticed something stirring in Semele's ashes. The child, not yet fully formed but still alive, had been protected by the divine blood in its veins. Zeus cut his own thigh and placed the infant inside, sewing the wound closed with golden thread. For the next 3 months, he carried the unborn child in his own flesh, completing the pregnancy that Semele's death had interrupted. When the time came, he cut the stitches and delivered the baby himself, a son, born alive and healthy from the side of his leg. He named the child Dionysus, the twice-born god, and gave him to nymphs in distant lands to raise in secret, far from Hera's jealous gaze. Pentheus and the Maenads. Dionysus grew to adulthood and began travelling the world, spreading the gift of wine and gathering followers. His worship was unlike any other cult in Greece. His followers, mostly women called Maenads or Bacchae, would drink wine until a frenzy took them, abandoning their homes and families to dance wild in the mountains in worship of the god. Dionysus offered liberation from the constraints of civilized life. In his rites, a slave and a queen were equal. Social inhibitions dissolved, and the careful masks people wore in daily life falling away, replaced by something wild and primal. His followers called him the Liberator, for wine freed them from the rigid social roles of their ordinary lives. But not everyone welcomed Dionysus and his strange new cult. When he returned to his birthplace of Thebes, he found the city ruled by his cousin Pentheus, a young king who valued order and tradition above all else. When Pentheus heard reports of women abandoning their looms and children to drink wine and worship this new deity, he was appalled. But it was not until his own mother, Agave, decided to join the cult that disapproval turned to active hostility. And so, when Dionysus arrived in Thebes, claiming to be a god, Pentheus laughed at him. "You are no god," Pentheus declared. "You're a charlatan who uses wine to corrupt women and undermine proper society. I will not allow your cult in my city." Dionysus offered him multiple chances to recant, to honor him in the way a god should be honored, but Pentheus refused. He arrested Dionysus, threw him in prison, and ordered his soldiers to round up the Maenads by force. The prison, of course, could not hold Dionysus. He freed himself with but a thought and appeared before Pentheus again, this time with a different offer. "You fear what the Maenads do in secret," Dionysus said, his voice persuasive. "Come with me to the mountain. See for yourself what happens in my rites. I will disguise you so they do not recognize you. You can watch safely and return to make an informed judgment." Pentheus, driven by curiosity and the need to gather evidence against the cult, agreed. Dionysus dressed him in women's clothing, for only women were permitted at the rites, and led him to Mount Sithion, where the Maenads were celebrating. But once they arrived, Dionysus called out to his followers, "Women of Thebes! See a man who mocks your worship! See the king who calls your god false! He has come as a spy!" The Maenads, lost in their wine-fueled frenzy, looked up to their king and saw only an intruder threatening their sacred rites. Led by Agave, Pentheus's own mother, they converged on him. Pentheus tore off his disguise and cried out, "Mother, it is me, Pentheus, your son. Do not harm me." But Agave, her mind clouded by the divine madness, saw not her son but a mountain lion threatening their ritual. "Sisters," she called, "a beast has infiltrated our sacred space. Tear it apart!" They fell upon him. Pentheus screamed and begged, called his mother's name again and again, but the Maenads heard only the roar of a wild animal. They pulled him to the ground and began to tear him apart. When the frenzy faded and the wine's influence began to lift, Agave found herself holding something heavy. She looked down, expecting to see the head of the lion she had slain. Instead, she saw her son's face, his expression frozen in terror and disbelief. Her scream could be heard across the valley. The other Maenads, returning to their senses and realizing what they had done, began to weep. It was then that Dionysus appeared among them, no longer disguised. "This is what happens," he said, his voice cold, "when mortals reject the gods. Pentheus denied my divinity. He imprisoned me and tried to suppress my worship. This is the price of his arrogance." He left the women there with their grief and horror, his message clear. Dionysus was not merely the jolly god of wine and parties. He was dangerous. Those who rejected him learned that the god who freed people from constraints could also free them from sanity, with unrestrained ecstasy, driving people to acts they would never commit in their right minds. King Midas and the Golden Touch. Dionysus was not only a god of vengeance and madness, he could also be generous beyond measure to those who honored him and treated his followers well. There was a king in Phrygia named Midas, who ruled a prosperous kingdom but always wanted more. He was obsessed with wealth and gold, desiring to accumulate riches that would make him the envy of other kings. One day his servants found Silenus, a companion and tutor to Dionysus, sleeping drunk in the royal gardens, having wandered away from the god's retinue during a festival. Rather than driving the creature away, Midas treated him as an honoured guest for 10 days, before returning him safely to Dionysus. The god was pleased. "You have shown hospitality to one who is dear to me," he said. "Ask any reward you wish, and I will grant it." Midas did not hesitate. "Give me the power to turn anything I touch into gold." Dionysus frowned, recognizing the danger in such a wish, but he had made his promise. "As you wish." Midas returned to his palace in joy. He touched a pillar and watched it transform into solid gold. He ran his fingers along the walls, the furniture, his clothing, and everything became the precious metal. He summoned guests from across the kingdom to witness his miraculous gift, touching objects to demonstrate his power, watching his wealth multiply before everyone's eyes. After hours of displaying his abilities, Midas grew thirsty and called for wine. His servants brought a cup, but the moment the liquid touched his lips, it hardened into gold. He dropped the cup in alarm and reached for bread instead, but the bread too became gold in his hands. The meat, the fruit, everything he tried to eat or drink transformed the instant it touched him. He could not consume anything. Panic began to set in. Midas dismissed his guests and sat alone in his golden dining hall, surrounded by wealth he could not enjoy, starving in the midst of plenty. His daughter heard him crying and ran to comfort him. "Father, what is wrong?" she asked, reaching out to take his hand. The moment her fingers touched his, they stiffened. Gold crept up her arm like frost spreading across glass. She tried to pull away but could not move. The transformation continued, spreading across her body, turning flesh to metal, until all that remained was a golden statue of a little girl, her arm outstretched toward her father, forever reaching to comfort him. Midas collapsed beside the statue, sobbing. He had wanted wealth above all things, and now his greed had cost him the only thing that truly mattered. He left his palace and travelled to find Dionysus, falling to his knees before the god. "Please," Midas begged, "please take back your gift. I want my daughter back. I want to eat and drink like a normal man. I was a fool to ask for such a thing." Dionysus looked at him with pity. "Go to the source of the river Pactolus," he said. "Bathe in those waters, and your golden touch will be washed away." Midas travelled to the river's source and plunged himself into the cold water. Gold streamed from his body like paint washing away, the divine curse dissolving in the current. When he emerged, he was an ordinary man again, capable of touching without transforming, of eating and drinking like anyone else. But when he returned home, his daughter was as he had left her, a statue of gold, arm still outstretched, still reaching for the father who had turned her to metal with his greed. Midas had his life back, but he would spend the rest of it in a palace with a golden reminder of what his desire had cost him. The river Pactolus, they say, ran rich with gold from that day forward, the precious metal still washing down from its source, where Midas's curse had been cleansed. Part 11. Demeter. Demeter, one of the 12 Olympians and sister to Zeus, was the goddess of the harvest and the cycles of growth that sustained all mortal life. She taught humanity the secrets of agriculture, how to plant seeds, tend crops, and reap what they had sown. Before her gifts, humans had lived as scavengers and hunters, but Demeter transformed them into farmers, giving them the knowledge to work with the earth rather than simply take from it. Under her care, the world existed in eternal spring. Crops grew thick and golden without fail. Orchards bore fruit year-round. Humanity flourished, believing this eternal bounty would never end. But it was not to last. For there was one thing that Demeter loved above all else, one thing that she would gladly sacrifice humanity in order to protect: her daughter, Persephone. Persephone. Persephone, the daughter of Demeter and Zeus, had grown into a beautiful young woman. She knew nothing of darkness or sorrow, living in the eternal spring her mother had created for her. Demeter loved her more than anything in creation, and Persephone loved the world her mother had made. But Persephone had another admirer, one she knew nothing about. Hades, lord of the underworld and brother to Zeus, had seen her during one of his rare visits to the surface. He wanted her as his queen, and Zeus, without consulting Demeter or asking Persephone herself, agreed to the match. What happened next would change the world forever. One day, while Persephone was walking through a meadow in Sicily with her companions, a flower, unlike any she had ever seen, bloomed before her, a narcissus, impossibly beautiful, seeming to call to her. She reached down to pluck it, enchanted by its beauty. The moment she did, the earth split open beneath her feet. A great chasm tore through the meadow, and from that darkness Hades emerged in his black chariot. Before Persephone could scream, before her companions could reach her, he seized her and pulled her down into the earth. The ground closed above them, swallowing her completely, and she was gone, taken forever to the land of death. Demeter heard the cries of her companions and came running. When she learned that her daughter had disappeared, that no one knew where she had gone or what had taken her, terror seized her. She began searching immediately, wandering the earth for 9 days and 9 nights without rest, calling Persephone's name and receiving no answer. Finally, Helios, the sun god who sees all things, took pity on her and revealed the truth. Hades had taken Persephone to the underworld with Zeus's permission, and she now sat as queen of the dead in the realm far below. Demeter's grief turned to rage. Her daughter had been stolen, dragged to a place from which no living thing returned, and her own brother had arranged it without her knowledge or consent. She withdrew from Olympus and locked herself away, refusing to let anything grow until Persephone was returned to her. Without the goddess of harvest, the world began to die. Crops withered in the fields, trees bore no fruit, grass turned brown and crumbled to dust. The eternal spring that had blessed the earth ended, replaced by cold and hunger. Mortals starved as their stores of food ran empty, and nothing new would grow to replace them. The earth itself seemed to be mourning Persephone's loss, and humanity stood on the brink of extinction. Only then, with mortals dying by the thousands, did Zeus intervene. He could not allow all of humanity to perish, for without mortals to worship them, the gods would lose much of their power and purpose. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld with a command: Hades must return Persephone to her mother. Hades agreed, but before Persephone left, he offered her pomegranate seeds, 6 of them, as a parting gift. Still innocent, Persephone ate them, not understanding what it meant. The food of the underworld binds those who consume it to that realm forever. She had sealed her own fate. When Zeus learned what had happened, he was forced to broker a compromise. The pomegranate seeds could not be undone, but neither could the world survive without Demeter's blessings. So it was decreed that Persephone would spend 6 months of each year with Hades in the underworld as his queen, and 6 months with her mother in the world above. For half the year, when Persephone returns to the surface, Demeter's joy causes nature to bloom across the earth. Spring arrives, flowers blossom, and crops grow thick and golden, with the earth bathed in summer's warm light. But when Persephone descends to the underworld for her 6 months as Queen of the Dead, Demeter's grief causes the plants to wither and die, trees lose their leaves, and the land freezes over, with the earth suffering under winter's chill. And so the seasons began, born from a mother's grief and a daughter's fate, an eternal cycle of death and rebirth that will continue as long as the world endures. Part 12. Hades. Of all the gods of ancient Greece, few were feared more than Hades. Yet that fear was born from what he represented, rather than the god himself. For Hades was not cruel or petty like many of his fellow Olympians. He did not demand worship through terror or punish mortals for petty slights. He was stern, yes, and unyielding in his enforcement of death's laws, but he was also fair in ways that Zeus and Poseidon rarely bothered to be. When the three brothers had drawn lots to divide the cosmos after defeating the Titans, Hades had received the underworld, a realm none of the other gods wanted, a kingdom of shadows where no flowers grew and no joy existed. He accepted this burden without complaint, ruling the desolate realm for countless ages. He rarely left his domain, caring little for the petty squabbles of Olympus. He simply did his duty, sorting and keeping the dead, maintaining the natural order that allowed the world above to function. Mortals feared him because they feared death itself, and Hades was death's administrator. But he did not cause death, for that power belonged to Thanatos, the personification of death, who claimed the souls of mortals when their time came. It was for Hades to rule over these souls in the underworld, his vast domain beneath the surface of the world. The rivers and the ferryman. The boundary between the living world and the realm of the dead was marked by the river Styx, a vast black waterway that circled the underworld 9 times. No living person could cross it and return unchanged. Even the gods swore their most sacred oaths upon the Styx, for to break such an oath brought terrible punishment. Waiting at the river's shore was Charon, the ancient ferryman who had tended these waters since the world began. He was a skeletal figure draped in rotting cloth, with hollow eyes that had witnessed countless souls pass into his boat. His task was eternal and simple: ferry the dead across the Styx to the realm beyond. But passage came at a price. When Greeks buried their dead, they placed a coin, an obol, under the deceased's tongue to pay Charon's fee. Those who died without proper burial, whose bodies were left to rot on battlefields, or whose families were too poor to provide the coin, were condemned to wander the shores of the Styx for 100 years before the ferryman would take pity and grant them passage. Beyond the river stood the gates of the underworld itself, massive structures of adamantine that had never been breached, and guarding those gates was Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades. Cerberus was enormous, each of his three heads capable of tearing a man apart, his body covered in dark fur through which serpents writhed. His purpose was twofold: prevent the living from entering the realm of the dead, and, more importantly, prevent the dead from escaping back to the world above. The Judges of Death. Once past Cerberus, the souls arrived at a great plaza where 3 thrones sat upon a raised platform. Here resided the judges of the dead: Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus. All 3 had been kings in life, renowned for their wisdom and justice, and in death the gods had appointed them to weigh every soul that entered the underworld. The judges examined each spirit, perceiving the entire arc of their mortal existence in moments. They saw every deed, every kindness, every cruelty. They knew what each person had done and what they had failed to do, and based on this judgment they directed each soul to one of 3 destinations. Most souls, the vast majority, were sent to the Asphodel Meadows. This was not punishment or reward, simply existence. The meadows stretched endlessly under a grey, sourceless light, and there the spirits of ordinary people wandered without purpose or memory. These were those who had lived unremarkable lives, neither exceptionally virtuous nor exceptionally wicked. They had simply been, and now they simply were, fading slowly over centuries until nothing remained but the faintest echo of who they had once been. After 1,000 years in the meadows, souls were given a choice. They could drink from the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, which would wash away all memory of their previous life. Born anew, with no recollection of what they had been, they could return to the mortal world and live again. The cycle would continue, death and rebirth forever. A rare few were sent to Elysium, the paradise of eternal bliss. These were heroes, demigods, and mortals who had been especially favoured by the gods or who had performed deeds of extraordinary virtue. In Elysium, every pleasure of life could be enjoyed without end. There were feasts and hunts every day, and music and celebration every night. Most souls who reached Elysium chose to remain there forever, rather than risk rebirth into a harsher world. And within Elysium, across a golden shore, lay the Isle of the Blessed, reserved for the greatest heroes of all, those like Achilles and Odysseus, whose fame would never fade. But some souls were sent to Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld, and their fate was far worse than fading into grey obscurity. Tartarus. Tartarus was reserved for the worst of criminals, those who had committed crimes so terrible that even death could not end their suffering. Kinslayers, oath-breakers, those who had defied the gods, all found themselves cast into the burning depths, where the river Periflegethon flowed with actual fire, illuminating the pit with a red glow. This was where the Titans had been imprisoned after their defeat, sealed behind bronze walls and adamantine gates, and this was where mortal souls who violated the most sacred laws joined them in eternal torment. Hades himself designed the punishments, each one tailored to fit the crime. Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, had been the cleverest mortal who ever lived. He had cheated death twice, first by tricking Thanatos into binding himself in chains, then by convincing Persephone to let him return to the surface and refusing to return. He had laughed at the gods, boasting of his cleverness, believing himself above the natural order. For this arrogance he was condemned to push an enormous boulder up a steep hill. Every time he reached the summit, the boulder would slip from his grasp and roll back down. he had to start again, and again, and again, forever trying to achieve what could never be achieved, knowing success was impossible, but unable to stop. Tantalus, a king who had been a son of Zeus, committed a crime even worse. He murdered his own son, Pelops, cooked the boy's flesh, and served it to the gods at a feast to test their powers of perception, wanting to know if they could truly see all things. For this unspeakable act, he stood for eternity in a pool of water up to his waist and fruit-laden branches above his head. But when he bent to drink, the water receded, and when he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted just beyond his grasp. He was eternally hungry, eternally thirsty, with relief perpetually denied. From his suffering came the word tantalize, to be tormented by something just out of reach. The 49 Danaides, sisters who had murdered their husbands on their wedding night, were forced to fill a massive vessel with water, but the vessel had countless holes in its sides and bottom. No matter how much water they poured, it drained away immediately. They would spend eternity attempting to fill what could never be filled, trying to wash away blood that would never come clean. And then there was Ixion, who had murdered his own king and then lusted after Hera at Zeus's own table. For this he was bound to a wheel of fire that spun endlessly through the air. The flames consumed his flesh but could not kill him. His screams echoed through Tartarus, unceasing as the wheel turned on and on through eternity. The Furies, ancient goddesses born from the blood of Uranus and older even than the Olympians, oversaw the torments with their whips and serpent hair, ensuring that the damned could never escape their fate. They were merciless, hunting down those who broke the most sacred of laws, ensuring they would suffer for eternity. Orpheus. But while the underworld was filled with judgment and punishment, Hades and Persephone were not cruel rulers. They understood grief and loss better than most, and occasionally they could be moved to mercy. The greatest example of this came when Orpheus, the most gifted musician in all of Greece, arrived at the shores of the Styx. Orpheus had married Eurydice on a spring morning when the world seemed full of promise. She was a nymph, beautiful and gentle, who had fallen in love with his music before she ever saw his face. Their wedding should have been the beginning of a long and happy life together. Instead, it lasted less than a day. That afternoon, as Eurydice walked through a meadow celebrating her new marriage, she stepped near a snake hidden in the tall grass. It struck her ankle before she saw it. The venom worked quickly, and by the time her companions carried her back to Orpheus, her skin was already cold. She died in his arms as the sun was setting on their wedding day, her last words a whisper of his name. Orpheus's grief shattered the world around him. When he played his lyre, the music was so sorrowful that trees wept sap and rivers slowed in their courses. Unable to accept the loss, he made a decision that bordered on madness. He would go to the underworld and bring her back. When he reached the river Styx, Charon refused him passage, for the living were not meant to cross. But Orpheus played music unlike anything that had ever been heard in that dark place. He played of love and loss, of sunlight and warmth, of all the beautiful things that existed in the world above. The ancient ferryman, moved by what he heard, agreed to take him across. At the gates, Cerberus growled and prepared to attack, but Orpheus played a gentle lullaby, music that spoke of peace and rest. The three-headed guardian sat down, the red glow fading from his eyes, resting all three heads on his massive paws. For the first time in his eternal existence, the god of the dead began to dream, with Orpheus slipping past into the underworld proper. He passed through the grey asphodel meadows, past the judgment seat where the three kings sorted souls, descending deeper until he reached the palace of Hades itself. There, standing before the thrones of the Lord and Lady of the Dead, he begged them to release his wife's spirit. Hades refused immediately. The dead did not return to life. This was the fundamental law of existence, and he did not make exceptions. But Persephone, who knew what it was to be taken from the world she loved, asked to hear his music. Orpheus played for them, and this time his music told the story of his love for Eurydice. He sang of their brief happiness and her death, of the wound her absence had carved in him that would never heal. He sang of loving someone so completely that their loss made the world itself seem meaningless. When the last note faded, Persephone wept. Even Hades looked changed, his stern expression softened by what he had heard. No one had ever made the Queen of the Dead cry. No one had ever reminded the Lord of Death what it meant to feel. "What you ask violates the fundamental law of existence," Hades said finally. "But your music has moved even us. I will make you an offer. One chance and one chance only." The terms were simple and cruel. Eurydice would follow Orpheus back to the surface, walking behind him as they returned through the underworld, but he could not look at her. Not once, not until they both stood in the sunlight of the living world. If he turned, if he looked back even for a moment before they were both fully in the light, she would return to Hades forever. Orpheus accepted. He had no choice. The journey back was torment. He walked in silence, hearing nothing behind him, unable to confirm that Eurydice truly followed. Doubt gnawed at him with every step. What if she had stumbled? What if she was not there at all? But he pressed forward, trusting in faith alone, because faith was all he had. He crossed the Styx again, past the sleeping Cerberus, and began the long climb back to the surface. Soon the darkness began to lessen. He could see the cave entrance ahead, sunlight filtering in, warm and golden. He was almost there, just a few more steps. He stepped out of the cave into the light of the living world, joy overwhelming him. He had done it. Against every law of death he had succeeded. Eurydice was free. He turned around, a smile on his face, ready to embrace his wife. He saw her standing just behind him, more beautiful than he remembered. Relief flooded through him. She was there. Hades had kept his word. But Eurydice was not smiling. Her expression was one of horror. Orpheus stood in sunlight, warm light bathing his back. But Eurydice remained in shadow, still standing within the cave. One more step. She had needed just one more step. "No," she whispered. "Orpheus, what have you done?" He had turned too soon. They must both stand in the world of the living, both be fully in the light. In his overwhelming joy, he had simply forgotten. "Eurydice!" he called out, reaching for her desperately. But she was already fading, pulled back down to the darkness below. The condition had been violated. She belonged to Hades again, and there would be no second chance. "I love you," she said, her voice growing fainter. "I was there the whole time. You just had to wait a little longer." "Eurydice!" he cried, lunging forward, but his hands passed through mist. She was gone, returned to the grey meadows from which she had briefly escaped. Orpheus stood alone in the sunlight, his hands still reaching for something that was no longer there. He had been so close, and he had lost everything in a single moment of joy. Chapter 3. The Age of Heroes. With the gods having established their dominion over the heavens, the earth, and the realm of the dead, a new age was about to begin. This was the Age of Heroes, a time when mortals of extraordinary courage and strength would walk the earth, performing deeds so great that their names would echo through the ages. These were the sons and daughters of gods, blessed with divine blood, but cursed with mortal lives, and their stories would define what it meant to be a hero in ancient Greece. The first of these heroes was a man by the name of Cadmus. Part 1. Cadmus, the founder of Thebes. Cadmus was the brother of Europa, the princess who had been abducted by Zeus in the form of a white bull. When Europa disappeared, Cadmus had set out to find her, searching across the known world for any trace of his sister. For months he wandered, following every rumor and chasing every lead, but Europa had been taken by the king of the gods himself, and no mortal search could ever find her. Desperate for answers, Cadmus travelled to Delphi. The oracle told him his sister was lost forever, but that the gods had other plans for him. He was to follow a sacred cow he would find outside the temple, and where it came to rest, he must found a city. Cadmus followed the creature for days across the hills of central Greece, until it lay down in a fertile valley surrounded by mountains. This was where his city would stand. To sanctify the site, Cadmus needed water from a nearby spring to perform the proper sacrifice. He sent his companions to fetch it whilst he prepared the ceremony. But when the men did not return, Cadmus set out to the spring himself to see what had happened, only to find a scene of horror. The bodies of his companions lay scattered across the rocks, blood and limbs everywhere, and at their centre was a creature unlike any he had seen before. It was a dragon, covered in rows of bronze scales that marked it as sacred to the god of war. Cadmus took up his spear and charged. The dragon lunged, fangs bared, but Cadmus was quicker. He drove the spear deep into the creature's throat, and the dragon thrashed and shrieked as its life poured out onto the stones. As Cadmus stood over the corpse, Athena herself appeared before him. "You have done well," the goddess said, "but this creature was sacred to Ares. You must make amends." She instructed him to take the dragon's teeth and plant them in the earth like seeds. Cadmus did as commanded, pulling the massive fangs from the dragon's skull and pressing them into the soil. Immediately the ground began to churn. Armoured warriors sprouted from where each tooth had been planted, rising fully grown and armed, their eyes empty and their faces set for war. They were the Spartoi, the sown men, and they turned toward Cadmus with weapons raised. But then Athena whispered to him, "Throw a stone among them." Cadmus picked up a rock and hurled it into their midst. The stone struck one warrior's helmet with a clang. Immediately he turned and attacked the man beside him, accusing him of the blow. The second warrior struck back, and within moments all the Spartoi were fighting each other in a chaotic melee. They hacked and stabbed until only 5 remained standing, exhausted and bloody, but finally calm. These 5 survivors became the first citizens of Thebes, the founding families of the city Cadmus would build on that spot. But killing Ares' sacred dragon came with a price. The god of war forced Cadmus to serve him as a slave for 8 long years before his crime could be forgiven. When his service finally ended, Ares was so impressed by Cadmus's loyalty and endurance that he offered him a great honor, the hand of his daughter, Harmonia, in marriage. Harmonia was the child of Ares and Aphrodite, born from the secret affair they had continued over the years. The wedding was a grand celebration, with all the gods of Olympus descending to Thebes to witness the union. But one god arrived with darker intentions. Hephaestus, Aphrodite's husband, had only recently discovered his wife's betrayal and the existence of her illegitimate daughter. At the wedding feast, he presented Harmonia with a gift, an exquisite necklace of gold and jewels crafted with a perfection only Hephaestus could achieve. Harmonia accepted it with joy, never suspecting that the smith god had woven a terrible curse into every link of the chain. The necklace would bring misfortune and tragedy to anyone who possessed it, and it would be passed down through Harmonia's family for generations. Unaware of the curse, Cadmus and Harmonia ruled Thebes in peace for many years. They had 5 children together, 4 daughters and 1 son, and the city prospered under their reign. But eventually, the curse of Harmonia's necklace began its terrible work. One by one, tragedy claimed their children. Their first daughter was Semele, the woman who bore Dionysus to Zeus but died when she saw the god's true form. Another daughter, Agave, became the mother to Pentheus, the prideful king who would make the fatal mistake of banning Dionysus's worship in the city, leading to the god's worshippers tearing him apart with their bare hands. A third daughter, Ino, married a man who went mad and murdered her children, while a fourth, Autonoe, was the mother of Actaeon, the hunter who was transformed into a stag by Artemis and torn apart by his own hunting dogs. The curse passed from generation to generation, each suffering without ever knowing why. Yet of all Cadmus's descendants, of all those who wore that cursed necklace and sat upon Thebes' throne, none would endure a fate more terrible than the 7th king. His name was Oedipus, and his story would become the most famous tragedy in all of Greece. Part 2. Oedipus. Laius, the 6th king of Thebes and a descendant of Cadmus, had everything a man could want: a prosperous city, a beloved wife, and the promise of an heir to one day succeed him. But like so many who came before him, he made the mistake of consulting the oracle at Delphi about his future. The priestess's words were unambiguous and terrible. "Your son will kill you and bring ruin to your house." Laius returned to Thebes with dread in his heart. When his wife Jocasta gave birth to a son, he looked at the infant and saw not a child but a future murderer. He could not bring himself to kill the baby directly, for that would be a crime against the gods, but he could ensure the child did not survive. He summoned a trusted shepherd and gave him orders. "Take the infant to Mount Cithaeron, far from the city, and leave him there to die of exposure. To make certain the child could never crawl to safety, Laius pierced the baby's ankles with a pin, binding them together. The shepherd took the crying infant, its feet already beginning to swell from the wound, and set out for the mountain. But when the shepherd reached the desolate slopes of Cithaeron and looked down at the helpless child, he found himself unable to carry out his orders. Instead, he waited until he encountered a shepherd from the nearby city of Corinth and gave him the child instead. "Take this baby far from here," the Theban shepherd said. "See that he is cared for, but never let him know where he came from." The Corinthian shepherd agreed and brought the infant to his own king and queen, Polybus and Merope, who had long desired a child without any success. They welcomed the baby with joy, and when they saw his swollen, damaged feet, they named him Oedipus, meaning swollen foot, a name that would forever mark him as one who had known suffering from his very first breath. Oedipus grew up in Corinth, believing himself to be the legitimate son of Polybus and Merope. He was strong, intelligent, and quick to anger, traits that would bring him both joy and hardship in the years to come. For a time he lived a good life with his adoptive parents, but all it would take would be a single comment for it to all come crashing down. Attending a feast one evening, young Oedipus would be confronted by a drunk who shouted an accusation for all to hear. "Bastard child! You're no true son of Polybus. Everyone in Corinth knows it but you." The man was quickly dragged away, but the words lodged in Oedipus's mind like a splinter. He asked his parents if he was truly their son, and they assured him he was. But doubt had taken root. When he was unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Oedipus travelled to Delphi to consult the oracle himself. He stood before the priestess in the temple, the air thick with incense, her eyes distant, lost in whatever visions the gods sent her. "Tell me," Oedipus demanded, "who are my true parents?" But the oracle did not answer his question. Instead, she delivered a prophecy that would haunt him forever. "You will kill your father and marry your mother. You will bring ruin and pollution to your family and your city." Oedipus staggered from the temple, unable to shake the words from his mind. He thought of kind King Polybus and gentle Queen Merope, the only parents he had ever known. He loved them both so dearly, and could not bear to imagine the events of the prophecy being played out against them. He made his decision immediately. He would never return to Corinth. If he stayed away from his parents, the prophecy could never be fulfilled. He would go somewhere else, anywhere else, and build a new life far from those he loved. He set out on foot, not knowing where he would go, knowing only that he could never go home. But fate would not let him escape so easily. The road he took led him east, towards Thebes, the true city of his birth, although he did not know it. The road narrowed as it approached a crossroads, a place where three paths met in a rocky junction. Oedipus was walking when he heard the rattle of wheels behind him. A chariot was approaching, and approaching fast, with no intention of slowing. The driver was shouting curses at him, demanding he move aside to clear a path for his betters. Oedipus stepped to the side, but not quickly enough. The chariot thundered past, and, as it did, the passenger, an elderly man with a grey beard and a cruel face, struck Oedipus across the head with his staff, berating him for daring to be in the way. Oedipus's mind clouded with rage. He had committed no offence, he had moved aside, and this arrogant old man had struck him like a disobedient slave. He lunged forward, grabbing the staff and pulling the old man from the chariot. They fought there in the dust of the crossroads, the old man and his guards against Oedipus alone, but Oedipus was strong and well-trained, with him killing them all in his fury, the guards, the driver, and finally the old man himself, beating him to death with the very staff he had used to strike. When it was over, Oedipus stood among the bodies, his hands bloody, his rage giving way to the cold realization of what he had done. He had killed in self-defense, he reassured himself. The old man had struck first. Any man would have done the same in his place. He dragged the bodies to the side of the road and continued on his way, not knowing that the elderly man lying dead in the dust was Laius, the king of Thebes, his true father. The first part of the prophecy had been fulfilled. Oedipus continued along the road until the walls of Thebes came into view, but as he approached the city gates, he saw something that made him stop. The gates were closed and the walls lined with guards, and at the main entrance, perched on a rocky outcrop, was a creature unlike anything he had ever seen. It had the head of a woman, beautiful in a cold and fearsome way, with eyes that held no mercy. Its body was that of a lion, while its back sprouted the wings of a great bird. This was the Sphinx, sent by Hera to punish Thebes for the crimes of its kings. The creature had been terrorizing the city for months, stopping anyone who tried to enter or leave, and asking a riddle. Those who answered incorrectly were torn apart on the spot, with the roads to Thebes now lined with bloody corpses. With no way to pass the beast, trade had all but stopped, with the city slowly succumbing to starvation. The situation had become so desperate that the rulers of Thebes had made a proclamation. Anyone who could destroy the Sphinx would be made king and would marry Queen Jocasta, recently widowed after her husband disappeared on the road to Delphi. As Oedipus approached the gates, the Sphinx turned its unsettling gaze towards him, a vicious smile appearing on its lips. "Another traveller," it purred, its voice unnatural, like a beast mimicking human speech without truly understanding it. "Do you know the price of entry?" "I know," Oedipus said, fighting to keep the fear out of his voice. "Ask your riddle." The Sphinx's eyes shone with delight. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" Oedipus's mind raced, turning the words over, searching for the answer that had eluded so many before him. Morning, noon, and evening. 4 legs, 2 legs, then 3. What creature changed like that? Oedipus felt sweat bead on his forehead. One wrong answer, and he would become another nameless corpse decorating the road to Thebes. Think. Morning, noon, and evening. Maybe these were not times of day at all, but stages. Stages of a life. It was so simple, so obvious, yet all those corpses had failed to see it. Oedipus looked up at the Sphinx and spoke, confidence flooding through him. "Man. The answer is man. In the morning of his life, man crawls on all 4s as a baby. At noon, in his prime, he walks on 2 legs, and in the evening, as an old man, he walks with a cane, a 3rd leg to support him." The Sphinx recoiled in horror, toppling backwards as if it had been hit by an invisible blow. Letting out an inhuman shriek, it threw itself from the rock, plummeting to the ground below, where it hit the stones with a sickening crack. Oedipus had done it. He had solved the impossible riddle and saved the city. The gates opened, and the people of Thebes poured out to celebrate their liberator. They carried him on their shoulders through the streets, cheering his name, calling him savior and hero. Within days he was crowned king, and within weeks he married Queen Jocasta, a woman old enough to be his mother, but still beautiful, with a kindness in her eyes that made him feel safe for the first time since he had left Corinth. He did not know, he could not have known, that Jocasta was his mother. The second part of the prophecy had been fulfilled. For many years, Oedipus and Jocasta ruled Thebes together. They had 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons, with the city prospering under their rule. Oedipus was a good king, known for being just and wise, and he believed he had escaped the prophecy. He had built a new life, far from Corinth, and he was happy. But then the plague came. It started with the crops. The fields withered, and nothing that was planted would grow. Then the livestock began to die. Then the plague reached the people themselves. Children died in their beds. Women miscarried. Men collapsed in the streets without warning. The city that had thrived under Oedipus's rule was dying, and no one knew why. Oedipus sent his brother-in-law, Creon, to Delphi to consult the oracle, but when Creon returned, his face was pale and his message grim. The plague will not end until the murderer of King Laius is found and punished. His blood still pollutes the city. Oedipus was determined to find this murderer. He had never met Laius, for the old king had died before Oedipus arrived in Thebes, but he vowed to discover who had killed him and bring them to justice. He summoned Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, a man who could see the future even though he could not see the present. "Tell me who killed Laius," Oedipus commanded. But Tiresias refused. "Do not ask me this," the old man said. "Let the past stay buried." Oedipus grew angry. "You know who the murderer is, and you won't speak? Are you protecting them?" The prophet's blind eyes turned towards the king. "You are the murderer you seek. You killed Laius, and that is only the beginning of the horror." Oedipus was furious. He accused Tiresias of lying, of conspiring with Creon to steal the throne. He dismissed the prophet and turned to his wife for reassurance. Jocasta tried to comfort him. "Do not trust prophecies," she said. "They are often wrong. Laius was told he would be killed by his own son, but our child died as an infant on Mount Cithaeron. Laius was killed by bandits at a crossroads years later. See, the prophecy was false." But Oedipus had stopped listening at the word crossroads. His heart began to race. "What crossroads?" he asked. "When did this happen? What did Laius look like?" As Jocasta described her first husband, his age, his appearance, the time of his death, Oedipus felt a cold spreading through his chest. Every detail matched the old man he had killed at the crossroads. Oedipus could not believe what he was hearing. For 3 days he locked himself in his chamber, refusing food or water, refusing even his wife's desperate pleas. The city grew worried for their king. On the 3rd day, a guard knocked with unexpected news. A messenger had arrived from Corinth. King Polybus, the man who had raised Oedipus through his youth, was dead. Oedipus rushed to the throne room. "See," he said to Jocasta almost desperately, "the prophecy was wrong. Polybus was my father, and he died of old age. I did not kill him. Perhaps the oracle was mistaken about everything." But the messenger from Corinth, an old shepherd, saw Oedipus's distress and tried to offer comfort. "My lord," he said gently, "you need not grieve so deeply. Polybus was a good man, but he was not your father by blood. I know this because I am the one who brought you to him as an infant. I found you on Mount Cithaeron, your ankles bound and pierced, and carried you to Corinth myself." Oedipus felt his heart sink. "What do you mean? Who gave me to you?" "A shepherd from Thebes," the Corinthian said. "He could not bear to let you die, as he had been ordered. The king and queen of Thebes had commanded the child be left on the mountain to die. They feared a prophecy that their son would grow up to kill his father." The words hit Oedipus like a blow. The king of Thebes, the son prophesied to kill his father, a baby abandoned with pierced ankles. He looked down at his own feet, at the scars on his ankles that had given him his name, Oedipus, swollen foot. Oedipus stood frozen as the truth crashed down upon him. He had killed his father at the crossroads. He had married his mother. His children were also his siblings. Everything Tiresias had said was true. Everything the prophecy had foretold had come to pass, despite every effort to prevent it. Jocasta had realized it too. "No," she whispered, backing away from the man who was both her son and husband. "No, it cannot be," she cried, fleeing from the room. When Oedipus finally regained his senses, he ran after Jocasta, following her trail to the bedchamber that they shared. But when he threw open the chamber doors, he was met with a sight more horrific than any he could have imagined. The woman who was both his wife and mother, who had borne both him and his children, was hanging from the ceiling beam, her lifeless eyes staring back at him. Oedipus fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He cut the body down, cradled it in his arms, and began to rock back and forth, his entire life having crumbled around him. Then his eyes fell on the golden brooches that fastened Jocasta's robe. He took them in shaking hands and drove them into his own eyes again and again, screaming as the blood ran down his face. "I will not see," he cried. "I will not look upon what I have done." Blind and broken, Oedipus was exiled from the city he had saved, driven out as an abomination. Only his daughter, Antigone, chose to go with him. Taking her father's hand, she led the broken man out of the gates of Thebes to an unknown future. For years afterward, Oedipus wandered Greece as a beggar, blind and broken, guided only by Antigone's gentle voice. People spat at him when they learned his name. They called him cursed, disgraceful, an offense to the gods. He had tried to escape his fate and had instead run straight toward it. He had been the solver of riddles, the saviour of Thebes and its wisest king, and all of it had been built on a foundation of patricide and incest that he had committed unknowingly. He died far from Thebes, an old man worn down by suffering, a reminder that no mortal, no matter how clever or determined, can escape what fate has written for them. The curse of Harmonia's necklace had claimed another victim. Oedipus's children would inherit the same doom, with the bloodline of Cadmus destined to end in tragedy. But elsewhere in Greece, other heroes were rising, with new bloodlines emerging that would shape the age of heroes. Part 3. Perseus. Although the House of Cadmus was the first great heroic family, a new line of heroes would soon emerge from the kingdom of Argos, a powerful city between Athens and Sparta. There ruled King Acrisius, a man whose fear would set in motion events that would spawn one of Greece's greatest heroes. Acrisius had no sons, only a daughter named Danae, and this troubled him greatly. When he consulted the oracle at Delphi, she delivered a prophecy that chilled his blood. "Your daughter will bear a son who will kill you." Despite the threat to his life, Acrisius could not bring himself to kill his beloved daughter, but he could prevent her from ever meeting a man. He built a bronze tower with no doors and only a single window, too small to escape from, and locked his daughter inside. But such obstacles meant nothing to Zeus. Looking down from Olympus, the king of the gods saw Danae imprisoned in her tower and saw only another conquest to be had. He transformed himself into a shower of golden light and poured through the cracks in the bronze walls, falling upon her like rain made of sunlight. And from that union, a son named Perseus was born. When Acrisius discovered his daughter had somehow had a child, he was horrified, yet still he could not bring himself to commit direct murder. Instead, he would leave their fate up to the gods, locking both his daughter and grandson in a wooden chest and having it thrown into the sea. The chest drifted for days until the waves carried it to Seriphos, a small rocky island in the Aegean, where a fisherman named Dictys found it tangled in his nets. A kind man, Dictys brought them to his home and raised Perseus as his own son, teaching him to fish and navigate the dangerous waters around the island. But Dictys had a brother, and that brother was a problem. King Polydectes ruled Seriphos and desired Danae as his wife, and, like most kings, he would not take no for an answer. The king's ire grew with each rejection she dealt him, until finally the only thing stopping him from taking what he wanted by force was Danae's son, Perseus, a young man of extraordinary strength who always kept his mother close. Soon the king could think of nothing else but finding some way to rid the island of the boy so he could take the woman he believed was his by right. Finally, after months of scheming, an opportunity would present itself. Polydectes had announced that he was planning to marry and had requested that all the noble young men of the island attend a feast in his honor. Yet when they arrived, Perseus included, Polydectes announced that he would begin the feast by collecting a horse as tribute from all his guests, as was custom. It was a calculated decision, for he knew that Perseus, despite his strength and skill, was but a poor fisherman, and had no money with which to buy such a gift. As expected, when the young men presented their horses, Perseus, embarrassed by his lack of an offering, instead made a rash declaration. "I have no horse, but I could bring you a greater gift. I could—" He paused for a minute, thinking about what he could offer. "I could bring you the head of Medusa, the Gorgon." Gasps rang out around the hall. All had heard of the terrifying creature whose gaze turned men to stone, and all knew that none who had sought her out had ever returned. But King Polydectes only smiled. "I accept. Bring me Medusa's head." Perseus left the feast, knowing he had been manipulated into an impossible task, but honour bound to complete it anyway. But Perseus, as with all of Zeus's children, was never truly alone. As he prepared to leave the island, two figures appeared to him on the shore, Hermes and Athena. "Your boast was foolish, but brave," Hermes said. "The gods have watched you grow, Perseus. Your father cannot openly intervene, for Hera always watches, but he has sent me to help, along with the other god who has an interest in Medusa's fate." Athena stepped forward, her grey eyes cold. "Medusa was once my priestess," she said, the venom clear in her voice. "She defiled my temple and broke her sacred vows. I want her dead, but I cannot kill her myself without appearing petty. You, however, can do it for me." She offered him a shield, polished to such perfection that he could see his own reflection in its bronze surface. "Never look directly at her," Athena warned, "for her gaze turns flesh to stone in an instant. But the reflection in the shield will diminish the curse's power, giving you a few moments to strike before the magic takes hold." Hermes then handed Perseus a sword, the likes of which he had never seen. "Adamantine," Hermes explained, "unbreakable and sharp enough to cut through anything, even a Gorgon's neck." He reached into his travelling cloak and produced a number of items, handing them to the young hero. "Winged sandals," he explained, "so you can fly to where she hides. Hades's helm of invisibility, so you can approach unseen, and an enchanted bag that will contain Medusa's head safely, as her gaze remains deadly even after death." Perseus took the gifts, overwhelmed by their weight and significance. "Where do I find her?" Athena and Hermes exchanged glances. "That knowledge is not ours to give," Hermes said carefully. "Only 3 beings know where the Gorgons hide. The Grei, the Grey Sisters. They are the Gorgons' aunts, and they will not give up the information willingly. You will find them at the edge of the world, where twilight never ends." "And how do I convince them to tell me?" Perseus asked. Athena's lips curved into a smile. "You are a clever young man. You will find a way." The Grey Sisters. Perseus flew west until he reached a place where the light never changed, a perpetual grey twilight that cast no shadows. The landscape here was colourless and desolate, covered in fine ash that stirred in a wind that never quite stopped blowing. He heard them before he saw them, 3 voices arguing in the gloom. "Sister, the eye! I cannot see!" one voice called out. "Wait your turn, I'm still looking," another replied. "But I have been waiting," a third shouted angrily. "You have had it for hours." Perseus descended quietly, the helm rendering him invisible. 3 ancient figures sat hunched around a small fire, their skin grey and papery, their hair long and colourless. These were the Grei, and as Perseus watched, he saw that the sisters shared more than just blood. Between the 3 of them, they shared a single eye and a single tooth, passed back and forth in endless argument. One of the sisters held it now, pressing the yellowed orb into her empty socket and looking around at the barren landscape with an expression of profound boredom. "Nothing," she muttered. "There is never anything to see in this cursed place." "Then give it to me," another sister demanded, reaching out with gnarled fingers. "And the tooth, I'm hungry." The first sister plucked the eye from her socket and held it out. At the same moment, the second sister passed across the single yellowed tooth. For just a moment, as the items exchanged hands, all 3 sisters were blind and toothless. Perseus saw his chance. Creeping forward, he snatched both eye and tooth from the air before either sister could grasp it.
"Where is it?"
one shrieked, her empty hands grasping at nothing.
"Sister, do you see the tooth?" "How could I see the tooth when I don't have the eye?" the first replied. "You must have dropped it."
All three began groping frantically in the grey ash, blind and confused.
"Who has taken them?" the eldest croaked. "Who dares steal from the grey eye?"
Perseus removed his helm, visible now in the gloom. "I have." The three sisters turned their empty sockets towards his voice.
"A man!"
one hissed.
"A thief! Give them back!"
another demanded.
"Return what you have stolen or face our curse!"
"I need something from you first," Perseus said, confident in his power over them. "Tell me where Medusa hides, and I will return your eye and tooth." The three sisters fell silent. Then the eldest spoke, her voice filled with sorrow.
"You seek our niece. She is not what you think. She was beautiful once, kind, before the gods."
"It matters not what she was," the youngest interrupted.
"Tell him and be done with it. We cannot live without our sight."
The eldest relented.
"The Gorgons dwell on the Libyan coast, where the land meets the sea. There is a cave there, marked by statues, warriors who sought glory and found only stone. You cannot miss it."
"Thank you," Perseus said, tossing the eye and tooth back towards them. One sister caught the eye and pressed it into her socket, glaring at him with such hatred that he took a step back.
"You may have what you came for," she spat, "but hear this, son of Zeus. The blood you spill will return to haunt you. We curse you with the fate you deserve."
Perseus felt a chill run through him as he fastened the helm and took to the air, their voices fading behind him as they cursed his name into the grey twilight. The Gorgon's Head. The Grey Eye had sought to protect Medusa, not just because she was their niece, but because they knew her story, one unknown to Perseus and the other heroes that had come to hunt her across the years. Before she became a monster, Medusa had been a woman, humble and kind, and a devoted priestess of Athena. She had sworn a vow of celibacy as part of her service to the goddess, but, as with many attractive young women in Greece, she had caught the attention of a god. Poseidon, upon seeing her one day on the shore, decided he wanted her for his own. Following her back to Athena's temple, he came inside in a great torrent of brine and salt water and forced himself upon her. The temple was ruined, the walls stained, and offerings washed away, with Medusa's vow of celibacy having been broken against her will. Athena was furious at the desecration of her sacred space, but with no way to punish her powerful uncle Poseidon, instead turned her fury on the helpless priestess. She cursed Medusa, transforming her once beautiful features into something monstrous. Her hair became writhing serpents, while her gaze became so horrifying as to turn any who looked upon her to stone. Medusa's two sisters, who tried to defend her, were transformed as well, with the three coming to be known as the Gorgons. Exiled from their homeland, the three sisters found a cave on the Libyan coast, where they tried to hide away in shame. But word soon spread of the terrifying Gorgons, with warriors from far and wide arriving to hunt them for sport and glory, seeing little more than monsters to be slain. As the years passed and men kept trying to kill them, the sisters became more vicious and hostile, with Medusa transforming into the very monster Athena had made her. And so, as Perseus approached Medusa's cave, decades after her transformation, all he saw were the brutal remnants of her kills. The approach was littered with hundreds of stone statues, each one frozen in their last moments of terror. Some of the statues were charging forward with spears raised, while others were begging on their knees, but all had expressions of pure horror etched forever on their features. Perseus donned his helm of invisibility and crept through the statues. Two of the Gorgons paced near the entrance, their serpent hair writhing, but he had little to fear from them, as it was only Medusa's gaze that could turn men to stone. Making his way into the deepest depths of the cave, he finally found her, her serpentine body coiled up among the petrified remains of her victims. Perseus crept forward, using only the reflection in Athena's shield to guide him as he neared, but as he came next to her, a loud crack sounded beneath his sandal. Looking down in horror, he saw a petrified arm snapped in two beneath his foot. The snakes in Medusa's hair looked up and began to hiss. Her eyes began to open. Perseus had but seconds to strike. He swung the adamantine sword in a single arc, guided by the reflection. The blade cut through Medusa's neck cleanly, and her head fell before her eyes could focus. Her sisters shrieked in rage, but Perseus grabbed the head by its serpent hair, shoved it into the enchanted bag, and ran for the cave entrance. As he did, something extraordinary happened. From Medusa's severed neck, two forms emerged. Chrysaor, a warrior born fully armed, and Pegasus, a magnificent winged horse of pure white. These were Poseidon's children, conceived during the assault in Athena's temple, having been growing inside her all this time. Pegasus spread his wings and bolted for the cave entrance. Perseus, with little time to think, ran after the horse. He caught Pegasus just outside the cave and leapt onto his back. The horse didn't resist, taking flight and rising into the sky as Medusa's sisters emerged below, crying out in anguish at the death of their beloved sister. Andromeda. As Perseus and Pegasus soared over the Libyan desert, blood from Medusa's severed head began seeping through the enchanted bag, dripping down onto the sands far below. Where each drop landed sprang serpents of every kind, vipers, asps, and cobras, which would spread across the desert. From that day forward, Libya would be known as a land of serpents, a final curse left by Medusa, even in death. But as Perseus neared the coast, he found himself embroiled in yet another dispute between a mortal and the gods. Queen Cassiopeia of Ethiopia was known far and wide for her incredible beauty, a fact that had seen her arrogance grow to unbearable heights. She had declared herself the most beautiful woman on earth, setting up mirrors about her palace so that she could see her reflection day and night. But it was not enough. Now she had gone further, claiming that her beauty surpassed even the Nereids, the sacred companions of Poseidon, a foolish comment considering her kingdom was built on the coast. Within days, Poseidon had flooded the kingdom, sending the sea monster Cetus to kill its people and prevent any from coming near. When Cassiopeia had desperately consulted an oracle on how to appease the god, her worst fears would be realized when it declared that only the sacrifice of her daughter, Andromeda, would end the attacks. And so it was that Perseus, flying over the coastline, saw a young woman bound to a rock, naked and helpless as the waves washed over her. He descended to investigate, asking the woman her name and story. Perseus listened carefully as she revealed all before responding. "This is unjust," he said. "You should not die for words your mother spoke." "Justice and fate are rarely the same thing," Andromeda replied. "You ride a winged horse and carry a sword. Are you a hero?" "I am trying to be," he said, puffing out his chest slightly. "Then I suppose you have come to fight the monster," Andromeda replied, hope clear in her voice. "Can you kill it?" "I have already killed a Gorgon," Perseus assured her. "A sea monster should be no problem." Without another word, he was up in the air, hiding in the clouds as he watched for the monster to approach. He would not have to wait long. The sea began to churn, then burst open as Cetus erupted from the depths. He was a serpent easily the length of 10 ships, covered in scales black as midnight. The creature rushed towards Andromeda, its massive jaws open, ready to accept the sacrifice. But then Perseus was on him, slashing and hacking at the creature's eyes. Cetus thrashed, confused, trying desperately to find his attacker, but Perseus was too fast, driving his unbreakable sword into fins and gills, cutting at the soft scales beneath its jaws. Finally, Perseus saw an opening and drove his sword deep into Cetus's skull, the light fading from the creature's eyes as it sank back beneath the waves. The monster slain, Perseus freed Andromeda from her chains and took her back to the shore, where the entire city had been watching. Queen Cassiopeia embraced her daughter with tears in her eyes, thanking Perseus for his miraculous intervention and offering him the only thing worthy of such a feat, her daughter's hand in marriage. Perseus accepted, and the two wed that evening. Setting out to Seriphos the following morning, Perseus carried not just the Gorgon's head, but also a wife of his own choosing, with the two ready to start a new life together. But that could wait. For now his mother was still in danger, and Perseus was the only one who could save her. The fate of King Polydectes. When Perseus arrived at Seriphos, he found that things were worse than he had feared. Without Perseus to oppose him, King Polydectes had turned to violence to force Danae to wed him. She had fled with the fisherman Dictys, seeking refuge in the temple of Athena, sacred ground even the king would not violate. But over a week had passed, and the two had run out of supplies, with it only a matter of time before they had to choose between starvation and submission. Perseus saw the commotion from the sky as he approached, flying directly to the temple which the king's soldiers had surrounded. Jumping off his steed, he sent Pegasus and Andromeda away to safety before turning to the king and his guards. "I have returned," he announced, holding up the bloody bag. "I have the gift you requested." Polydectes laughed nervously, clearly unnerved at seeing the boy arrive on a winged horse. "You expect me to believe you killed Medusa? No, you lie. You must be gods." He gestured to the men around him. "Kill this liar." The soldiers began to creep forward. Perseus was strong, but taking on 24 armed men was too much, even for a son of Zeus. But he did not need to. Reaching down into the enchanted bag, he pulled out Medusa's head, shielding his eyes as he held it out before him. Polydectes' expression shifted from contempt to horror as his skin hardened to stone. The guards rushed forward to stop Perseus, but it was too late. Within seconds, Medusa's gaze had done its work, with the chaos of the final confrontation forever immortalized in stone. Perseus returned the head to his bag and opened the doors to the temple, finding his mother and Dictys inside. The three of them embraced, laughing and weeping together, finally free from Polydectes' tyranny. The next few weeks were filled with joy. Perseus introduced his new wife to his mother and, forever grateful to Dictys for protecting his mother, made the old fisherman king of the island, with his reign to be marked by peace and prosperity. His journey over, Perseus returned the gifts the gods had given him to Athena's temple, alongside Medusa's head, for he no longer had any need of it. Athena, upon retrieving the head, decided she had not finished with her old priestess. She took the head and affixed it to her aegis, the divine breastplate she wore into battle, where it would stay forevermore. Medusa, who had suffered so much in life, would find no peace even in death. Whenever Athena went to war, Medusa would come with her, her terrifying gaze breaking the minds of men who dared to oppose the goddess. The prophecy fulfilled. With his mother safe, Perseus decided to return to Argos, the land of his birth, hoping to learn the truth of his past and make peace with his grandfather. He took Andromeda and Danae and flew to the city, one final trip on Pegasus before the creature departed to Olympus, where the gods still had plans for the divine horse. But when they arrived, Perseus quickly discovered that his grandfather, Acrisius, had abandoned the throne and fled when news had arrived of his grandson's return, still fearful of the prophecy learned years ago. Although he was disappointed that he would not be able to meet his grandfather, Perseus decided he still wanted to make himself known in his homeland, with a local athletic tournament being the perfect opportunity to win himself glory. As the tournament began, Perseus would win event after event, the blood of Zeus showing true. Perseus, however, had still not learnt his own strength, and when it was his turn in the discus competition, he launched it with all his might. The discus flew farther than anyone had ever thrown, sailing over the field and into the crowd of spectators. A cry went up. Someone had been struck. Perseus ran towards the commotion and found an old man lying on the ground, blood seeping from a wound on his temple. It was Acrisius. He had been watching in disguise. Despite his fear, he had returned to see his grandson compete, and as he watched Perseus win challenge after challenge, he had even begun to cheer. "That's my grandson!" he had cried out. "Have you ever seen a discus thrown like that?" They were the last words he ever spoke. Fate could not be denied. Despite every precaution, the imprisonment and banishment of his family, his desperate attempts to hide, the oracle's prophecy had still been fulfilled, and Acrisius had been struck down by his grandson in the very moment he finally accepted him. Perseus was distraught when he realized the truth and knew he could not remain in Argos. The killing of family, deliberate or otherwise, polluted not just the killer, but the entire community. Instead, he travelled north and founded his own city, a place called Mycenae. With the help of the Cyclops, he built walls with such enormous stones that later Greeks would call them Cyclopean walls, believing no ordinary humans could have moved them. It was from this city that Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek forces during the Trojan War, would one day rule, amassing more wealth and power than any king had before him. But for now, Perseus ruled from Mycenae. He and Andromeda had many children, and their descendants would rule the region for generations, kings and queens tracing their lineage back to the blood of Zeus. And one day, many years later, one of these descendants would give birth to a son who would become the greatest hero Greece had ever known. That son's name would be Heracles, and his story would become famed throughout the world. But before that great champion was born, before his labours shook the world, there was another hero whose tale served as a warning about the dangers of pride. His name was Bellerophon, and his rise and fall would be inextricably linked to the winged horse that Perseus had set free. Part 4. Bellerophon. Not all heroes were destined for glory. Some rose high only to fall further, their pride becoming the instrument of their own destruction. Such was the fate of Bellerophon, a man who would learn that the gifts of the gods could be taken away as easily as they were given. Bellerophon was the grandson of Sisyphus, the king who had cheated death twice and now spent eternity in Tartarus pushing a boulder up a hill. Perhaps arrogance ran in the blood, as Bellerophon inherited his grandfather's fatal flaw, the belief that cleverness and courage could elevate a mortal to the level of the gods. He was a prince of Corinth, strong and skilled in combat, but his life took a dark turn when he accidentally killed a man during a hunt. Fleeing his homeland, he sought refuge with King Iobates of Lycia. The king received him with courtesy, as guest friendship demanded, but privately, Iobates had received a letter suggesting that Bellerophon was dangerous and should be disposed of. The king, however, could not kill a guest directly, as that would violate sacred law, but he could send Bellerophon on a quest so dangerous that death would be almost certain. There was a monster terrorizing the countryside, a creature so terrible that no warrior had ever returned from facing it. The Chimera was a nightmare made flesh. The unnatural merger of three creatures, it had 2 heads, one of a lion and one of a goat, with a venomous serpent for a tail. Worst of all, it breathed fire, incinerating anyone who came close enough to attack. It had been ravaging the Lycian countryside for months, burning fields and devouring livestock, with the kingdom having reached its breaking point. Bellerophon eagerly accepted the quest, not knowing it was meant to be his death sentence. But he was not entirely without help. He consulted the seer, Polyeidos, who told him what he must do. "You cannot defeat the Chimera on foot. You need to attack from above. Go to Athena's temple tonight and sleep there. She may grant you what you need." That night, as Bellerophon slept in the temple, Athena appeared to him in a dream. "You seek to kill the Chimera," Athena said bluntly. "I do, my lady," Bellerophon replied, "but I do not know how." Athena held out a golden bridle, the headgear used to control a horse, intricately wrought with a skill that could only have been divine in origin. "The winged horse Pegasus drinks from a spring on Mount Helicon. He is wild and proud, and though Perseus once rode him, the horse has never been bound to any mortal. But this bridle will allow you to claim him as your own." When Bellerophon woke, the bridle lay beside him. He travelled to Mount Helicon, found the spring exactly as Athena had described, and there, drinking from the crystal-clear water, was Pegasus. The horse was magnificent, his coat pure white, brighter than fresh snow. When he saw Bellerophon approaching, Pegasus reared back, ready to take flight, but Bellerophon moved carefully, speaking softly, holding the golden bridle where the horse could see it. There was something about the bridle, some divine enchantment woven into it by Athena, that put Pegasus at ease. He lowered his head and allowed Bellerophon to slip the bridle over his ears. The moment it was in place, the bond was formed. Bellerophon climbed onto his back, and together they took to the sky. Soaring over mountains and valleys, with Bellerophon experiencing a rush unlike anything he had felt before, it was not long before they arrived at the Chimera's lair. The monster had made its home in a cave on a rocky mountainside. The ground was scorched black for miles around, littered with the charred bones of men and cattle. As Bellerophon and Pegasus descended, the Chimera emerged, all 3 heads turning up at once. It was even more terrible up close. The lion's head roared, flames licking from its jaws, while the goat shrieked and the serpent spat venom through the air. The creature was massive, easily the size of 4 horses, and its eyes burned with a hunger that promised no mercy. As the hero drew near, the Chimera breathed a torrent of fire, a roaring column of heat that would have incinerated Bellerophon had it hit, but Pegasus was fast, darting aside, wings beating powerfully as they climbed higher. Bellerophon drew his bow and loosed arrow after arrow, striking the Chimera's flanks, but the creature's hide was thick, the arrows causing frustration more than damage. He needed a different approach. The beasts seemed most vulnerable where the different creatures attached to each other, but they were too well guarded to be shot from afar. If he wanted any chance of taking the monster down, he would have to risk everything by getting close. Drawing his spear, Bellerophon urged Pegasus into a dive. He steadied his arm as they fell. He knew he only had one chance to get this right. They plummeted towards the Chimera at terrible speed, and at the last moment, Bellerophon drove the spear down with all his strength into the creature's back, between the shoulders where the goat's body met the lion's neck. The Chimera shrieked, a sound like metal tearing. It thrashed and bucked, trying to throw off the spear, but Bellerophon held on, driving it deeper. Finally, with one last shuddering breath, the monster collapsed, its flames guttering out, its serpent tail going limp. Bellerophon landed beside the corpse, breathing hard, covered in sweat and ash. He had achieved the impossible. He had killed the Chimera. When he returned to King Iobates, the king could scarcely believe it. He sent the hero on more impossible quests, but Bellerophon succeeded in every task, always with Pegasus at his side. His fame spread across Greece. People spoke of him in the same breath as Cadmus and Perseus. They called him God-blessed, a man singled out by the immortals for greatness. And soon enough, Bellerophon began to believe them. He had killed the unkillable Chimera. He had defeated armies. Was he not extraordinary? Was he not worthy of recognition from the gods themselves? The more he thought about it, the more the idea took hold. Perhaps he was meant to sit among the gods. Perhaps they were waiting for him to claim his rightful place. One morning, Bellerophon climbed onto Pegasus's back and turned the horse's head toward the sky. "Take me to Olympus," he said. Pegasus hesitated. The horse's ears flicked back, uncertain, but Bellerophon urged him on, and the horse, bound by Athena's bridle, began to climb. They flew higher than they had ever flown before. The world became small, the mountains like wrinkles in cloth, the seas like pools of water. The air grew thin and cold, yet still they climbed, heading toward the realm of the gods. Zeus, sitting on his throne, watched the mortal approach. His expression darkened. The gods had not summoned this man. He had not been invited. He was simply a mortal, a proud, arrogant mortal, who thought he could fly to Olympus uninvited, as if the halls of the gods were open to anyone with a winged horse. Zeus raised one hand, and a tiny creature appeared in the air before Pegasus, a gadfly, no larger than a fingernail. The insect darted forward and stung Pegasus on the flank, causing the horse to rear back in shock. The gadfly stung again, and Pegasus flailed in confusion, his wings folding, his body twisting. Bellerophon, caught completely by surprise, lost his grip and fell. He screamed as he plummeted through the sky, watching Pegasus disappear above him. The ground rushed up to meet him, fields and rocks, and finally a dense thicket of thorn bushes that broke his fall but tore his body to shreds. Bellerophon did not die. Perhaps that would have been kinder. He survived, his body battered and broken, his eyes pierced by thorns, leaving him blind. When farmers found him days later, they did not recognize the broken, bleeding man as the great hero who had killed the Chimera. For the rest of his life, Bellerophon wandered Greece as a blind exile, spurned by the gods and forgotten by the people who had once celebrated him. He had flown higher than any mortal, and he had fallen further than most could imagine. The price for comparing oneself to the gods. Pegasus, meanwhile, completed the journey to Olympus. Zeus claimed the winged horse for himself, and from that day forward, Pegasus served the king of the gods, carrying his thunder and lightning across the heavens. The horse that had once belonged to no one now belonged to Olympus, and there he would remain for all time, a reminder that even the most wondrous gifts were never truly ours to keep. Part 5. Heracles. Zeus looked down from Mount Olympus and saw a Greece consumed by chaos. Cities burned, kingdoms fought endless wars, and monsters prowled the land. A few heroes had already emerged, Cadmus, Perseus, and Bellerophon, but they were not enough to take on all the dangers threatening the world. What Greece needed was a champion with divine blood, a hero strong enough to face what ordinary men could not. Zeus naturally decided to father this hero himself. When selecting the mother, his gaze settled on Alcmena of Thebes, a descendant of Perseus who would provide a strong bloodline. He approached Alcmena in the form of her husband, and the child was conceived that very night. When Zeus returned to Olympus, he proudly swore an oath that he would make the next descendant of Perseus the ruler of Tiryns and the most powerful king in Greece. The Olympians accepted his decree without question, all except for one. The insult was too much for Hera to bear. For countless generations she had put up with Zeus's unending infidelities, but this was too blatant, too insulting for her to ignore. She would make him suffer for this, and the tool of her revenge would be the very oath he had sworn. As Alcmena's pregnancy neared its end, Hera commanded Ilithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to delay the birth. For 7 agonizing days, Alcmena labored in terrible pain, while Hera used her power to speed up a different pregnancy in Tiryns. A queen there, also carrying a descendant of Perseus, gave birth prematurely to a boy named Eurystheus. When Heracles finally emerged, hours later, it was too late. Zeus was bound by his sacred oath to give the kingship to Eurystheus, the first descendant of Perseus to be born, weak and cowardly though he would grow up to be. But Zeus devised his own revenge. One night he stole into Hera's bedchamber and placed the infant Heracles on her breast while she slept. The baby nursed hungrily, absorbing her divine power, her immortal essence strengthening his muscles beyond those of any mortal. When Hera finally awoke, she threw the baby from her chest in a fit of rage, causing her divine milk to spray across the heavens in a great arc, the droplets crystallizing into countless stars. This became the Milky Way, a permanent reminder of her humiliation written across the night sky. That very night, Hera decided to end this feud once and for all, sending 2 venomous serpents into the nursery where Heracles slept. They reared over his cradle, fangs bared, but when they lunged, baby Heracles seized one in each fist, giggling as he crushed them with his divine strength. When Alcmena rushed in, drawn by the baby's laughter, she found him holding 2 dead snakes, shaking them around like toys. Furious at seeing her plans foiled yet again, Hera made a solemn vow. If she could not kill Heracles directly, she would ensure his life was filled with unbearable suffering. The madness of Heracles. Growing up in the city of Thebes, Heracles developed into a young man of incredible strength and skill. For a time, he lived a happy life, marrying the Theban princess Megara and filling their home with the laughter of 3 healthy sons. But Hera was watching. The queen of Olympus looked down with venom in her heart. The child who had stolen her divine power now prospered with a loving family and the adoration of an entire city. This insult could not stand. The time had come to destroy Heracles in a way that no amount of strength could prevent. When Heracles returned home one afternoon, he found his door hanging off its hinges. Drawing his sword and rushing inside, he would find 3 massive creatures prowling about his home, fanged and covered in scales, with his family nowhere to be seen. Rage consumed Heracles at the sight of them. He threw himself at the creatures, crushing the skull of one against the stone floor while strangling another with his bare hands. Even after they stopped moving, he continued striking, driven by a fury that seemed to come from outside himself. Only when his arms grew too heavy to move did the rage finally fade, and with it Hera's illusion lifted from his eyes. The monsters vanished like smoke. Where the hideous creatures had been, now lay his family. Megara was sprawled near the fountain, her skull crushed. His eldest son lay by the doorway, his throat bearing purple finger marks, and against the wall was his youngest boy, his twisted body barely recognizable. Heracles fell to his knees among the bodies, unable to stand. His wife and children lay dead before him, killed by his own hands. Everything he had built, everything he loved, was gone. And worse was coming. The Furies would hunt him now, those ancient spirits of vengeance who pursued all those who murdered their own king, relentless and unforgiving. There was only one place where he might find atonement: the oracle at Delphi, the sacred shrine where Apollo spoke through the priestess. Arriving at the ancient temple, Heracles knelt before the Pythia and begged to know how he could atone for what he had done. The priestess inhaled the sacred smoke and fell into a trance. When she spoke, her voice carried Apollo's judgment, though Hera had poisoned the prophecy with her magic. "You must serve King Eurystheus of Mycenae as a slave for 10 full years. Whatever he commands, you must obey. Only if you complete this service will the Furies cease their hunt, and your soul be made clean." Heracles stood silent. So this is what he was reduced to? Serving Eurystheus, the weak, cowardly king who had stolen his birthright by Hera's trickery. The irony was not lost on him. But outside the temple he could hear the Furies circling, their wings beating against the night, waiting for him to refuse. He had no choice. He bowed his head in acceptance and began the long journey to Mycenae, where his cousin waited to give him his first impossible task. The Nemean Lion. King Eurystheus had known of Heracles for years and deeply resented him. Where Heracles was tall and powerfully built, Eurystheus was thin and pale, having inherited his throne through Hera's trickery. When Heracles arrived at Mycenae to begin his servitude, Eurystheus could barely suppress his delight at seeing the mighty hero brought low. "You will complete 12 labors," the king announced. "Each task I set you must accomplish alone and without assistance. You will receive no payment, no glory. These are my terms." Heracles kept his eyes on the floor. "I understand." Eurystheus wasted no time setting his first labor. Heracles was to travel to the hills above Nemea, where a monstrous lion had been terrorizing the countryside for years. Its hide could not be pierced by any weapon. It had slaughtered shepherds in their fields, dragged farmers from their homes, and devoured travelers on the roads. 30 soldiers sent to kill it had never returned. For any normal man, this task would have been a death sentence. But Heracles was no normal man. For 3 months he prepared, carrying boulders up steep slopes and uprooting ancient oaks until he could crush stones to powder with his bare hands. Finally ready, he made his way to Nemea. When he reached the lion's cave, wading through the bones of its countless victims, he stood and called into the darkness,
"Lion of Nemea, I am Heracles, and I have come for you."
A growl rumbled from deep within. Then the beast emerged, far larger than any normal lion, with a golden hide and a mane thick as tangled thorns. Heracles realized this was no ordinary creature, but a child of Typhon and Echidna, the divine beings who had spawned the greatest monsters the world had ever known. The lion lowered its head and charged, the ground shaking as it built speed. Waiting until the last second, Heracles dove aside and wrapped his arms around its neck from behind. The lion roared and thrashed, trying to shake him off, but to no avail. They rolled across the rocky ground, the lion's weight shattering rocks beneath them, but still Heracles held on, his hands locked beneath the beast's jaw. For hours they struggled until, as darkness approached, the lion began to tire, its roars becoming gasps. Heracles shifted his grip to its throat and squeezed with every last ounce of power in his body. The beast gave a final shudder, then was still. Heracles collapsed beside it, exhausted. When enough strength returned that he could stand, he tried to skin the lion to claim his prize, but found that nothing could pierce the hide. As he was about to admit defeat, he suddenly remembered the lion's own claws, which were sharp enough to slice through the toughest of armor. Taking one, he found it could cut through the golden pelt, where all else had failed. He draped the lion's skin over his shoulders, using the beast's head as a hood. The hide that no weapon could pierce would now protect him during his labors. As he left the cave, he found a massive oak tree and tore it from the earth with his bare hands, carving the trunk into a heavy club. This would be his weapon now, simple and direct, like the path before him. Heracles arrived back in Mycenae, a man transformed. He had left as a broken murderer, still clinging to the remnants of his old life. But now he wore the skin of a beast he had killed with his bare hands and carried a club torn from the earth itself. His first labor was complete, and he felt invincible, ready to face any challenge Eurystheus or the gods put before him. The labors of Heracles. For the next several years, the labors continued. Eurystheus would send Heracles to every corner of Greece, assigning him increasingly impossible tasks in his attempt to find something, anything, that would cause his cousin to fail. He challenged the fearsome nine-headed Hydra at Lake Lerna, only to discover that strength alone was not enough, for when he cut off one head, two more grew in its place. Only by working with his nephew Iolaus to cauterize the stumps with fire before they regenerated did he finally slay the beast, achieving a second task all had thought impossible. To mark his victory, he dipped his arrows in the beast's poisonous blood, creating a weapon so deadly that the slightest scratch could kill even an immortal. He captured the sacred deer of Artemis, a creature that ran as fast as the wind itself, and would wrestle the fearsome bull of Crete into submission. He cleaned out the stables of King Augeas by diverting 2 rivers through them, accomplishing in a day what should have taken years. There was no creature, mortal or divine, that could stand up to his strength. He stole fire-breathing horses from the mad king of Thrace, cleaned out an entire swarm of man-eating birds from Lake Stymphalus, and even travelled to the edge of the world to steal the cattle of the giant Geryon, raising 2 mighty monuments, the Pillars of Hercules, to mark his achievement. Labor after labor, year after year, Heracles continued to see success. He had killed monsters and saved kingdoms, with his name sung by bards across the land. Soon Eurystheus had exhausted not only all the trials in Greece, but those of neighbouring kingdoms as well. With every challenge in the mortal world having been completed, he would now send Heracles beyond the boundaries of the known world to the realms of gods and immortals, where no hero had gone before. Yet even here, facing tasks that would have challenged the gods themselves, Heracles continued to see success. He petitioned the great Titan Atlas, bearer of the sky, to help him steal a basket of golden apples that could grant immortality. Atlas agreed, but in exchange, Heracles had to hold the very sky on his back for a brief but agonizing time, stars digging into his back as the very weight of existence bore down on him, pushing even Heracles to his considerable limits. And, finally, he travelled to the underworld itself, where he wrestled Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the dead, into submission, dragging him before Eurystheus as proof of his achievement. Heracles had completed all the labours that had been set before him. He had atoned for his crimes, and finally he was free. A great hero had risen, becoming so strong that Greece was now rid of nearly all the terrible creatures that had once plagued it, with mankind able to flourish once more. Yet, despite his incredible achievements, despite his fame and glory, there would be no rest for the hero, no happy ending waiting for him. Death was coming, and when it arrived, it would not come from any monster or god. It would come from the one he cherished most. The death of Heracles. Heracles took time to celebrate his freedom, joining many great adventures across the years, even Jason and the Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece. But as the seasons turned and streaks of grey began to appear in his hair, Heracles thought it time to settle down. He found a young bride in Calydon, a woman named Deianira, and soon the two were wed. Before long, the newlyweds set out for their new home in the city of Tiryns, travelling along the dusty mountain paths. Their journey was peaceful until they reached the river Evenus, where the spring floods had transformed the usually calm waters into a raging torrent. As Heracles studied the treacherous crossing, calculating how best to ford the waters while keeping his new bride safe, a centaur emerged from the opposite bank.
"Great Heracles," the centaur called, "I am a ferryman of these waters. Allow me to carry your bride across on my back."
Heracles, concerned for Deianira's safety, accepted what appeared to be a generous offer. It would turn out to be the greatest mistake he would ever make. Years ago, on the way to his fourth labour, Heracles had come into conflict with a tribe of hostile centaurs near this very river, with the hero killing each and every one of them with his poisoned arrows. Or so he thought. One centaur had managed to survive the massacre. His name was Nessus, and after a decade of planning his revenge, he had just managed to convince Heracles to put his new wife on his back. As soon as his hooves touched the far bank, Nessus put his revenge into action, throwing Deianira to the ground, his intentions horrifyingly clear. Heracles flew into action, his old instincts returning in an instant. Pulling out his bow, he fired a poisoned arrow which punched through the centaur's chest with terrible force. Nessus staggered backward, the poison already taking effect, dark blood pooling beneath him. In his last moments, Nessus beckoned Deianira closer.
"Lady," he wheezed, "I beg your forgiveness. My blood carries the power of love. Collect it in a vial. Should Heracles ever stray, anoint his clothing with it, and his heart will return to you alone. This I swear by the river Styx."
Shaken, Deianira filled a small vial with the centaur's blood and hid it among her belongings, never suspecting she had become an accomplice in the dying creature's revenge. The couple continued on to Tiryns, where they lived happily for years, having several children together and forgetting the horrific incident entirely. But after several years of peace, Heracles grew restless. The quiet life weighed on him. He would stand on the city walls gazing towards distant mountains, remembering the thrill of adventure. One day he simply disappeared, with Deianira left to care for their children alone, not sure when or if her husband would ever come back home. Months passed, until one day, while tending the gardens, she heard a cry from the streets outside. "Heracles is back! The great hero has returned!" Deianira rushed to the gates, desperate to embrace her husband, but the sight that met her turned her blood to ice. Accompanying Heracles was a horde of captured women, stolen from the neighbouring kingdom of Oechalia, and among them was a woman, Iole, young and beautiful, who the great hero was looking at with love in his eyes. She watched as Heracles helped Iole down from her horse, his hands lingering on her waist, his touch tender and protective. That gesture told Deianira everything. That night, desperate to regain her husband's affections, Deianira retrieved the hidden vial of Nessus's blood. She selected one of Heracles' finest robes and smeared the blood across the inside of the fabric before asking him to wear it to dinner. When Heracles pulled the robe over his shoulders, he noticed nothing at first, just a slight warmth, a faint tingling, but then the pain began. The tingling progressed into a burning unlike anything he had ever experienced. The blood of Nessus, tainted with Hydra's poison, began to activate, the centaur's revenge finally taking effect. The fabric melted into Heracles' skin, fusing with his flesh as if made of molten metal. Heracles let out a roar that shook the walls. He tried to tear the robe off, but as he pulled, he tore away not just cloth, but chunks of his own flesh. Servants desperately threw water over him, but nothing could wash away the poison eating through his body. Heracles' torment continued through the night. He stumbled into the courtyard, screaming. The poison that had killed so many now worked its terrible magic on the greatest hero of Greece. Knowing death was approaching, he began tearing up young trees with his bare hands, constructing his own funeral pyre. When the pyre was assembled, Heracles climbed to its top. His body was a ruin, flesh hanging in tatters. He called out to his friend, Philoctetes. "Light it!" Heracles gasped. "End this torment!" Philoctetes wept as he brought the torch to the wood. The flames raced upward. As the fire reached Heracles, a smile appeared on his ravaged face, for he knew the agony would end at last. But this was not the end for Greece's greatest hero. As the flames consumed the last of Heracles' earthly body, Zeus appeared and reached down through the smoke and fire. His divine hand grasped not flesh, but spirit, pulling forth the immortal essence of Heracles and bringing it up to Olympus. There, in the halls of the gods, Zeus transformed his son into an immortal. After years of trials and torment, after losing everything he held dear, his labors were finally, truly complete. Part 6. Theseus. If Heracles was the strongest hero Greece ever produced, then Theseus of Athens was the most complete. He possessed not only strength and courage, but also intelligence and cunning, the qualities that would make Athens the greatest city in all of Greece. But before he could unite the scattered villages of Attica into a single kingdom, before he could face the Minotaur in its labyrinth, he first had to discover who he truly was. His story begins with his father, King Aegeus, who had ruled Athens for many years. Having tried and failed countless times to father an heir to whom he could leave his kingdom, believing he was incapable of having children, Aegeus travelled to Delphi and asked the oracle for help. She instructed him to journey to the small kingdom of Troezen, where the city's princess, Aethra, would bear him a son. Overjoyed, Aegeus travelled to Troezen and met with Princess Aethra, and the two conceived a child that night. However, unknown to Aegeus, Poseidon also visited Aethra that same evening. The child that was born, Theseus, carried the blood of both men, mortal king and sea god alike. With Poseidon's divine essence running through his veins, Theseus would be granted immense agility and strength, gifts that would prove essential in the trials ahead. But King Aegeus, knowing it was his duty to return to Athens, left the princess to raise the boy alone. Before departing, he placed his sword and sandals beneath a massive boulder. "Only when the boy is strong enough to lift this stone," he told Aethra, "will he be worthy of travelling to Athens to claim his birthright. These items will be the symbols by which I can recognize my son." The sword and sandals. Theseus grew into a smart and capable young man, and sure enough, when he finally reached manhood, he was strong enough to lift the rock and claim his father's possessions. Bidding his mother farewell, he set out on the long road to Athens, ready to claim his birthright. But when Theseus finally arrived in Athens, he found the palace gates heavily guarded and his father nowhere to be seen. The king, he learned, had married during the years since his visit to Troezen. His new queen was a woman named Medea, a sorceress from the distant kingdom of Colchis at the edge of the world. Medea's history was dark and stained with blood. She had once been a princess in her homeland, where she fell in love with a Greek hero named Jason, who had come seeking a treasure called the Golden Fleece. She used her powerful magic to help him steal it, betraying her own father and even killing her own brother to ensure their escape. Together they fled to Greece, where Jason married her and she bore him 2 sons. But Jason's love did not last. When he abandoned Medea for a younger princess, the sorceress took terrible revenge. She murdered Jason's new bride with a poisoned gown and killed her own children to punish their father. With all of Greece hunting her for these crimes, she fled to Athens, where she used her magic and beauty to enchant King Aegeus into marriage. She had since borne him a son named Midas, who was now heir to the throne. When Medea learned that Theseus had arrived claiming to be Aegeus's legitimate son, she saw him as a threat to everything she had built. She had killed to protect herself before, and she would do no less to secure the throne for her son. When Theseus requested an audience with the king, Medea quickly intercepted him. "My husband sees many young men who claim to be his long-lost son," she said with false sweetness. "If you wish to prove yourself worthy of an audience, you must first demonstrate your strength. There is a mad bull terrorizing the countryside near Marathon, killing farmers and destroying crops. Slay this beast, and the king will receive you." She sent him to face the bull of Marathon, hoping he would never return. But Theseus, drawing on his divine strength and speed, managed to slay the creature after a fierce battle. When he returned to Athens with proof of his victory, Medea realized a more direct approach was needed. As Theseus finally stood before King Aegeus in the throne room, Medea herself brought forward a cup of wine to welcome him. "Drink," she said with a smile. "You must be thirsty after your victory." Theseus accepted the cup and raised it to his lips, but just as he was about to drink, Aegeus leaned forward in his throne, his eyes fixed on something at Theseus's side.
That sword, the king said, his voice trembling. Where did you get that sword?
Theseus lowered the cup, surprised by the question. It was left for me by my father, along with these sandals. They were hidden beneath a great stone in Trozen. Aegeus finished the sentence, leapt from the throne in excitement. Rushing forward, he went to embrace his son, knocking the cup from Theseus's hand as he did so. The wine spilled across the marble floor, and where it touched the stone, it began to hiss and bubble, eating into the marble like acid. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the corroding stone. Aegeus turned slowly to Medea.
You tried to poison him, he cried accusingly. You tried to murder my son. Your son?
Medea's face went pale as she realized her mistake. She had not known about the sword and sandals, had not known this young man truly was Aegeus's heir.
Leave Athens, Aegeus commanded. Leave now before I have you executed.
Medea fled that very night, her plans destroyed once again. She would return to Colchis, back to the edge of the world, having finally exhausted Greece's tolerance for her crimes. Aegeus embraced Theseus, tears streaming down his face.
My son, I thought I would never see this day.
He declared Theseus his heir before all the court, and, for a time, Athens rejoiced. The tributes. But Theseus soon learned that Athens lived under a terrible shadow. His father told him the story with shame in his voice.
Many years ago, Aegeus explained, Athens went to war with King Minos of Crete. We were defeated utterly, our army destroyed. Minos could have razed our city to the ground, enslaved our people. Instead, he offered us terms. The king's voice grew heavy. Every 9 years, we must send him a tribute. 7 young men and 7 young women. They are taken to Crete and fed to a monster that lives beneath his palace.
What kind of monster? Theseus asked.
They call it the Minotaur, Aegeus said. It is said to be half man, half bull, the offspring of Minos' wife, Pasiphae, and a sacred bull sent by Poseidon. The creature is kept in an impossible labyrinth designed by the master craftsman Daedalus. No one who enters has ever found their way out. The tributes wander until they encounter the Minotaur, or until they starve to death, lost in the endless passages.
How many tributes have been sent? Theseus asked quietly.
This will be the 3rd, his father replied. 28 of Athens' children have already been devoured. In a few weeks, 14 more will be chosen by lot and shipped to Crete.
Theseus felt rage building in his chest.
No, he said, not any more. I will go as one of the tributes. I will kill this Minotaur and end this horror.
Aegeus seized his son's arm.
You cannot. I have only just found you. If you go to Crete, you will die like all the others.
I am not like the others, Theseus said, his voice firm. I lifted the stone you said no ordinary man could move. I killed the bull of Marathon with my bare hands. I was born for challenges like this. They argued through the night, but Aegeus could not change his son's mind. Finally, with tears in his eyes, the king gave his blessing. If you must go, then take this one comfort with you. He gestured to the ship being prepared in the harbour. That vessel sails with black sails, as it has for the previous tributes, a symbol of mourning, but I will give you white sails as well. If you succeed, if you somehow slay the Minotaur and survive, change the black sails to white before you return. That way, when I watch for your ship from the cliffs, I will know from afar that you live. Theseus embraced his father. "I will return with white sails flying, I swear it." And so, as the 14 tributes were chosen and boarded the black-sailed ship, Theseus stood among them. The other young Athenians wept, knowing they sailed toward their deaths. But Theseus stood at the prow, his face set with determination, watching as Crete drew closer on the horizon. The Minotaur. When the black-sailed ship arrived at the harbour of Knossos, the 14 Athenian tributes were led through the streets to the palace. Crowds gathered to watch them pass, some jeering, others looking away in pity. These young men and women were already dead. Everyone knew that no one escaped the labyrinth. In the palace throne room, King Minos sat waiting, a cruel smile on his face. He was an old man now, but his gaze was sharp and cold. This was a ceremony Minos enjoyed, looking upon the tributes Athens sent him, a reminder of his power over their city.
"Welcome to Crete,"
Minos said, his voice deep.
"I trust your journey was pleasant. Tomorrow at dawn you will be sent into the labyrinth to meet my beloved Minotaur. I suggest you make peace with whatever gods you worship."
The Athenian tributes stood in terror, but Theseus met Minos's gaze without flinching. "I am Theseus, son of King Aegeus and heir to Athens," he said clearly. "I have come not as a sacrifice, but as a warrior. Your monster will die tomorrow." Minos laughed.
"How delightful! They usually weep and beg. This will make the entertainment all the more enjoyable."
He waved his hand dismissively.
"Take them to their chambers. Let them have one last comfortable night."
As the guards led the tributes away, the king's daughter Ariadne found she could not take her eyes off the young man who had spoken so boldly to her father. There was something about him, his courage, his determination, that stirred something in her heart. That evening she could not stop thinking about him. She knew what awaited him in the labyrinth. She had seen countless tributes enter over the years, hearing their screams as the monster devoured them. The thought of this brave young man wandering, lost in the darkness, eventually meeting the Minotaur's horns, filled her with unexpected anguish. She made her decision. That night, as the palace slept, Ariadne made her way to the chambers where the tributes were being held. She found Theseus sitting alone, sharpening his sword by lamplight, while his companions slept uneasily around him. "You should not be here, Princess," Theseus said quietly, looking up as she entered. "No, I should not," Ariadne agreed, stepping closer. "But I cannot stand by and watch you die. You're either very brave or very foolish to think you can defeat the Minotaur." "Perhaps both," Theseus said with a slight smile. "But I meant what I said. I will kill this creature, or die trying." Ariadne knelt beside him, her voice urgent. "The true threat you face is not the Minotaur. It is the labyrinth itself." She pressed a ball of golden thread into his hands. "The maze is so vast and complex that all who enter become hopelessly lost. Most starve to death before ever encountering the beast. Take this thread, tie it at the entrance, and unwind it as you go. When you have finished, follow it back to freedom." "Why help me?" Theseus asked. "Because I cannot bear to see you die," Ariadne said, tears forming in her eyes, "and because I am also trapped here. My father rules with an iron fist, and I am sick of being the daughter of a man who delights in such cruelty. If you truly can kill the Minotaur, then all I ask is that you take me with you." She paused, as if summoning the courage for what she was about to say. "But I cannot come as a refugee to your city. I ask that you take me as your wife. I know it is bold, but I have royal blood. I would not shame you, and I—" She hesitated. "I believe we could be happy together." Theseus looked at her for a long moment. The offer was generous. A Cretan princess as his bride would strengthen his claim to the throne, and there was something about her courage, her willingness to betray her own father for what was right, that moved him. "When I kill the Minotaur," he said, "you will come with me to Athens as my wife. This I swear." He entered the labyrinth at dawn, tying the thread securely at the entrance before beginning his descent into darkness. The passages twisted and turned, branching off in every direction, the air growing thick and stale the deeper he went. For hours Theseus walked through the winding paths, the thread unwinding behind him like a lifeline connecting him to the world above. Several times he came to intersections where 5 or 6 passages met, each one looking identical to the others. Without Ariadne's thread, he would have been lost within minutes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity in the darkness, the passage opened into a vast chamber at the labyrinth's heart. And there, in the center of that space, the Minotaur waited. The creature was massive, far larger than Theseus had imagined. It had the body of a man, but scaled up to monstrous proportions, every muscle defined and powerful. But where a human head should have been, there was instead the head of a great bull, with curved horns as sharp as any spear. When it saw Theseus enter, it bellowed, a painful sound that was neither fully human nor fully beast, and then it began to charge. Theseus barely had time to draw his sword before the creature was upon him. He dove aside at the last moment, rolling across the stone floor as the Minotaur's horns passed inches from his body. The creature wheeled around with surprising speed for something so large, already preparing another charge. For what felt like hours they fought in that dark chamber. The Minotaur was stronger, but Theseus was faster, Poseidon's gift of divine agility allowing him to dodge blows that would have crushed any normal man. He darted in and out, striking where he could, slowly wearing the creature down. But Theseus was tiring too. His arms burned with exhaustion, and he had taken several glancing blows that left him bruised and bleeding. The Minotaur seemed inexhaustible, its rage only growing with each wound. Then the creature made a mistake. It charged again, head lowered, horns aimed at Theseus's chest, but instead of dodging aside, Theseus dropped to his knees and thrust his sword upward with both hands. The blade caught the Minotaur in the throat, driving deep. The creature's momentum carried it forward, impaling itself further on the blade. It staggered, blood pouring from the wound, and crashed to its knees. Theseus pulled his sword free and struck again, this time severing the great arteries in the beast's neck. The Minotaur collapsed onto the stone floor, its massive body shuddering once before going still. Theseus stood triumphant. Never again would Athens have to sacrifice its children to this monster. He found the thread where it had fallen during the fight and began following it back through the twisting passages. After hours of walking, he finally emerged into daylight to find Ariadne and the 13 other Athenian tributes waiting anxiously at the entrance. When they saw him alive, covered in blood but victorious, they erupted in cheers. That night, under cover of darkness, they escaped the island in their ship and began the voyage back to Athens. The fate of Ariadne. The voyage back to Athens should have been triumphant. The other Athenians sang songs of victory, laughing and celebrating their escape. Theseus joined them at first, but any time Ariadne approached, he grew cold and distant, staring off into the horizon. Ariadne watched him with growing unease. She had given up everything for him, her family, her home, her entire life. In those first hours after their escape, when Theseus had looked at her with gratitude and something that might have been love, she had believed it was worth it. But now, as Athens drew closer, she saw the way he looked at her changing. His smiles became forced. He made excuses to avoid her. She told herself she was imagining it, but deep down she knew the truth. He was regretting his promise. When they stopped at the island of Naxos to resupply, Ariadne felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps some time alone together, away from the others, would remind him of what they had shared. That evening they walked along the beach together in silence. Theseus seemed troubled, but when she reached for his hand, he did not pull away. "Tomorrow we reach Athens," she said softly. "I know your people may not welcome a Cretan princess at first, but I will prove myself to them." "You should rest," Theseus interrupted gently. "It has been a long journey. Tomorrow will be a difficult day." She wanted to talk further, but she had barely slept since leaving Crete, exhaustion weighing down upon her. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps things would seem clearer in the morning. She lay down on the soft sand, and, despite her anxiety, sleep took her quickly. When Ariadne woke, the sun was high in the sky. She sat up, disoriented, calling for Theseus. Only silence answered her. She ran to where the ship had been anchored and found nothing but empty water. No ship, no Theseus, no other Athenians. They had left while she slept, sailing away without a word. For a moment, Ariadne simply stood there, unable to comprehend what had happened. Then the full weight of it crashed down. Theseus had abandoned her. After everything she had sacrificed, he had waited until she was asleep and left her to die alone on this deserted island. She wept until she had no tears left. Days passed in a blur of despair. She searched the island for food and water, but found little. She built fires on the beach, hoping a passing ship might see the smoke. But none came. She was going to die there, alone, forgotten by the man she had given up everything for. It was then that Dionysus found her. The god of wine and revelry had been travelling through the islands when he saw the smoke from her fire. He found her on the beach, half-starved and delirious, calling out Theseus's name in her fever dreams. When he heard her story, divine rage filled him. "He left you here to die after you gave him everything?" Dionysus asked, his voice cold with fury. "I was a fool," Ariadne whispered. "I thought he loved me. I thought I mattered to him." "You matter," Dionysus said, kneeling beside her. "Theseus is a fool who threw away something precious because he was too blind to see its value. But I see it. Come with me." He brought her to Olympus, where he took her as his wife. Zeus himself placed a crown of stars upon her head, making her a goddess, the constellation Corona Borealis, forever shining in the night sky. She was given the immortality and honor that Theseus had denied her, becoming a goddess while he remained bound to the earth, destined to grow old and die like any other man. The return to Athens. King Aegeus spent every day after his son's departure standing on the cliffs overlooking the harbour. From dawn until the sun sank below the horizon, he would watch the sea, searching for any sign of a returning ship. The other Athenians whispered that the king was going mad with grief, that he should accept his son was dead like all the others who had entered the labyrinth. But Aegeus refused to abandon hope. "He promised me white sails," he would tell anyone who tried to convince him to come inside. "If Theseus lives, he will change the sails. I will know the moment I see the ship." On the 15th day, a speck appeared on the horizon. Aegeus's heart leapt. A ship was approaching. He strained his eyes, trying to make out any detail. As the ship grew closer, he could see it was the right size, the right build. It could be them. It could be his son. Aegeus held his breath, willing himself to see white sails catching the wind. But the sails were black. Black as morning. Black as death. Beneath those very sails, Theseus stood at the prow of his ship, watching Athens grow larger on the horizon. His young heart raced with excitement. He had killed the Minotaur and saved his city. He was a hero. Songs would be sung about this day for generations. His thoughts of future glory were interrupted by one of his fellow Athenians. "The city is just ahead," the man said, grinning. "Your father will be so proud. Did you remember to change the sails like he asked?" Theseus felt his heart freeze. The sails! He spun around and looked up at the black canvas billowing above him. Horror flooded through him. In all the excitement of the victory, the escape and the romance with Ariadne, he had completely forgotten. The white sails his father had given him were still packed below deck, never raised. "No," Theseus whispered. "No, it cannot be." He screamed for the crew to change the sails immediately, but it was too late. They were already entering the harbour. Already he could see people gathering on the shore, pointing at the ship. Their celebration songs died away as they recognized the black sails. And on the cliffs above, Theseus saw a small figure in royal robes standing at the edge. "Father!" Theseus cried, but the wind carried his voice away. "Father! I'm alive!" The figure stepped off the cliff. Theseus watched in horror as his father fell, as the man who had waited 15 days for his son's return plummeted into the sea below. The waters that had carried Theseus home now claimed his father's life, and from that day forward they would be known as the Aegean Sea in King Aegeus's honour. The city of Athens mourned for 7 days. They had sent 14 young people to what should have been their deaths, and miraculously all 14 had returned alive. But they had also lost their king, and the joy of victory was swallowed by grief. When the mourning period ended, the priests declared that Athens needed a new ruler, and Theseus was Aegeus's only heir. The crown fell to him not in triumph, but in sorrow. As they placed the crown upon his head, Theseus thought about the cost of his victory. He had killed the Minotaur, freeing his city from Crete's terrible tribute, but he had also killed his father, abandoned the woman who had saved his life, and earned his throne through carelessness and betrayal. He was a hero now, celebrated throughout Greece. But the weight of his mistakes would never leave him. He had escaped the labyrinth in Crete, but the path he had carved through his own choices, from that, there would be no thread to guide him. Part 7. Icarus. While Theseus sailed home to Athens with Ariadne at his side, King Minos stood in the entrance to his labyrinth, staring into the darkness. The Minotaur was dead, the Athenian tributes had escaped, and his daughter Ariadne had fled with them, betraying her own father. But someone else had betrayed him too. "Bring me Daedalus," Minos commanded. The guards knew better than to hesitate and immediately began their search. Daedalus was the greatest architect and inventor Greece had ever known, able to craft mechanisms of such complexity that they seemed like magic. When Minos had needed a prison for the Minotaur, something inescapable for both the monster and the tribute sent to feed it, he had turned to Daedalus. The master craftsman had designed the labyrinth beneath the palace, a maze of twisting passages and false paths that stretched for miles in every direction. It was his masterpiece, a structure so ingenious that anyone who entered would be lost within minutes. For years, the structure had worked exactly as intended. None who entered ever escaped, That is, until Theseus arrived. When the guards brought Daedalus before him, Minos could barely contain his anger.
"You told me you had built a labyrinth that no one could escape, and yet that Athenian boy defeated it with a ball of string. I've half a mind to execute you here and be done with it."
"My lord," Daedalus pleaded, "the design was flawless, is still flawless. Please, I will find a way to make sure this cannot happen again." But Minos cared little for his excuses.
"Guards," the king said, "take him and his son to the lowest level of the labyrinth. Let the master craftsman see if he can escape his own creation."
They seized the inventor's son from his workshop and dragged them both into the darkness below.
"Do not worry, Icarus,"
Daedalus reassured his son as they walked.
"I will find a way to get us out of here. Just you wait."
Icarus nodded. A boy of 14, he had spent his entire life marvelling at his father's creations and had complete faith that he would somehow get them both out of this. The guards led them deeper and deeper, going further than the tributes had ever gone, past the chamber where the Minotaur had died, and into passages that twisted back on themselves like coiled serpents. Finally, they cut the rope they'd been using to mark their path and left father and son alone in the darkness. For days, Daedalus tried everything. He knew the principles of his design, understood how the passages should connect, but his design was too good, the labyrinth too vast and complex for even its creator to escape. They rationed what little food the guards had left them, drinking water that dripped from the stone walls, with hope beginning to fade. Icarus tried to stay strong, but Daedalus could see the fear growing in his son's eyes. They were going to die down here, trapped in the dark, like the tributes who had come before them. It was Icarus who finally said what they were both thinking. "Father, we're not going to find the way out, are we?" Daedalus sank against a wall, his pride finally breaking. His greatest achievement had become his tomb. Then he looked up at a shaft far above where light filtered down, where birds nested in the high places of the labyrinth. He watched one take flight, disappearing into the brightness far above. "You are right," he said slowly. "We cannot find our way out through the passages, but perhaps we do not need to." He stood, new energy in his voice. "The only way out is up." Over the following days they gathered materials: feathers that had fallen from where birds nested above, wax from the candles that had been left burning in wall sconces. Daedalus worked with desperation, his clever hands weaving frames from the reeds that grew from cracks in the floor and binding feathers with the wax. Icarus watched in wonder as two great wings took shape. "Will they really work?" "They will," Daedalus said, "but you must listen to me, Icarus. These wings are delicate, only held together with wax. If you fly too high, the sun will melt it and the feathers will come loose. If you fly too low, the sea spray will soak the feathers and weigh them down. You must stay close to me. You must fly the middle path. Do you understand?" "I understand, Father," Icarus said eagerly. "Promise me," Daedalus said, his expression grave. "Promise you will be careful." "I promise." When both sets of wings were complete, they strapped them on and stood beneath one of the vertical shafts. Daedalus went first, testing the wings with careful movements, feeling the air catch beneath them. Then, with powerful strokes, he rose up through the shaft, climbing toward the light. Icarus followed, his heart pounding with excitement and fear. They emerged into brilliant sunlight, bursting free from the labyrinth into the open sky above Crete. They were free, finally feeling they could breathe again after days in the damp corridors under the earth. Daedalus turned toward the open sea, and Icarus followed. Side by side they flew, father and son, leaving the island of Crete behind, the Mediterranean stretching out in endless blue beneath them. Icarus had never felt anything like it. the wind rushing past him, the wings responding to his every movement. He was flying, actually flying, like the birds, like the gods. The fear and despair of the labyrinth now seemed like a distant dream.
"Stay close!"
Daedalus called over the wind, but Icarus barely heard him. He was climbing higher, testing the wings, seeing how fast he could rise. The higher he went, the lighter he felt. The sun was warm on his face, welcoming him upward.
"Icarus!"
came a cry from far below.
"Not so high!"
But his father's voice was faint now. The boy laughed with pure joy, climbing toward the sun, feeling invincible, like he could touch the sky itself. That's when he felt something warm dripping onto his arms. He looked down and saw wax melting in the sun's heat. Feathers were starting to come loose and drift away in the wind. "Father!" he called out, his voice suddenly small. More feathers fell away, then more. The wings were collapsing, the wax that held them together now running like water. Icarus beat them frantically, but they no longer caught the air. "Father!" he cried out, but there was no answer. The wings tore apart completely, and Icarus plummeted toward the sea below, his scream lost in the rushing wind. Daedalus turned just in time to see his son hit the water, the splash white against the blue, and then nothing. The master craftsman descended slowly, circling the spot where his son had fallen. He landed on a nearby island and searched the shores, sobbing when he finally found Icarus's body washed up on the rocks. He buried him there on that desolate shore, and the island would ever after be called Icaria, in memory of the boy who had flown too close to the sun. Daedalus would live for many more years, his genius still sought after by kings and heroes, but he never built anything as ambitious as the labyrinth again. The joy had gone from his work. Every mechanism he created, every design he perfected, was a reminder of what his cleverness had cost him. Part 8. The Caledonian Boar Hunt. The first age of heroes was drawing to a close. Cadmus had founded Thebes, Perseus had slain Medusa, and Heracles had completed his labours and ascended to Olympus. But their stories had inspired a new generation, young warriors who had grown up hearing tales of the Nemean lion and the Minotaur, eager to forge their own legends. They would soon have their chance. Word spread across every town and city of a beast terrorizing the great kingdom of Caledon, and the call went out for heroes to gather for what would become the greatest hunt Greece had ever seen. Caledon itself lay on the western edge of Greece, ruled by King Aeneas and his wife Queen Althea. When their son was born, they named him Meleager and celebrated with feasts that lasted 7 days. But unknown to King Aeneas, the child was not truly his. Meleager was the son of Ares, god of war, who had visited Althea in secret. The affair drew the attention of the 3 Fates, the ancient goddesses who weave the destiny of every mortal. They appeared at the moment of Meleager's birth, entering the bedchamber where the infant lay wrapped in cloth near a freshly lit fire. The eldest Fate pointed to a large log burning among the flames and spoke. "Child of fire and war's red hand, your life burns bright across the land. This wood and you are bound as one. When it turns to ash, your life is done." The 3 sisters departed as suddenly as they had come, leaving their prophecy hanging in the air. Queen Althea, who had been recovering in the next room, heard everything. She rushed to the fire and pulled the burning log from the flames, dousing it with water before it could be consumed. This single piece of wood, charred but intact, now controlled the life of her son. As long as it remained unburned, he would continue to live. She carried it to the palace treasury and locked it in a chest where it would remain safe from fire, thieves, or any who might wish to harm him. Nearly 20 years passed. Meleager grew into a strong and capable warrior, being one of the heroes chosen to join Jason and the Argonauts on their legendary quest for the Golden Fleece. Yet, when he returned to Calydon, expecting to be celebrated as a hero, he instead found his homeland in ruins. His father, King Aeneas, had been blessed by Dionysus with a particularly fruitful harvest the previous year. The fields had overflowed with grain, and the vineyards burst with grapes. Caught up in the celebrations that had erupted across the kingdom, Aeneas had remembered to make offerings to all the gods in thanks, all except for one. The altar of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, remained empty, and she was not one to forgive such insults. She sent a beast to punish Calydon, a boar unlike any seen before. It was enormous, far larger than a bull, with tusks that could tear a man in two. It was the type of creature Heracles had faced during his labours, but with the great hero no longer around, King Aeneas needed others to take up the call before his entire kingdom was trampled beneath the boar's hooves. The king sent messengers across Greece with a desperate plea: "Come to Calydon and help slay the beast." To whoever struck the killing blow, he offered both glory and the boar's hide as a prize. The call was answered. Jason came with several of his Argonauts. Theseus arrived from Athens. Nestor of Pylos brought his wisdom. In all, over 50 warriors gathered in Calydon, and among them was Prince Meleager, who was chosen to lead the hunt. But on the morning they were to depart, one final hunter arrived. She rode into the courtyard alone, a bow slung across her back, a quiver at her hip. The gathered warriors fell silent, then burst into laughter. "A woman!" one man called out. "Has Calydon grown so desperate we're recruiting kitchen maids?" "Perhaps she's lost," another jeered. "The market is in the other direction, dear." The woman dismounted and faced them without flinching. "My name is Atalanta, and I have come for the boar." This provoked a fresh round of laughter. Men blew kisses and made exaggerated bows. "Go home, girl," someone called out. "This is work for men." But Atalanta was not like other women. She had been born to a king who wanted a son and, disappointed by her daughter, had ordered her exposed on a mountainside to die. Yet a she-bear had found the infant and nursed her until hunters had come by. Raising her as one of their own, the hunters taught her to track and shoot and survive in the wild. By the time she reached adulthood, Atalanta was one of the finest archers in Greece and a devoted follower of Artemis. But the men of Calydon saw nothing of this, only a woman dressed in men's clothing pretending to hunt. Only Meleager did not laugh. He studied her, seeing the way she handled her bow, noticing the calluses on her hands. These were the marks of a true hunter. "She hunts," Meleager said, his voice cutting through the mockery. "You cannot be serious," one man protested. "I am leading this hunt," Meleager said firmly. "She comes with us. Any who object can stay behind." The muttering continued, but no one was willing to miss the hunt. Atalanta met Meleager's eyes and nodded once in acknowledgement. He had seen what the others missed. Not a woman pretending to hunt, but a hunter who happened to be a woman. The hunting party set out at dawn. They had no trouble tracking the boar, as it left an unmistakable trail of destruction through the forest. Uprooted trees, churned earth, and the occasional corpse of a farmer who had wandered too close. They eventually found it in a clearing, rooting through the remains of what had once been a small village. Up close, the beast was even more terrifying than the stories suggested. It stood taller than a horse, its scarred hide and bloodied tusks a testament to the many battles it had already won. When it caught their scent, it raised its massive head and fixed them with a pair of burning red eyes that marked it out as a child of the gods. "Surround it," Meleager commanded. "Drive it towards the center." The hunters spread out, forming a loose circle. They began closing in, spears raised, shouting to keep the beast's attention divided. For a moment, the plan seemed to be working. Then the boar charged. It dove forward with unnatural speed. One hunter tried to dodge aside, but moved too slowly, the boar's tusk catching him in the ribs, lifting him off his feet and tossing him through the air. He hit the ground and did not rise again. Panic rippled through the circle. Men rushed in from all sides, desperate to strike before it killed again. A hunter threw his javelin, but his aim went wide, the spear sailing past the boar and striking another hunter in the chest. As the wounded man fell, screaming, the hunt descended into chaos. Men shouted and ran as the boar trampled warriors underfoot, many falling over each other in a desperate attempt to escape. Amid the panic, only one figure remained calm. Atalanta had climbed a fallen tree to get a better angle. While the others fled screaming, she drew her bow with the steady hands of a seasoned hunter. She waited for the right moment, tracking the beast as it wheeled and charged. When it paused to gore another victim, she released. The arrow struck the boar in the side of its neck, just below the jaw. Blood burst from the wound, and the beast squealed, thrashing wildly as pain overwhelmed it. "Now!" Meleager shouted. He charged forward with his spear while the creature was distracted, driving the point deep into its side, aiming for the heart. The boar staggered, legs buckling as its lifeblood poured out. After a final cry, it collapsed to the ground, joining the bodies of its many victims. A ragged cheer went up from the surviving hunters. Men embraced, laughing with relief and shock. Several warriors clapped Meleager on the back, praising his courage and skill. "The killing blow was yours," one man declared. "The hide is yours by right." But Meleager shook his head. He walked to where Atalanta was descending from the tree. "The hide belongs to her," he said loudly enough for all to hear. "She struck first. She drew blood. By the laws of the hunt, the prize is hers." Silence fell over the group. "You cannot be serious," a voice said. It was Plexippus, one of Meleager's uncles. He and his brother, Toxius, stepped forward, their faces dark with anger. "A woman cannot claim such a prize. It is an insult to every man here." "She earned it," Meleager said. "If you do not want the hide, fine," Toxius said. "But it should go to us, your family, not to some girl who got lucky with one arrow." "She saved half of us from dying in that chaos," Meleager snapped. "While you were running in circles, she kept her head and made the shot that mattered." "You're blinded by her pretty face," Plexippus sneered. "Everyone can see it. This is not about honor, it is about you wanting to bed her." Meleager's hand went to his sword. "Take that back." "Make me, nephew." Plexippus reached for the boar's hide, dragging it toward himself. "This belongs to the family." Meleager's sword flew from its sheath and caught Plexippus in the throat. His uncle staggered backward, blood pouring between his fingers as he tried to stem the flow. "Brother!" Toxeus cried as he drew his own blade and lunged at Meleager. The younger man sidestepped and drove his sword through his uncle's chest. Toxeus fell beside his brother. The clearing was silent, except for the sound of dying men choking on their own blood. When Meleager looked up from the bodies, he saw the other hunters staring back at him in horror. Even Atalanta stood frozen, her face pale. Word travelled fast. Long before the hunting party returned to Calydon, messengers had already reached the city with news of the deaths. Queen Althea was in the palace courtyard when she heard that her two brothers had been killed by her own son. Plexippus and Toxeus had practically raised her, being both family and her closest friends in this world. She could not bear to think of a world without them, still less a world in which they had been murdered by her son. Without a word, she left the courtyard and went to her private chambers. From beneath the floorboards she retrieved a chest she had hidden there 20 years ago, unlocking it with a key that always hung round her neck. Inside lay the log that controlled her son's life, still charred and ashen from its brief time in the fire all those years ago. Althea carried it to the great hall, where a fire burned in the central hearth. She stood before the fire and looked down at the log one last time. She could only think of her brothers, Plexippus with his booming laugh, Toxeus, who had taught her to ride when she was young, both dead now, cut down by her own son over a woman he barely knew. With tears streaming down her face, Althea threw the log into the flames. Miles away, Meleager was walking back toward Calydon when a pain struck him, unlike any he had ever known. He gasped and fell to his knees, clutching his chest. It felt like fire was consuming him from the inside, burning through his lungs, his heart, his very bones. "Meleager!" Atalanta rushed to his side, but there was nothing she could do. He thrashed on the ground, screaming, as the log in his mother's fire was consumed by flames. When the wood crumbled to ash, Meleager's screams cut off abruptly. He went still, eyes staring sightlessly at the sky. Back in Calydon, Althea watched the last piece of log blacken and disintegrate. The moment it turned to ash, the enormity of what she had done became clear. She had killed her own son. The servants found her body in her chambers that evening. She had taken her own life, unable to bear what she had done. The greatest hunt Greece had ever known had ended with a dead monster, 2 murdered uncles, a son burned to ash by his mother's hand, and a queen who took her own life in grief. The heroes dispersed quietly, ashamed to speak of what had happened in Calydon. Only Atalanta remained, standing over Meleager's grave long after the others had gone. The foot race. The tragedy at Calydon did not stop Atalanta's name from spreading across Greece. If anything, the disaster made her more famous. The woman who had struck the first blow against the great boar, the hunter for whom a prince had killed his own uncles. Suitors began arriving wherever she went, nobles and warriors eager to claim her as a wife. But Atalanta had no interest in marriage. She'd grown up wild and free in the forests, answering to no one. The thought of becoming some man's possession, confined to a home and expected to produce heirs, filled her with dread. She came up with a simple solution to rid herself of unwanted suitors. "I will marry," she announced, "but only the man who can defeat me in a foot race. Anyone who races and loses will be executed." It was a clever test. Atalanta was not just one of the finest archers in Greece, she was also among the fastest runners alive. No ordinary man could hope to match her speed. Yet they came anyway. One by one, suitors arrived at her father's palace, confident in their own abilities, certain they would succeed where others had failed. And one by one, Atalanta left them behind in the dust, crossing the finish line while they were still struggling far behind. Each was executed as promised, their bodies a warning to those who came next. Still, the suitors kept coming, and among the crowds who gathered to watch each doomed race stood a young man named Hippomenes. He had attended every contest, not to compete, but simply to watch Atalanta run. He had fallen in love with the huntress from the first moment he saw her, despite knowing what happened to those who challenged her. But Hippomenes was young and untrained, with no exceptional speed or strength. He knew he could not defeat her through his own abilities alone. Yet love, as it so often does, drove him to madness. He announced that he would race Atalanta, ignoring the warnings of his friends and the laughter of the crowd. Everyone knew how this would end. The night before the race, Hippomenes went to a temple of Aphrodite. He knelt before her altar and prayed desperately for help, offering everything he had if only the goddess would grant him the means to win. When he finished his prayer, the temple grew warm and the scent of roses filled the air. Aphrodite appeared before him, radiant and amused. "Why should I help you?" she asked, studying him with interest. "So many men have died racing this girl. What makes you different?" "Because she deserves to be loved," Hippomenes said, "and because I will love her as no one else can." Aphrodite looked into the distance for a moment, then smiled. She reached into the folds of her robe and produced 3 golden apples, each one gleaming with an otherworldly light. "These are from the garden of the Hesperides," she said. "No mortal can resist their beauty. Use them wisely." The next morning the race began. Atalanta took the lead immediately, pulling ahead with long, powerful strides, while Hippomenes struggled to keep pace behind her. When she was several lengths ahead, Hippomenes pulled the first apple from his belt and threw it onto the track in front of her. The moment it left his hand, it seemed to glow even brighter in the sunlight. Atalanta's eyes locked onto it, and she stopped running. She could not help herself. The apple was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and almost against her will, she bent down and picked it up, turning it over in her hands. Then she remembered the race. She tucked the apple into her belt and began running again, but Hippomenes had closed the distance. Near the halfway point, he threw the second apple. Once more, Atalanta could not help herself. Despite knowing what had happened before, despite understanding the trick, she stopped and picked it up. As they approached the finish line, Atalanta was ahead once more, her lead seemingly insurmountable. Hippomenes' lungs burned and his legs ached, but he reached for the third and final apple. This time, instead of throwing it directly in front of her, he hurled it far to the side of the track, into the grass beyond. Atalanta saw the golden gleam arcing through the air. She knew she should ignore it, but the compulsion was too strong. She veered sharply off course, chasing the apple as it bounced and rolled across the ground. Behind her, Hippomenes summoned the last of his strength and staggered across the finish line. His legs gave out the moment he crossed it, and he collapsed to his knees, chest heaving. He had won. Atalanta stood at the edge of the track, holding the third golden apple in her hands, and looked back at the finish line. For a moment, no one was certain what she would do. Then she began to laugh. Not bitterly, but with genuine amusement. She walked over to where Hippomenes still knelt, struggling to catch his breath. "That was clever," she said, looking down at him. "Very clever indeed." Hippomenes looked up at her, uncertain whether to accept fury or acceptance. You didn't try to beat me with strength or speed. Atalanta continued. You used your mind instead, and you risked your life for it. She extended her hand to help him up. I can respect that. They were married within the month. To Atalanta's surprise, she found herself genuinely happy. Hippomenes was kind and thoughtful, quick with words and gentle in manner. More importantly, he treated her as an equal, rather than a prize he had won. He never tried to control her or diminish her abilities. When she wanted to hunt, he encouraged her. When she spoke, he listened. They had a son together, and for a time her life was everything she had never thought she wanted. Peaceful, content, complete. But Hippomenes, in his excitement over winning the race and claiming his bride, had forgotten one crucial thing. He never returned to Aphrodite's temple to offer thanks for the golden apples. The goddess who had granted him his heart's desire received no gratitude in return, and Aphrodite, just like Artemis, did not forget insults. One afternoon, as Hippomenes and Atalanta journeyed through a remote valley, they came upon an ancient temple of Zeus. They stepped inside, seeking shelter from the heat, but the moment they crossed the threshold, something changed. Hippomenes felt desire surge through him, not natural lust, but something planted in his mind by Aphrodite's vengeful hand. He turned to Atalanta, and she looked back at him with the same sudden, overwhelming hunger. Neither questioned it, neither could resist it. There, beneath the towering statue of Zeus, on the floor of his most sacred space, they made love, blind to everything except each other and oblivious to the sacrilege they were committing. Their fate was sealed that very moment. When they tried to leave the temple, they found they could no longer move. Their bodies began to change, hands curving into paws, skin sprouting golden fur, faces elongating into muzzles. Their voices became roars of terror and confusion. Within moments, 2 lions stood where Atalanta and Hippomenes had been. Zeus's punishment was complete, though it was crueler than a simple transformation. The Greeks believed that lions could not mate with lionesses, that the great cats could only breed with leopards, producing sterile offspring that would leave no legacy. Whether this was true or merely myth did not matter. What mattered was that Atalanta and Hippomenes would remain together, side by side for the rest of their lives, able to hunt as a pair, but unable to share the joys of intimacy ever again. The passion that had led to their downfall would torment them forever. Atalanta had fought her whole life to remain free and wild. In the end, she got her wish, though not in the way she had ever imagined. Part 9. The Trojan War. The first heroes had fought monsters. Cadmus slew his dragon, Perseus beheaded Medusa, Heracles completed 12 impossible labours. The next generation faced different challenges. Theseus descended into the labyrinth to face the Minotaur, and Meleager hunted the Caledonian boar to save his kingdom. But the final great trial of the heroic age would not be against monsters or beasts. It would be men against men, Greek against Trojan, in a war that would last 10 years and end with an entire city reduced to ash. This is the story of how the Age of Heroes died at Troy. Troy was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the world, a city where trade flourished and the gods were always honored. King Priam and Queen Hecuba had filled the palace with children, 50 sons and 50 daughters, the sounds of laughter always present down its painted corridors. But not all of Priam's children were welcomed with joy. Before Paris was born, Queen Hecuba woke one night screaming. She had dreamt that she would give birth to a flaming torch that consumed all of Troy. Upon reading the omens, the royal seers confirmed her worst fears. The child she carried was cursed, destined to bring destruction upon the city. When the baby was born, Hecuba handed him to a shepherd with instructions to leave him on Mount Ida, where the cold and wolves would claim him. But the shepherd could not bring himself to do it. Instead, he raised Paris as his own son, keeping his royal origins hidden. The torch from Hecuba's dream had not been extinguished. It had only been hidden, waiting for the wind to carry its flames back to Troy. The Oath of Tyndareus. While Paris grew up as a shepherd far across the Aegean Sea, another child was being born, the one who would seal Troy's fate. In Sparta, Queen Leda gave birth to a daughter named Helen. Her father was Zeus himself, and she had inherited a divine beauty that surpassed all others on earth. By the time she reached womanhood, men would stop mid-sentence when she entered a room, with suitors arriving from every corner of Greece to win her hand. Yet King Tyndareus, Helen's mortal father, watched these suitors with growing dread. These were the most powerful men in Greece, each with armies at their command. Any decision would upset all but one of them and would likely end in bloodshed. It was Odysseus, king of Ithaca, who proposed a solution. Make every suitor swear a sacred oath to protect Helen's chosen husband. They swore what would become known as the Oath of Tyndareus, promising to defend him with their lives. With bloodshed averted, Helen chose to wed Prince Menelaus of Mycenae, and the two became the king and queen of Sparta. The disappointed suitors departed peacefully, believing the matter settled, the oath merely a formality that would never be called upon. Little did they know, it would become the catalyst for the greatest war the world had ever known. The Judgment of Paris. High on Mount Olympus, another wedding was taking place, the marriage of the sea nymph Thetis to the mortal king Peleus. Every god had been invited to the magnificent celebrations, all except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord and strife, who was universally despised. From her dark dwelling at the edge of the world, Eris heard of the celebrations and felt the sting of humiliation. This insult would not go unanswered. As the feast reached its height, Eris materialized in the hall and threw a golden apple to the ground. Upon its surface was inscribed a simple phrase, "To the most beautiful." 3 goddesses moved toward it simultaneously. Hera, queen of Olympus, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Each goddess reached for the apple, then pulled back as the others approached. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop as 3 pairs of immortal eyes met, each certain the prize belonged to her alone. The 3 began to argue, their voices growing louder, their words sharper, with the other guests backing away from what threatened to become a major dispute. Finally, unable to reach any agreement, the 3 goddesses turned to Zeus to make the decision. But Zeus wanted absolutely no part in this decision. To choose any one of them would make eternal enemies of the other 2, making his life miserable for centuries to come. There was simply no winning. "The decision requires a judge with no stake in the outcome," Zeus said before all of Olympus, quickly casting his divine sight across the earth. "There," he declared, "a shepherd on Mount Ida. His name is Paris. He shall be our judge." Within moments, the 3 goddesses appeared before Paris in a blaze of divine light, each promising great rewards in exchange for his vote. Hera promised power of kingdoms stretching from Europe to Asia. Athena offered unrivaled skill in war, glory that would echo through the ages. But Aphrodite studied the loneliness in the young shepherd's heart and whispered something different. "I will give you the most beautiful woman in the world as your wife, a love that will surpass all others. Power meant nothing to a man who had lived simply. Glory meant nothing to one who had never held a sword, but love was something he understood. With trembling hands, Paris gave the golden apple to Aphrodite. Hera and Athena vanished in silence, their dark expressions promising retribution. Aphrodite touched his cheek. "You are no shepherd, Paris of Troy. You are a prince, and it is time you claimed your birthright. Return to your father's city, then sail to Sparta. Your destiny awaits." The abduction of Helen. Within days, Paris stood before Troy's gates, claiming to be Priam's lost son. Hecuba looked at his face and saw the infant she had given away, welcoming him back into the royal family with feasting and celebration, the prophecy of the torch all but forgotten. Paris soon sailed to Sparta, as Aphrodite had instructed, where King Menelaus welcomed him with the hospitality Greek custom demanded. A great feast was prepared, and it was at that first dinner that Paris first laid eyes upon Helen. The breath was stolen from his lungs as he stared at her, her beauty more radiant than he had imagined possible. Their gazes met across the hall, and Aphrodite's magic took hold. A flush rose to Helen's cheeks, and throughout the feast she found herself unable to look away. Over the coming days the attraction grew stronger and stronger until it was almost unbearable. Finally, on the 9th day, as Menelaus departed Sparta to attend his father's funeral, Paris made his move. Slipping into Helen's bedchamber that evening, he found the queen waiting for him. "We could leave tonight," he said softly. "My ships are ready. By dawn we could be beyond pursuit." Helen hesitated for a moment, thinking of her life in Sparta, of the husband who had trusted his guest. Then she looked at Paris and felt Aphrodite's pull like a current she could not fight. She took his outstretched hand. Within minutes they were on the beach, Spartan arrows raining down around them as they climbed onto Paris's ship. As they disappeared beyond the horizon, a Spartan messenger was already riding hard in the other direction, carrying news that would change the course of history. Within days, Menelaus had sent messages across Greece invoking the oath of Tyndareus. Every man who had once sought Helen's hand as a suitor was now oath-bound to come to his aid, bringing with them ships, armies, and a thirst for glory that quickly surpassed the need to reclaim another man's wife. In all, 1,000 ships crossed the Aegean, carrying the greatest army Greece had ever assembled toward the walls of Troy. Achilles. The war that followed would be defined by one man above all others. His name was Achilles, and he was the greatest warrior who had ever lived. He was the son of Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, the couple whose wedding had been disrupted by Eris's golden apple. From his mother, Achilles had inherited near invulnerability, for she had dipped him in the river Styx as an infant, making his body impervious to mortal weapons. Only his heel, where she had gripped him during the ritual, remained vulnerable. Yet this gift came with a terrible prophecy. The oracle had told Thetis that her son faced two fates: a long, peaceful life, forgotten by history, or a short, glorious one that would end at Troy, where his name would be sung until the world's end. For 9 long years, Achilles fought with the Greeks at Troy, choosing the path of glory. His name became feared across the battlefield, the invincible warrior who had cut down hundreds of men without so much as a scratch. But Achilles possessed one flaw that would define his life: his temper. Pride and fury lived in him like twin flames, quick to ignite and impossible to control. When insulted, he would not forgive. When challenged, he would not yield. It was a trait that would shape the course of the Trojan War itself. When Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek forces, dishonored Achilles by stealing a slave he had captured during a recent raid, Achilles simply withdrew from the war entirely, unable to stand such an insult. Without him, the Greek army crumbled. Day after day their lines were pushed back, their greatest warriors cut down, until fighting raged around the ships themselves. The Greek commanders begged Achilles to return to the fight, offering him kingdoms, wives, and vast fortunes if he would only come back to save them. But still he refused, happy to see the world burn around him, if only to punish those who had wronged him. Everything, it seemed, was lost. The Greeks would be slaughtered on those beaches, while their greatest warrior sat idle. But then Patroclus stepped forward. Patroclus was Achilles' closest companion. They had been raised together since childhood, the bond between them deeper than friendship, as unbreakable as any blood tie. Where Achilles was fierce and prideful, Patroclus was gentle and wise. They balanced each other perfectly. And what Patroclus saw now made him doubt his friend for the first time. How could he be so heartless? How could he stand by as friends they had fought with for 9 years were cut down by the dozen? He made a fateful decision. Putting on Achilles' armor, he charged out onto the battlefield. "Achilles!" someone screamed. "Achilles has returned!" Within moments, the Trojan army was in flight, men falling over each other at the very sight of who they thought was the invincible warrior. Patroclus should have stopped there. He had saved the ships, and the Greek army would live on to fight another day. But caught up in the rush of battle, he continued to charge forward, driving the Trojans toward their walls, becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the Greek forces. It was there, alone and surrounded, that Hector found him. He was Troy's greatest warrior, a man only surpassed in strength and skill by the real Achilles. And when he saw a Greek warrior standing there in that famous armor, he struck without hesitation, driving a spear through Patroclus's back. If Achilles' rage had been ungovernable after Agamemnon's insult, it was fully unleashed. After hearing of his friend's death, he exploded onto the battlefield like a god in human form. His spear found throats before men could raise their shields. His sword opened bodies from neck to groin. Men fell before him in dozens and then hundreds. When he finally found Hector standing beneath Troy's walls, he was utterly without mercy. He cut down Troy's greatest defender while his family watched from the battlefields above, and then did something that made even his own allies uncomfortable. He took strips of leather and tied them around Hector's ankles. Then he attached the other ends to his chariot and climbed aboard. He whipped his horses into motion. The chariot jerked forward, and Hector's body began to drag behind it, bouncing and tumbling across the rocky ground. Achilles drove around the walls of Troy slowly so that everyone could see what he had done. The Trojans, the Greeks, everyone watched in horror. This was beyond the normal brutality of war. In the weeks that followed, the Trojans began to lose hope. Without Hector to lead them, there was no chance of holding back the invincible warrior. He cut through their lines day after day until they could do nothing but hide behind their walls and wait for the end. But when Achilles approached those walls, preparing to scale them and end the war for good, something remarkable happened. As he went to climb, he felt a sharp pain in his heel. He looked down and saw an arrow had struck him, a strange numbness spreading up his leg. Apollo, who had always loved Hector, had decided to take revenge. Descending to the battlefield, he had guided the hand of Paris, directing him to shoot the one place that remained mortal on an otherwise immortal body. Achilles fell to his knees. the coldness spreading rapidly, climbing through his body like ice in his veins. He tried to laugh, but could not draw breath. After everything, he had been killed by Paris, the cowardly prince. He fell to the ground. Achilles, the greatest warrior Greece had ever known, was dead. The wooden horse. With Achilles dead, the Greeks faced a terrible truth. They could not take Troy by force. Many gave up hope, threatening to abandon the war entirely and sail home. But there was one man who refused to admit defeat. Odysseus, cleverest of the Greek kings, devised a plan that bordered on madness. He ordered a giant wooden horse, built from the remains of their ships, the inside hollowed out with space for 30 armed men. Meanwhile, the rest of the Greek army were instructed to burn their camp and sail beyond the horizon. When dawn broke and the Trojans saw the horse standing before their gates, they could scarcely believe their eyes. After 10 years, the Greeks were finally gone, having left behind what appeared to be a peace offering. Furious debate began over what they should do with the horse. "We should burn it," said Laocoon, a priest. Picking up a spear, he hurled it at the horse. It struck with a hollow thud. "See, it is hollow! There could be anything inside." But before he could say more, 2 enormous serpents emerged from the sea and crushed Laocoon and his 2 sons, divine beasts that could only have been sent by the gods. The message was clear. The horse must be accepted. The Trojans dragged the horse inside, believing the war to be won. The city celebrated into the night, drunk on wine and relief. After 10 years, they finally had peace. As midnight approached and the city fell silent, the hidden door in the horse's belly swung open. Odysseus emerged first, followed by 29 of Greece's greatest surviving warriors. Killing the guards, they opened Troy's gates from within, lighting a signal fire to call the rest of the fleet to return. The Trojans woke to screams and smoke. Greek soldiers were everywhere, breaking down doors, dragging people from their homes, fire spreading quickly through the wooden buildings. Any who tried to resist were slaughtered. King Priam was cut down before the altar of Zeus, his blood staining the sacred altar. Hector's infant son, Astyanax, was thrown from the city walls, while his wife Andromache was taken into slavery. Entire families were wiped out and priceless treasures stolen as the Greeks unleashed a decade of pent-up rage against the burning city. Through it all moved Menelaus, the man whose wife had been the cause of this very conflict. For 10 years he had imagined what he would do when he found Helen. Some nights he dreamt of reconciliation, others he could think of only vengeance. As he climbed the steps of the royal residence and entered Paris's chambers, he was still not sure what he would choose. He had failed to take his revenge against Paris. The Trojan prince had succumbed to a poisoned arrow just days earlier, but some level of vengeance could still be his. Helen turned when he entered, and Menelaus raised his sword, ready to strike her down. But as he looked at her, something faltered. She did not beg for mercy. She just stood there, waiting. "I am sorry," Helen said, "for leaving you, for the war that followed. I wish I had died in Sparta before any of this happened." "You destroyed everything," Menelaus said, his voice thick with emotion. "I know. I was Aphrodite's pawn, but that does not absolve me. Their blood is on my hands as well." Menelaus stood there, sword raised, and felt the rage that had sustained him for 10 years crumble. He had loved her once. Despite everything, Some part of him still did. He lowered the sword. "Come home. Come back to Sparta." Helen nodded slowly. She would go, not out of love, but because she had nowhere else to go. By dawn, Troy was gone. The walls still stood, blackened by smoke, but everything within was ash. Bodies lay in the streets. Priam's palace was a smoking shell. 10 years of bloodshed had left both peoples broken. The Greeks had lost their greatest heroes. The Trojans had lost everything. There were no true victors, only survivors carrying scars that would never heal. And so the greatest war of the heroic age came to its end, not with triumph, but with ash and the weight of all that had been destroyed. Part 10. The Odyssey. Of all the Greeks who sailed home from Troy, none would suffer a longer or more punishing journey than Odysseus, king of Ithaca. He had spent 10 years fighting at Troy, his cunning mind devising the wooden horse that had finally brought the city to its knees. Now, with the war over and his 12 ships loaded with Trojan gold, he wanted nothing more than to return to his wife Penelope and the son he had left behind as an infant. The journey should have taken weeks. Instead, it would take 10 years. Setting sail from Troy, Odysseus and his fleet headed south along the Greek coast before turning north toward Ithaca. But as they neared those beloved shores, a great storm erupted from a clear sky, the kind of tempest that only the gods can summon. For 9 days the ships were driven across unknown waters until they found themselves approaching an island shrouded in mist, far from any sea lane they recognized. The Cyclops. The men were starving by the time they found a sheltered bay and dragged their ships ashore. Odysseus spotted smoke rising from a shepherd's camp between the limestone cliffs and selected 12 warriors to investigate, taking several cases of strong wine to trade for supplies. The cave they discovered was enormous. Inside, wheels of cheese the size of a warrior's shield were stacked along the walls, pails of fresh milk stood in neat rows, and joints of smoked meat hung from wooden beams. "Quick!" one of the men urged. "Let us take what we need and return to the ships before the owner returns." But then the ground began to shake. Heavy footsteps approached, each one like a boulder dropping from a cliff. Through the cave mouth came the most terrifying sight any of them had ever witnessed. Polyphemus stood 10 times the height of a normal man, a single bloodshot eye set in the center of his broad forehead. He drove his flock inside, then sealed the entrance with a boulder that 20 men could not have moved, trapping the Greeks within. When the Cyclops noticed the strangers, Odysseus stepped forward. "We are traders, blown off course on our journey from Troy. We come offering wine in exchange for provisions. The laws of hospitality, protected by Zeus himself, demand—" But Polyphemus cared nothing for the laws of hospitality. His massive hands shot out and grabbed 2 of the warriors. They barely had time to scream before the Cyclops crushed them and devoured them whole, armor and all, bronze crunching between his teeth. The remaining Greeks pressed themselves against the cave wall, paralyzed with terror. Momentarily satisfied, Polyphemus lay down among his sheep and slept, his snores rumbling through the cave while the men trembled in the darkness. This became the pattern of their nightmare. Each morning, 2 men for breakfast. Each evening, 2 more for dinner. The cave floor grew sticky with blood, and the boulder remained sealed, only ever opening when Polyphemus let his flock out to graze. Odysseus knew that strength alone could never save them. Even if they killed the Cyclops, they would die of starvation behind that immovable stone. Only cleverness could get them out alive. On the 3rd night, after Polyphemus had consumed 2 more companions, Odysseus approached the giant with a large jar of wine. "Great Polyphemus," he said, his voice steady despite the gore still visible on the Cyclops' chin. "You have feasted on my men, but you have not tasted the finest part of our cargo. This wine is strong enough that we mix 1 part with 20 parts water. Perhaps it would help wash down the taste of your meal." The Cyclops snatched the jar and drank deeply, his single eye widening with pleasure. "More!" he bellowed, and Odysseus obliged, pouring jar after jar of unmixed wine down the giant's throat. "Tell me your name, little man," Polyphemus slurred, already swaying, "so I might thank you properly." Odysseus bowed low, hiding his smile. "My name is Nobody. Nobody is what my mother and father call me." "Well, then, Nobody," the Cyclops laughed. "Here is your thanks. I shall eat you last of all." He found this tremendously funny, laughing until tears ran from his great eye. Then the wine did its work, and the giant collapsed among his sheep, unconscious. Working quickly, Odysseus and his remaining men took a massive olive-wood staff they had found in the cave, sharpened one end, and hardened it in the coals of the fire. At his signal, they drove the burning point deep into the Cyclops' eye. Polyphemus woke with a scream that echoed across the island, with other Cyclopes rushing over to the sealed cave to see what was wrong. "What troubles you, brother?" they called. "Is someone trying to kill you?" "Nobody," came the agonized reply. "Nobody is killing me." "Nobody?" one said, confused. "If nobody is hurting you, then this must be a sickness sent by the gods. Pray to your father for relief." And with that they wandered away, leaving Polyphemus alone in his agony. Odysseus's trick had worked perfectly. That night, Odysseus executed the final part of his plan. He and his men tied themselves to the undersides of the largest rams in the Cyclops' flock. When dawn came, Polyphemus pushed aside the boulder to let his flock out, as always, this time feeling each sheep as it passed to check none of the humans made it past. But he never thought to feel beneath them. One by one, the sheep carried the Greeks to freedom. They should have sailed away in silence, but Odysseus could not resist letting his clever escape go unrecognized. Standing at the stern, he shouted back across the water, "If anyone asks who blinded you, tell them it was nobody. It was Odysseus, son of Laertes, hero of Troy." From the shore, Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, raised his hands to the sea and prayed, "Hear me, Father. May Odysseus lose every companion. May he wander the seas for years, lost and alone. And if fate decrees he must reach his home, let him arrive as a broken man to find only sorrow." Far beneath the waves, Poseidon heard. From that point on, the sea itself would become Odysseus's enemy. The journey home that should have taken weeks would stretch to 10 long years, all because Odysseus, in his pride, had to reveal who had truly bested the Cyclops. Poseidon's curse. Odysseus sailed on, but Poseidon's curse clung to him like a shadow, causing misfortune wherever he went. After befriending King Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, he was gifted a leather bag containing every contrary wind that might blow his fleet off course, guaranteeing a safe and speedy journey home. But as he neared Ithaca's shores, so close that he could make out people on the beaches, Poseidon's curse worked its magic. His crew, convinced that the bag contained treasures he was keeping from them, opened it when his back was turned, causing every imprisoned wind to burst forth at once. They were thrown back across the sea so violently that the men could only hold on for dear life, Ithaca disappearing beyond the horizon yet again. They next stopped in a sheltered harbour, hoping to rest and recuperate after their ordeal, but here too disaster would strike. The harbour was the hunting grounds for the Laestrygonians, a race of giant cannibals who descended upon the helpless fleet, smashing ships and eating men who had nowhere to run. When the carnage was over, the fleet had been reduced to just a single ship, Odysseus's, who wept as he fled that terrible place. But Poseidon's curse was not finished. They next stopped on the island of Aea, not realizing it was home to a powerful witch by the name of Circe. When half of Odysseus's remaining crew stumbled across her house while scouting the island, they accepted her offer of hospitality without question, never suspecting their very lives were in danger. For Circe had laced their food with a powerful drug. As they continued to eat, their faces elongated into snouts, their hands and feet hardened into hooves. Within minutes, where 22 Greek warriors had sat, there were now 22 pigs, squealing in confusion and terror. They would have stayed as Circe's pets forever, retaining their human minds while trapped in a pig's body had Odysseus not come for them. Gifted a magic herb by the god Hermes that allowed him to resist Circe's enchantments, he approached the witch with his sword drawn and forced her to undo her magic, the first success after leaving the Cyclops island. Won over by his heroics, Circe decided to warn Odysseus of the dangers that were to come. Finally, some good fortune. Finally, he had some way to defend against the curse that had been placed on him. Armed with this new knowledge, Odysseus set sail, hoping against all reason that he would find a way to avert disaster. The Sirens. They had only been sailing for half a day when Odysseus and his men began to hear a beautiful melody, each note so perfect it made them forget the world around. Odysseus knew at once what they faced. Every sailor had heard tales of the Sirens, creatures who lured men to their deaths with their bewitching songs, their island surrounded by the bones of those who had steered helplessly toward the sound. However, Odysseus had come prepared, thanks to Circe's warning. He ordered his crew to plug their ears with beeswax so they could not be seduced by the siren's call, but Odysseus himself refused to do so. Driven by curiosity, he wanted to be the first man to hear the siren's song and live to tell of it, ordering his men to bind him to the mast instead. As they passed the siren's island, Odysseus began to struggle. The Sirens sang of his deepest desires, of hidden knowledge only the gods knew. He fought against the ropes until they cut into his skin, screaming at his men to release him. But they could hear nothing, and only added more rope when he begged. When the island finally fell behind them, and Odysseus stopped struggling, they untied him. He collapsed to the deck, shaking and bleeding from the ropes, but alive. He was the first mortal to hear the siren's song and survive, and he would be the last. For an ancient prophecy decreed that if any mortal resisted their call, the sirens must die. And so, as his ship disappeared past the horizon, they threw themselves into the sea, joining the bodies of their countless victims. The curse fulfilled. Any hopes that the curse had been averted were dashed the very next morning, when Odysseus faced the most terrible choice of the journey so far. The sea narrowed into a strait between two cliffs that Circe had warned him of. On the left was Charybdis, a monstrous whirlpool that dragged whole ships to the depths. And on the right was Scylla, a six-headed creature that snatched sailors from passing ships, one for each head, and devoured them alive as their shipmates watched in horror. There was no path between them. Charybdis would destroy them all, while Scylla would take 6 men, no more, no less. 6 deaths to buy passage for the rest. Odysseus made his decision. He steered towards Scylla's cliff, ordering them to row and watch the whirlpool closely. While every eye was fixed on Charybdis, 6 heads shot down from the cave above, each snatching a man from his bench. The victims screamed Odysseus's name as they were lifted into the air, their arms reaching toward him even as the heads retracted into the darkness. But there was no time to grieve. As they left the strait, a great storm cloud gathered above them. Thunder rumbled and rain lashed down on the deck. Massive waves soared above them, crashing down with such force that the ship almost fell apart. With no other choice, they came ashore on the island of Thrinacia, where the cattle of the sun god grazed. Odysseus knew this place immediately. He had been warned that to touch the cattle meant death, making every man swear an oath to do them no harm. For a time the men obeyed, living on the provisions Circe had given them, but the storm raged on, trapping them on the island for a week, then 2 weeks, then a month. Their supplies ran out, and the men grew skeletal, chewing leather and boiling grass to survive. When Odysseus went inland to pray, the starving crew made their choice. Better to die quickly at the hands of the gods than waste away to nothing. They slaughtered the finest cattle and roasted the meat. When Odysseus returned and saw the smoke, he fell to his knees. "You fools! You have killed us all!" But the crew was beyond caring. They feasted for 6 days, and on the 7th, when the storm finally broke, they set sail. They had barely cleared the island when Zeus struck their ship with a thunderbolt, splitting it from stem to stern. The men were flung into the sea, and the waves took them one by one, pulling them under. Every man who had survived, Troy, the Cyclops, Circe, and Scylla, all of them drowned in minutes. Only Odysseus survived, clinging to the broken mast. For 9 days he drifted without food or water. On the 10th, the current carried him to the island of the nymph Calypso, who found him on her shore, more dead than alive. Calypso. Calypso fell in love with the clever mortal she rescued from the shore, offering Odysseus the gift of immortality if he agreed to stay with her forever. But Odysseus wanted only to reach home, to see his wife and son again after so many years away. 7 years passed on that island. Every day Calypso would ask him to stay without success, and every night he would spend crying on the shore, staring across the water toward a home he could not reach. It would take the intervention of the gods themselves to finally set Odysseus free. Athena, who had watched over Odysseus since Troy and prized him as her favorite mortal, could not stand to see his suffering continue any longer. She persuaded Zeus to order his release, leaving Calypso with no choice but to agree. Reluctantly, she helped Odysseus build a raft and sent him out to sea, but fate was still not finished with the man who had conquered Troy. As he sailed through Poseidon's domain, the god of the sea sent one final storm to shatter his raft, a final punishment for blinding his son. Odysseus was thrown into the churning waters, barely surviving as wave after wave crashed down on him. He washed ashore on a foreign island, shivering and exhausted, but for once fortune was truly on his side. The people there, the Phaeacians took pity on the broken traveller and listened to his story. He told them everything, from Troy to this very moment, every monster, every loss, every impossible choice. When he was finished, they were so moved by his story that they loaded a ship with gifts and a crew to carry him home. 20 years after he had left, Odysseus was finally sailing toward Ithaca. The suitors. The joy Odysseus felt when setting foot on Ithaca was unlike anything he had experienced before. Finally he was home. Finally he could see his wife and son. But things were not as he left them. Athena appeared beside him, determined to help her favourite mortal one last time. "Your house is full of enemies," the goddess told him. "Over 100 suitors have invaded your halls, eating your cattle, drinking your wine, and pressing Penelope to choose one of them as her new husband. You will need cunning if you are to survive." She touched him with her wand, and Odysseus felt his body wither and age, his skin sagging, his hair falling away, until he looked like an old beggar, unremarkable in every way. "This disguise will protect you," Athena told him. "Go now to your loyal swineherd, Eumaeus. Stay with him while I bring your son Telemachus to you." Odysseus went to visit the old swineherd as instructed, dining and sharing stories with Eumaeus, although he was careful to keep up his disguise, lest the information get back to the suitors. Finally, after 3 days, his son Telemachus appeared at the door. He had grown into a fine young man, kind and strong, with the sight of him filling Odysseus's heart with pride. When the swineherd left to tend his animals, Athena lifted the disguise, and Odysseus stood before his son as himself for the first time in 20 years. Telemachus threw himself into his arms, and they wept together, 20 years of separation pouring out in those precious moments. When they could speak again, they began to plan. Telemachus would return to the palace and quietly remove all weapons from the great hall. Odysseus would follow as a beggar, observing his enemies until the moment came to strike. The next day, Odysseus entered his own palace as a stranger, and what he found made his blood boil. Over 100 men lounged on his furniture, throwing bones at each other, wine staining the floors where he had once ruled. Worse still was their cruelty. When they saw Odysseus enter the hall disguised as an old beggar, they mocked and abused him. One man hurled a footstool at his back, while another forced him to fight another beggar for scraps. Odysseus endured the humiliation, memorizing every face for what was to come. He would not have to wait long, for that very evening Penelope would declare a contest to choose her new husband. "My husband's great bow hangs in the storeroom," she announced, "a weapon only he could string. Whoever strings it and shoots an arrow through 12 axe handles will become my husband. I cannot wait any longer." The next morning, the suitors gathered in the great hall. One by one they tried to string the bow. One by one they failed. They warmed it by the fire, rubbed it with fat, strained until their faces turned red and veins bulged in their necks. But the bow remained unbent, as if waiting for its true master. When every suitor had failed, the old beggar asked for a turn. The hall erupted in laughter, men hurling insults at him once again. But Penelope was not laughing. She insisted that the beggar, as her honoured guest, be allowed to try, despite his low station. With that, Odysseus found himself holding his bow for the first time in 20 years. He turned it slowly, examining every inch. The suitors laughed, mocking him for handling it like a merchant appraising goods. Then, as easily as a musician strings a lyre, Odysseus bent the great bow and slipped the string into its notch. The laughter died. He plucked the string, and it sang clear and sharp. Still seated, he fitted an arrow, drew and released. It flew through all 12 axe rings and buried itself in the far wall. "The feast ends," Odysseus said, rising to his feet. "Time now for a different sport." The next arrow took the leading suitor, Antinous, through the throat, lifting the man off the ground with the force of the blow. The suitors leapt up, searching the walls for weapons, finding only empty pegs. Telemachus had done his work well. Odysseus stripped away his rags. "Dogs! You thought I would never return. You consumed my wealth, abused my servants, and courted my wife while I still lived. Today you learn the price." What followed was a slaughter. Odysseus and Telemachus, joined by the loyal Eumaeus, moved through the hall without mercy. With Athena guiding their strikes, they cut down every man who had dishonored Ithaca's king in his long absence, restoring order to the ancient palace. When it was over, there was only one thing left for Odysseus to do: reunite with his wife. Penelope was brought down from her chamber, but even seeing Odysseus restored to his true form, she held back. 20 years of false hopes had taught her caution. "If this is truly Odysseus," Penelope said carefully, "he and I will know each other. We have signs between us that no one else knows." Odysseus smiled. The wife of the most cunning Greek king was no fool herself. For once, he would be the one to face a test of wits. "Eurycleia," she said to her old nurse, "move his great bed out of our bedchamber. Set it up for him elsewhere." "Move our bed?" Odysseus cried. "That bed cannot be moved. I built it myself around a living olive tree, shaped the trunk into the bedpost while it still grew from the earth. Tell me, Penelope, has someone destroyed it? Has someone defiled our chamber?" Penelope's face transformed. Only the true Odysseus could know that secret. She ran to him and threw her arms around his neck. They held each other, crying, 20 years of loneliness and stubborn hope pouring forth as they clung together. That night, in their bed built around the olive tree, the bed that could never be moved, Odysseus and Penelope found each other again, and the rest of the world fell away. The war was over. The wandering had ended. The king of Ithaca was finally home. Epilogue. The Age of Iron. As Odysseus's story came to a close, so too would the Age of Heroes. No longer would demigods walk among mortals. No longer would mythical beasts roam the land. The realms of gods and mortals, once intertwined, drew apart for good. The tales of these great heroes would now pass into myth and legend, their stories preserved by poets such as Homer, told and retold by each generation that came to pass. Zeus had tried to populate the world with humans of gold, silver, and bronze. Then had come the Age of Heroes, when gods descended to walk among mortals and bore demigod children, blessed with divine strength, but cursed to live brief lives that always ended in tragedy. Each attempt had ended in failure. Now he would create a final race of men, this time forged from iron, the current Age of Man. Unlike those that came before them, this race of iron would be exposed to all the hardships of the world. Old age, pain, hunger, and violence, all the evils that had escaped from Pandora's box so long ago, would now be their constant companions. They would know poverty and starvation, disease and war, with hard work needed to survive the many dangers that faced them. But as much as they would struggle, the gods had retreated from the world, and in their absence, something remarkable happened. These men of iron, fragile though their lives were, would now be truly in charge of their own destiny. No prophecy bound them, no divine plan guided their steps. For the first time, humanity was free to shape the land in any way they saw fit. They would found cities and learn to write, setting down the very stories you have just heard. They would explore the world around them, charting seas that Odysseus had wandered. Philosophy, art, and music would flourish as they expressed their creativity and sought to understand not just the world, but themselves. They would invent the printing press so that knowledge could travel faster than any divine messenger. They would discover gravity, revealing laws that even Zeus could not overrule. They would harness the power of steam and create light from the energy that now fueled their civilization. And one day, this race of iron would use their great talents to travel to the heavens themselves, where, just for a moment, they could see the place we call home, that small, blue, fragile world, from the perspective of the gods. I've been David Rintoul for Deep Dive History. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.